The Exiled Merchant Will Save the World with the Power of Money. Volume 1, by Fallen Dogs, translated by Localizer Meerkat, editing and audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Exile. Trrow, you're fired. In a room at our usual tavern, surrounded by my party members, our leader Raynor delivered the news. Raynor, a tall warrior with neatly styled blue hair, usually had a friendly face, but today it was stern. What are you saying, Raynor? Is this some kind of joke? We had been through so much together, both good times and bad. I couldn't believe he meant it. Joke? Let me be clear. We don't need you anymore. You can't use magic, and as a warrior, you're below average. Your job as a merchant is just a burden. I was at a loss for words. That was something we had agreed not to mention. The job of a merchant was an officially recognized adventurer role by the guild. However, hardly any adventurers registered as merchants. As Raynor pointed out, merchants can't use magic and are not as effective in combat as other frontline roles. Wait, Raynor, I admit that I'm not the best in a fight, but didn't I rescue this party when we were financially struggling? The value of a merchant lies outside of combat. Adventurers are generally muscle-brained and lack economic sense. Many spend their rewards recklessly, causing their adventures to stall. There are countless tales of wasteful spending, such as the drunken adventurer who spent the reward for a successful mission on a night of drinking, or the adventurer who bought expensive equipment on the spur of the moment, only to have it go to waste and be of no use to him at all. That's where a merchant comes in. We reevaluate their careless financial habits, balance their expenses and income, and guide the party to a stable and secure future, working behind the scenes. Yes, you did help us. When we were just starting out and spending money carelessly, you saved us. But we've reached our limit. That's right, we can't do this anymore. The voice that echoed Raynor's belonged to Seal, the priest. She also had blue hair and a friendly face. Why are we always using second-hand equipment? We have plenty of money. We want new gear sometimes. Well, since you'll eventually outgrow old gear as you level up, there's no need to buy new equipment. It's a waste of money. The fact that you don't need new gear means you have potential for growth, right? They always wanted new gear, but as adventurers, they'd quickly need higher performance equipment. So secondhand was sufficient and cost-effective. Even so, there's a limit. I'm a woman. Why do I have to wear a man's old priest robe? Seal was just a bit shorter than me, which was tall for a woman. The man's priest robe didn't look bad on her. Well, because it was cheap. Seal's priest robe was a bargain obtained at a reasonable price, previously owned by a respectable older priest. No matter how much I wash it, I can't get rid of the old man's smell. Even if I get stronger, my peers tease me, saying, "Seal, you smell like an senior priest?" I can't stand it anymore. Tears welled up in Seal's eyes. But we're fighting for our lives. We get covered in monster blood all the time. Does it really matter? This is why merchants are. The one who stood up with a sigh was Louise, the mage. Like Raynor and Seal, she had blue hair and was of average height for a woman, a head shorter than me. She had a sharp face but was somewhat cute. Seal's situation is still better. What about my robes? Louise's black robe was dyed with dragon's blood, a top-tier item and the best gear in our party. That was lucky. A top-quality mage's robe, a beautiful piece at a bargain price, and the best result for a merchant. It even has a special enchantment, even if it's stolen from a grave. This robe was burial attire for a great sage's mummy, and that special enchantment is a self-destruct spell that turns everything around you into hell. Louise gripped her robe tightly. I wished she wouldn't do that. It would lower the resale value. Really, what's the difference between gear found in a dungeon and gear from a grave? Nothing, so there's no reason to worry about it. My robe smells of death. In the last dungeon, ghouls swarmed around me thinking I was one of them. Do you think that's okay? Louise was trembling with anger. Isn't it? If they think you're an ally, they won't attack you. It's like gaining a special resistance. Isn't that lucky? I couldn't understand why she was so angry. The death smell was a benefit, and it was the best robe performance-wise. That's the problem, Trrow. The three of them spoke in unison. But if you hate it so much, we can replace it. There's no need to fire me. If I got fired because of smelly equipment, I'd be a laughingstock. That's not all, Trrow. Raynor's eyes glinted coldly. You're embezzling the party's money, aren't you? What? Honestly, I had too many ideas. To be precise, I was investing the party's money to make a profit and using it for various purposes. The principal amount was intact. You've been supporting the all-female party, Garnet, with our money, haven't you? That. It was true, but how did they know? My mouth went dry with tension. Garnet, they're 4 years younger than us, right? Louise looked at me like I was something filthy. What have you been doing with those young girls? Seal's face showed clear disgust. It's not like that. I did spend money on them, but... What do you mean, Trrow? You bought young girls with our money, didn't you? Raynor spat the words out. You're a merchant. You didn't spend money on Garnet out of goodwill. You expected something in return, right? Especially from young girls. He was right. A merchant doesn't spend money without expecting a return. Do you understand, Trrow? You betrayed us in the worst way. I had to come up with an excuse, or I'd really be expelled from the party. I was a merchant. I had always managed to talk my way out of any situation. But now, their gazes felt like they were piercing me, and I couldn't find the words. Leave the party's money and go, Trrow. I don't want to see your face anymore. Raynor delivered the final blow. I understand. I'll leave. I had no choice but to say that. I couldn't negotiate any concessions. I was a failure as a merchant. I placed a bag of gold coins on the table, but there was one thing I had to say. Raynor, it's too soon to subdue the Demon King. Please reconsider. Subduing the Demon King is the ultimate goal for adventurers and the highest honor. Currently, a powerful party called Golden Fang is calling on other top-ranked parties to join them in infiltrating the Demon King's territory. 3 of the Demon Kings, 4 Heavenly Kings, are away attacking other countries, making this the perfect opportunity to defeat the Demon King. Our party, Blue Ring, has also been invited. As an S-rank party recognized by the Adventurers Guild, we had the capability. However, the Demon King is in a different league. Even with only 1 Heavenly King remaining, the leader, the Demon Magenbecker, is immensely powerful. I believed we lacked the necessary information, strength, and money. That's why we're expelling you, Trrow. Raynor smirked. You're just a merchant. Even if your level increases, you don't get much stronger. So you always think we lack the strength. That's not true, Raynor. As a merchant, I can objectively calculate and assess our situation. A merchant who can't be objective is second-rate. I couldn't let that slide. A merchant who can't evaluate properly isn't worth their salt. You were a second-rate merchant, Trrow. Raynor coldly declared, Get out, we'll manage without you. I could see in his eyes that nothing I said would change his mind. Seal and Louise seemed to agree. Fine. With that, I left the tavern. Chapter 2, Trrow's Underlings. After leaving the tavern, I headed straight to a house on the outskirts of town. At first glance, it looked like any other house, but upon closer inspection, there were no windows on the ground floor, and the door was solid and sturdy. I knocked twice, then once, then 3 times. Finally, the peephole opened, and someone inside confirmed my face. What's the matter, senpai? The one who greeted me was Rio. She let me in, quickly closed the door, and scanned the surroundings. Rio, an adventurer by profession, wore light armor for ease of movement, with a sword at her waist. Her short red hair, slightly slanted eyes, and agile body reminded me of a cat. She was also the leader of the all-female party based in this house, Garnet. Once inside, 2 members of Garnet, Lilith and Dominique, rushed over to me. Lilith, a cleric, had shoulder-length pink hair and large, round eyes. She was slightly short with a gentle face that put people at ease. Dominique, the mage, had curly blonde hair she usually hid under a hood. Though her features were well-formed, they were often obscured by the hood. This trio made up Garnet, a promising A-rank party, but they were also my pawns. For years ago, I approached them when they were struggling as adventurers, teaching them how to defeat monsters, coordinate as a party, and all the necessary knowledge to survive as adventurers. I even funneled money from Blue Ring, or rather, made an upfront investment to equip them. Now, they called me senpai and gathered intelligence, conducted reconnaissance, and occasionally did some unsavory jobs for Blue Ring. However, Garnet's existence was kept secret from Blue Ring's members. They would never accept having younger girls do the dirty work. Still, without people willing to take on such roles, defeating the Demon King would be impossible. The world isn't a place where you can get by with just ideals. I intended to take on these dirty roles, but I got expelled from Blue Ring. I said in a joking way. What? After a moment of stunned silence, They started listing my crimes in unison. Did they find out you were embezzling party funds? No, it must be that they found out you were forcing second-hand gear on the party while buying new, high-performance items for yourself, right? Was it blackmail? Robbery, kidnapping, which crime got found out? Let me clarify, the new high-performance item bag was necessary for the future, so it wasn't a waste. And as for the crimes, they were only against really bad people who were in the way, though I'd be arrested if found out. No, I mean, a lot got found out, but that's not the reason. Feeling somewhat blamed, I calmed them down with a hand gesture. Sure, they had many complaints about me, but they cut me off because I opposed the Demon King subjugation. I didn't mention Garnet was a reason for my expulsion to avoid them feeling responsible. Demon King subjugation, Senpai, you're against it. Hesitantly, Lilith asked. I had already explained to them how difficult this subjugation would be, organized by the Golden Fangs. It's doomed to fail. As a merchant, I can't take part. I can't throw my entire fortune into a gamble and end up hanging myself the next morning. Is the chance of success that low, even if you participate, Senpai? Rio seemed to have some hope for the subjugation. I'm not much use in terms of combat. My role is to create a winnable scenario. While it seems like a good opportunity, we're not ready yet. Indeed, we weren't ready. We lack the necessary funds. I see, but if you say so, it must be true, Senpai. Rio looked disappointed. They had taken on dirty roles for Blue Ring's subjugation of the Demon King. It's understandable. Plan A, defeating the Demon King with Blue Ring, is off, so we'll go with Plan B. This team will achieve it. Naturally, I'll join Garnet, agreed. Can we really defeat the Demon King? Dominique sounded anxious. They had always been in support roles, and now they were expected to lead the fight. We can, just follow my lead. With the main party switching from Blue Ring to Garnet, the plan needed significant changes, but it was manageable. So, what's our first move? Rio, quick to adapt, asked with a tense expression. First, scout the movements of the Golden Fangs, find out their route into the Demon King's territory. Understood. If Blue Ring decided to join, the subjugation is almost certain. Secure high-grade weapons and gear first. Stockpile potions and medicines. Buy them through merchant acquaintances and sell them at a high price later. Lilith, Dominique, can you handle it? I asked the two. Lilith was trained in negotiations, and Dominique had a good eye for quality. They should be able to manage. Are we sabotaging the subjugation? Lilith gave me a slightly reproachful look. We're not sabotaging. Merchants just seize opportunities to profit. But the Golden Fangs are going to subjugate the Demon King for everyone's sake, right? Yes, in a hopeless battle. I thought of Rainer and the others. Would they give up if we monopolized the supplies? No, that's impossible. Completely controlling the supply chain was impossible. So, profiting now was the best option. But if you help, Senpai, maybe a miracle. Lilith persisted. As a cleric, you may believe in divine miracles, but as a merchant, I don't. I only believe in money. If there were divine miracles, they should do something about the Demon King. And right now, I lack the money I believe in, so there's nothing I can do. The Golden Fangs would be accompanied by 5 S-rank parties, including Blue Ring. The Adventurer Guild's upper management, friendly with the Golden Fangs, likely proposed this subjugation, pressured by the kings of various countries, who wanted to halt the advancing 4 heavenly kings. They planned a diversion by sending adventurers into the Demon King's territory, hoping to force a retreat. If so, it would be much better to use adventurers to destroy them individually, but in that case, the order of defeating them would be a problem. As a result of such political wrangling, a choice was made to invade the Demon King's territory, which seems to be beneficial to all the countries. If the remaining threat in the Demon King's domain were the Beast King, there might be a chance, but against the Demon Magenbecker, it's tough. His demonic soldiers are strong, and even if he is defeated, the Demon King awaits. How do they plan to win? Of course, the rewards would be plentiful, enticing adventurers. But those rewards would cloud their judgment, making them think, with this much money, I can buy powerful gear. Or, with so many adventurers, we can win. And then, looking at the adventurers who were lured by the gold, some adventurers gathered in the hope that they would be able to defeat the Demon King. Rainer and his party were among those hopeful adventurers. As someone expelled from Blue Ring, I don't care what happens to them now. I told Rio and the others, feeling a frown form on my brow. I'll use whatever I can. They stared at me intently. Episode 3, The Demon King's Subjugation Team. The members of Garnet followed Trrow's instructions precisely. Rio gathered intelligence on the Golden Fang, discovering the route and schedule of the Demon King's subjugation team. Lilith and Dominique successfully monopolized and resold essential supplies, reaping significant profits. Finally, the Demon King's subjugation team began their expedition. With Trrow joining them, Garnet followed the team from a considerable distance, about an hour's walk behind, to avoid detection. Currently, they were traversing the wilderness of the Demon King's territory. Unlike the S-ranked Demon King's subjugation team, Garnet was an A-rank party. Their basic stamina wasn't as high, leaving them exhausted from the harsh journey. Additionally, Trrow's stinginess surfaced, making him reluctant to use recovery potions. "I'm exhausted, senpai." Dominique, the brainy mage with little physical strength, was reaching her limit. Her pale face peeked out from under her hood. "It's fine, rest is free," Trrow replied, entirely missing the point. Garnet's members respected Trrow as their mentor, having learned essential adventuring knowledge from him and received financial and equipment support. However, this was their first time traveling together. Now, all three were thinking the same thing. Perhaps it's no surprise he got expelled. When Garnet was an investment target for Trrow, he was generous with money. But as soon as they became comrades, his miserly merchant side became more apparent. For instance, he chose the cheapest inns and booked a single large room for all four to save money. While Rio and the others were seasoned adventurers, they were still young women. Trrow, however, didn't care. Though he never made any advances, people around them assumed the worst, embarrassing Rio and the others. The innkeeper, for example, clearly looked at them with such curious eyes. However, Trrow was completely oblivious to this, and only Rio and the others felt embarrassed. "Please, senpai, at least get yourself a private room," Rio begged. "Why, it's a waste of money." Trrow refused bluntly. It wasn't about money but consideration, which Trrow failed to understand. He didn't see young women as a member of the opposite sex, hurting their pride. The same applies to meals. Trrow doesn't judge food based on what he wants to eat. He strictly calculates the price and quantity of dishes, choosing the one with the best cost performance. Naturally, these meals end up being large in quantity but cheap in quality. Regarding Rio and the others' meals, Trrow says, "You can eat whatever you like." However, with Trrow, the most senior member, eating such poor meals, they can't bring themselves to eat better food. As a result, the quality of their daily meals gradually declined. The more they traveled with Trrow, the more the mentality of the Garnet members were deteriorated. Thanks to this, the trust in Trrow, which was quite high at the beginning, has diminished considerably. However, during frequent camping, Trrow's strength shone. He was exceptionally prepared, sparing no expense on practical items like tents and blankets, ensuring their quality. His item bag was well stocked with food and drink, allowing them to eat better than in town. At night, he burned expensive monster-repellent incense, letting them sleep peacefully. Senpai is quite an enigma. After Trrow quickly went to bed, Rio and the others whispered to each other. On the third day of walking through the Demon King's wilderness, the distant location of the Demon King's subjugation team was enveloped in a gray mist. A dull, loud sound followed shortly after. It started. Trrow murmured. The Demon King's subjugation team had finally encountered the Demon King's army. "All right, let's stay here until the battle ends. Keep an eye out for monsters." Trrow instructed, "Shouldn't we go support them?" Rio asked, surprised, "Support, why?" "I thought we followed the team to support them, in case of emergency." Trrow hadn't properly explained why they were following the subjugation team. "They're an S-rank mixed team. You guys just became A-rank. You'd only be a hindrance. Besides, they're likely facing the demon Magenbecker and his elite soldiers, the Demon King's Guard. You'd be killed instantly." "Then, why are we here following them?" Lilith asked, looking uneasy. "Why? Because I'm a merchant. For money. Our ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King, but not this time." "For money, you mean to sell our supplies at a high price when they run out?" Dominique speculated, though unsure herself. "Maybe, if things go well, but that's unlikely." Trrow replied, not revealing his true thoughts. Trrow considered information a commodity and rarely shared his plans. Hours passed, leaving Garnet's members in anxious silence. Shouldn't we move closer to observe the battle? Rio suggested. Why take that risk? You'd be betting your lives. Is the reward worth it? Trrow countered, silencing Rio. Certainly, what Trrow says is correct. It's correct, but the other members of Garnet can't help thinking, that's not the point. A heavy atmosphere settled over the party, yet Trrow remained completely unfazed. Eventually, the sounds and lights of the battle ceased. Well, let's go. Stay alert of your surroundings, Trrow said, getting up. Suppressing their excitement, Garnet's members began walking cautiously. They're okay, right? The subjugation team won, right? Lilith muttered to no one in particular. However, her face was filled with anxiety. The Demon King's subjugation team comprised humanity's strongest S-rank adventurers. They couldn't lose, but one uncertainty lingered. Trrow hadn't participated. He was good at discerning what he could and couldn't do. His absence suggested the subjugation team might have failed. Please, let them be safe. Lilith prayed, continuing to walk. No one responded to her earlier question. Chapter 4. Things of Value. When Trrow and his companions arrived at the scene, the entire area had become a hellish landscape strewn with the bodies of adventurers and demon soldiers. Amidst the carnage where not a soul moved, Rio and the others stood in stunned silence, faced with the reality of the S-rank party's total annihilation. However, Trrow remained completely unfazed and continued forward. He casually picked up a weapon from a fallen adventurer nearby and, without hesitation, placed it into his item bag. Huh. The three voices overlapped. What are you doing, guys? Hurry up and collect any weapons or armor that look valuable. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes, you know. Trrow calmly instructed the three. Trrow's objective was to recover the weapons and equipment left behind by the Demon King subjugation team, who were likely to be wiped out. The weapons and armor of S-rank adventurers are each worth a fortune. They rival the entire wealth of not just commoners, but even lower-ranking nobles. It was clear that if they could recover everything, it would amount to enormous riches. However, whether there are people who would come all the way to the Demon King's territory to do this, assuming the team's annihilation, is another matter entirely. Senpai, do you have a human heart? Dominique asked, shocked by the action. I'm human, aren't I? Trrow replied with a puzzled expression. That's something a non-human would say, right? The three members of Garnet thought the same thing in their hearts. Also, collect the weapons and armor from the demon soldiers if they seem usable. They seem to have some pretty good stuff. Trrow continued to collect the spears, swords, and bows of the enemy demon soldiers. He even stripped off armor if it was minimally damaged. He gathered anything that looked like it could be sold, feeling no pangs of conscience whatsoever. Money is certainly important, but aren't there things more precious to a person than that? The fallen adventurers and demon soldiers before them were warriors who had fought with all their might. The three thought that even demons probably wouldn't steal equipment from corpses like this. You came all the way here just to do this. Lilith felt anger rising as she watched Trrow silently collecting equipment. While Dominique acknowledged the rationality in terms of making money, even she hesitated to participate in such an act. However, after closing her eyes tightly for a moment, Rio said, "Let's do as we're told," and began to move. The other two followed suit, albeit reluctantly. Perhaps because they had experience with Trrow assigning them dirty work before, once the three started moving, they carried out the collection of weapons and armor efficiently and without hesitation. Amidst this, Trrow suddenly stopped moving. It was near the corpse of a giant demon. It seemed to have had 4 arms, but 2 were severed, and its head was also cut off. The head lying nearby had 4 eyes. Judging from its appearance, it was likely the demon Becker. Nearby lay Raynor with his chest pierced, and Ganon, the golden-fanged leader with blonde hair and brown skin. These two had probably defeated Becker. I see, they managed to defeat Becker, Trrow said as he picked up Raynor's sword and put it in his item bag. Then, we might be able to defeat the Demon King sooner. Trrow even took the ring from Raynor's finger. No way. You're taking even the decorative items. Lilith cried out in a voice close to a scream. Her usually gentle face was contorted, her large eyes brimming with tears. It's meaningless for a corpse to keep them, Trrow replied. Even if you were exiled, isn't this going too far? Lilith felt this was excessive. It doesn't matter, They're not our comrades anymore. Trrow wrinkled his brow. Lilith looked at Trrow's face sadly, before silently resuming the collection of items. Trrow collected the 4 great swords that Becker had presumably used, and picked up the battle axe that Ganon had wielded. Then, upon finding Seal and Louise lying close together, he mercilessly took their equipment and ornaments. Their cause of death appeared to be arrows. Noticing that Louise's black robe had disappeared, Trrow muttered, "I see, Louise used that spell." He seemed to regret the loss of the black robe. After they had finished collecting most of the weapons and equipment, Rio hesitantly asked, "Are we going to leave the bodies like this? This is enemy territory, there's nothing we can do. This is often the end for adventurers," Trrow said with a grimace. As Trrow said, they didn't know when the Demon King's army might arrive. There was no time to bury the bodies. Rio and the others wore dejected expressions, but Trrow quickly left the scene, and they followed. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army halted the invasion led by the remaining 3 of the 4 Heavenly Kings. This was because the Demon King had summoned the 4 Heavenly Kings, who were commanding officers, back to their home country. As a result, the prevention of the Demon King's army's invasion that various countries had been expecting from the Demon King Subjugation team was achieved, and many countries escaped the crisis of annihilation. At the cost of the adventurers' lives, that is. Due to the Demon King Subjugation team's assault, Demon King Bastuza had lost his right-hand man, Becker. This was a much greater blow to Bastuza than the human side could imagine. While the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Demon King's army sound impressive, they actually refer to the leaders of the 4 major factions among monsters. The Demon Becker was a direct subordinate of Bastuza, who was also of demon origin, and was the number 2 in the demon faction. Bastuza had ordered the 3 Heavenly Kings to invade not only for world conquest, but also with the intention of weakening the other factions' forces in the process. He planned to have his own demon faction guard the home country to preserve their strength, aiming for stable rule after world conquest. However, this backfired. The offensive led by the 4 Heavenly Kings left the human side with no means to resist, leading them to resort to directly targeting the Demon King's life. As a result, the Demon King Subjugation team, comprising the human side's elite, was formed and invaded the Demon King's territory. Becker's Demon Soldier Corps met them in battle, but both sides were annihilated. The power of the demon faction directly under the Demon King was significantly weakened. This is bad, Bastuza thought. If he allowed the other 4 Heavenly Kings to continue their invasion, there was a risk they might establish bases in the invaded territories and become independent forces. After all, Bastuza now had no forces he could directly control, so he couldn't keep them in check. Of course, while Bastuza was the strongest among monsters, he wasn't a transcendent being who could do everything by himself. That wasn't all. The equipment of the Demon King Subjugation team and the Demon Soldier Corps had disappeared from the battlefield. And in a very short time. Humans probably wouldn't do something as inhumane as stealing equipment from the dead. Humans are fundamentally compassionate and respect the dead. The demons guarding the Demon King's territory wouldn't stoop to such a vile act as touching the weapons of their fallen comrades either. If so, it was highly likely that someone under one of the 4 Heavenly Kings had taken them. To them, neither the Demon King Subjugation team nor the Demon Soldier Corps were anything to be revered. They would have no hesitation in taking equipment from the dead. The equipment carried by the Demon King Subjugation team and the Demon Soldier Corps was powerful. Obtaining this equipment would allow for a significant increase in the strength of their own faction. The aim beyond that would naturally be the Demon King's throne. Are they planning a rebellion? Now that Becker was gone, there was no one among Bastuza's direct subordinates strong enough to compete with the 4 Heavenly Kings. While Bastuza could easily defeat any one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, even he would be in danger if they united in rebellion. In essence, Bastuza saw the 4 Heavenly Kings as a greater threat than humans, the external enemy. He called them back to have them keep an eye on each other. Little did he know that the culprit who had taken the equipment was actually a human merchant. Chapter 5, Trrow's Business. Like experienced thieves, Trrow and his group finished collecting the equipment and swiftly withdrew from the Demon King's territory. Now we have funds for our campaign. Trrow said with a satisfied expression. Thanks to their high-capacity, high-performance item bags, they were able to gather a large number of weapons and armor. Meanwhile, the three from Garnet looked physically and mentally exhausted. Senpai, will the money from selling this equipment be enough to defeat the Demon King? Ryo asked, seeking some justification for their wrongdoing. No, this is just seed money. We'll use this to start a business and gather more funds. This is just the beginning, you know. What kind of business would they start with weapons and armor looted from corpses? The Garnet trio had nothing but bad feelings about it. What kind of business will it be? Dominique asked, fear seeping into her expression beneath her hood. What kind? Well, it's business, you know. We make things and sell them, that's all. What those things were was the crucial point, but they were too afraid to probe further. They certainly didn't think Trrow would start baking and selling bread. Back at their hideout, a small house, Trrow and the others could finally catch their breath. Ryo and the others collapsed onto their beds, exhausted. Only Trrow remained energetic, starting to sort through the weapons and armor they had brought back. After a day and night passed, and the Garnet members had recovered from their fatigue, Trrow announced as they emerged from their beds. Well, now that we have money, shall we start our business? It seemed Trrow had barely rested, going out to sell what he could immediately and prepare funds. What exactly are we going to do? Lilith asked, her face twitching. We're going to make and sell these potions. Trrow said, producing a bottle of purple liquid. That potion is. Dominique recognized it. As a mage skilled in alchemy, Dominique had often been asked by Trrow to create various items. Yes, it's the potion I had Dominique brew before. It was designed to prevent various status ailments by elevating mental states. I was planning to distribute it and make a profit if it turned out well, but there were some side effects. If I remember correctly, it overstimulated the mind and was highly addictive, so it wasn't really a good thing. Dominique said hesitantly. Yeah, high addiction means more customers, which isn't bad, but it could cause problems. The overstimulation of the mind was also concerning. How did they test that high addiction rate? Ryo and Lilith wondered internally, but didn't dare to ask. You're not seriously planning to produce and sell that potion, are you? Senpai, I think there are various problems with profiting from this, mainly from a humanitarian perspective. Dominique, usually reserved, clearly stated her opposition. No, we won't sell it to humans. We'll sell it to monsters. Huh. The three spoke in unison. They couldn't understand what Trrow was saying. We'll increase the purity of the potion, adjust the mixture to suit monsters, and make it poisonous to humans. For now, we'll distribute it to monsters for free to get them addicted, then start charging for it. How are we going to get money from monsters who don't have any? Ryo asked. Well, when they need money, they'll gather it from the territories they've occupied. Until now, monsters showed no interest in money, so there should be plenty left in occupied areas. We can also exchange for expensive art or items. Wouldn't that cause monsters to kill people for money? Lilith immediately expressed her concern. It would be terrible if people were attacked by monsters because of the potion they made. With or without the potion, monsters kill people anyway. But what happens if monsters learn the value of money? They might start sparing people who pay. If you pay money, there's a chance you might be saved. Also, with money as a goal, the monster's invasion speed will definitely decrease. Until now, they've been ignoring money and invading at an incredible speed, but if looting is added to the mix, we should be able to buy quite a bit of time. This business is beneficial for all of humanity, you know. Is that so? Ryo and the others felt like they were talking to a shady con artist, but there was no denying the logic of his words. That's right. So I'll need you all to get moving. Ryo, you're in charge of gathering materials. If possible, I want to start cultivation too. Dominique, you'll handle brewing and refining. Lilith, you'll take care of packaging and shipping the product. Spend as much money as needed to gather manpower. However, build the factories in separate locations. We want to reduce the risk in case of monster attacks. Also, make sure the personnel don't know about the processes before and after their own. We don't want them to know what they're involved in. If possible, it's better to separate each process into different factories. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like they were setting up a criminal organization. However, Ryo and the others followed these instructions. Trrow doesn't lie. It's true that he's gathering money to defeat the Demon King, even if his methods are somewhat questionable. Rio gathered adventurers and collected the main ingredient, Black Lotus. At the same time, he commissioned several villages to try cultivating it artificially. With the economy stagnating due to the Demon King's army's invasion, Rio's well-paying proposal was welcomed by the commissioned villages. It wasn't particularly suspicious, as it could be explained as making materials for high-value items. Dominique busied herself with securing alchemists and building factories. As the factories for each process were built in different locations, it was difficult for the alchemists to know exactly what they were making. Lilith handled packaging and shipping, setting up multiple routes to prevent easy tracking of the distribution channels, ensuring that manufacturing locations and shipping destinations couldn't be easily connected. It took Trrow and his team several months of preparation to start mass-producing the potion. During this time, the Demon King's army halted its invasion due to Demon King Bastuza's paranoia. Moreover, with the death of Becker, who had been mediating between Bastuza and his subordinates, the other three of the four heavenly kings grew increasingly dissatisfied with Bastuza. They had thought of Becker as an unpleasant guy who gave orders while hiding behind the Demon King's authority. But after Becker's death, when they had to deal directly with Bastuza, they realized how well Becker had been mediating. While Demon King Bastuza was indeed a powerful demon, he was also a tyrant who often gave unreasonable orders. Becker was actually a good guy, became the common understanding among the remaining four heavenly kings, and they often thought, can't something be done about him? Regarding Bastuza, however, the Demon King was the strongest entity who controlled monsters through power and fear, and they couldn't possibly defy him. They were suspected of treason without evidence and were kept in the Demon King's territory, separated from their own armies. Chapter 6, The Dealer. Give Sora back to me. Abyss pleaded. In the dimly lit room, two suspicious figures wearing black masks stood before him. Behind them lay Sora, unconscious. Sora was a human woman, while Abyss was a demon man with silver hair and green skin. Well, you see, we didn't really want to do this, said the shorter, stockier, masked figure in a fluent manner. From the voice, it seemed to be a man. Personally, I think forbidden love between demons and humans is quite admirable. However, I couldn't help but worry about what might happen if either the human side or the Demon King's army found out. So, as an outsider, I thought I might be able to lend a hand. Abyss, a demon, and Sora, a human, had met by chance in a human country occupied by the Demon King's army. They had secretly nurtured a love that transcended species. However, when the couple was having a secret rendezvous, these two masked figures suddenly appeared and kidnapped Sora. Abyss was then led to this room. Then why did you kidnap Sora? Abyss raged. It was understandable. There was no way he could trust someone who claimed to want to help but resorted to kidnapping. However, Abyss had already tried to fight the masked figures and realized that force was useless. The slender masked figure, who had remained silent all this time, had utterly defeated him. Now, please calm down. The stocky masked figure spoke slowly in a gentle voice. Of course, in this situation, it was unlikely that anyone could remain calm. If you just listen to one request of ours, just one, we promise to release Sora safely. After you fulfill our request, we'll even take both of you to a safe place. A place where neither monsters nor humans frequently visit. Isn't that a good deal? A request, you're human, aren't you? What do you intend to make me do? Well, you see, I've always wanted to build a good relationship with the members of the Demon King's army. So, I'd like to introduce our product to your acquaintances, or rather, have them try it out. Of course, we'll provide it for free initially. If they like it, we can discuss payment for future purchases. As he spoke, the masked figure pulled out a bottle containing a purple potion. What is that? Is it poison? Naturally, Abyss was on guard. It's not poison. It's like a nutritional supplement that relieves daily fatigue. It has the effect of elevating your mood and removing exhaustion. We've made it specifically for the members of the Demon King's army, so we guarantee its effectiveness. So you want me to make my comrades drink this? Abyss didn't believe a word the masked figure was saying. That's correct. Don't worry, it's completely harmless to the body. I'm sure they'll like it. Even if you try to do business with us, we don't have any money. Abyss retorted defiantly. There's plenty of money left in the occupied territories, isn't there? You can collect that and bring it to us. We'll also accept anything of value: art pieces, items, weapons, armor, anything goes. In short, they'd take anything that could be turned into profit. You scum, you're trying to extort valuables from the lands we've occupied. Abyss glared at the masked figure with contempt. A human trying to steal the property of other humans. Even to Abyss, this seemed like a despicable act. It may be worthless to the Demon King's army, but it's valuable to us. I believe it will be a mutually beneficial transaction. The masked figure didn't seem to care about Abyss's provocations at all. Abyss glared at the masked figure for a while, then dropped his shoulders. Fine, but you promise, right? If I keep my end of the bargain, you'll release Sora. Of course, trust is the most important thing in business, after all. The slender masked figure thought. I wonder where the trust comes from in this sequence of kidnapping, assault, and threats. Of course, the stocky masked figure was Trrow, and the slender one was Rio. They had infiltrated the Demon King's army's occupied territory to promote the purple potion. After receiving a makeshift item bag filled with a large quantity of potions, Abyss hesitated for a moment before heading to the castle where the Demon King's army was stationed. He decided to give the potions to comrades he wasn't particularly close to, but not so distant that a gift would seem strange. Try using this potion, Abyss said, handing a potion to one of his colleagues. This colleague was simple-minded and a wolf beastman, not of his own species. That's precisely why Abyss chose him as the recipient of the potion. What's this? The wolf beastman asked, examining the potion he had received with a puzzled look. It's a potion that elevates your mood and relieves fatigue. It's quite good. Have you tried it? Yeah, I've tried it. It makes you feel good. This was a lie. Abyss hadn't dared to try it himself, so he was using this wolf beastman as a test subject. I see. The colleague didn't seem particularly suspicious and drank the potion in one go after opening the bottle. Abyss watched nervously. The colleague remained silent for a while, but gradually his eyes began to sparkle. This is great. It feels like power is welling up from all over my body. I feel like I could start running right now. The wolf beastman clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. His tension was clearly abnormal, but at least he didn't die, which made Abyss breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, other colleagues gathered around. They were of various species, including demons and beastmen. What are you guys doing? Oh, this potion Abyss gave me is amazing. It makes me feel incredibly good. The wolf beastman answered with an ecstatic expression. A potion. Is it that good? Seeing this, the other colleagues seemed to have become interested as well. Yeah, it really lifts your mood. From Abyss's perspective, his mood seemed way too elevated, but the other colleagues seemed to take it in a positive light. Oh, Abyss, do you have any more of that potion? I do. Seizing the opportunity, Abyss took out potions from the item bag and started distributing them to his other colleagues. The colleagues who received the potions used them and praised their effects, and soon the purple potion became the talk of the town. The next day, when his colleagues demanded more potions, Abyss said, "These potions are made by humans, and it takes money to produce them. So if you want new potions, you'll need to bring me money." The colleagues began to enthusiastically collect money and demand more potions. They started ransacking houses in the occupied territories to find money, extorting gold from humans they encountered, and bringing anything that seemed valuable to humans. By the way, Abyss wasn't the only one who became a potion dealer. There were several other monsters who were coerced into becoming dealers, and the purple potion spread rapidly throughout the Demon King's army's occupied territories. After the potion became widespread, there were plenty of willing dealers, so Abyss's lover, Sora, was released, and the couple was provided with a secluded place to live. Rio had been worried that they might be killed to silence them, but Trrow kept his promise. Chapter 7, The Monster's Money-Making Scheme. Eek. The soldier fighting to protect the town from monsters was in a dire situation. His opponent was a chimera, a powerful monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. Not only was it strong, but it was also highly intelligent. It saw right through the soldier's intentions and cornered him, toying with him even though it could kill him at any moment. "I'm dead, it's over." Just as he resigned himself to death, the chimera spoke. "Give me money." Hi. For a moment, the soldier couldn't understand what he had heard. Give me money. Are you saying you want money? He hadn't expected the monster to speak human language in the first place, but the content of its speech was even more surprising. That's right, hand it over. If you give me money, I'll let you go. The soldier hurriedly searched his pockets, took out some coins from his purse, and threw them on the ground. This is all the money I have. Please spare me with this. He could have given all his money, but the soldier got a bit greedy. He thought he could trick the monster since it wasn't human. The chimera stared at the coins on the ground for a while, then said to the soldier, "Jump." "Hi." "I said jump. Jump." The soldier jumped as he was told. The coins in his purse clinked against each other, making a sound. "You've still got more, you bastard." "Eek." "I am sorry." The soldier hurriedly took out his purse and scattered its contents on the ground. The chimera looked at the scattered coins and muttered, "About 3 times as much." "Hi." The soldier didn't understand the meaning of the chimera's muttering. "You can go now." The chimera seemed to have lost interest in the soldier and started skillfully gathering the coins with its front paw. The soldier ran away at full speed before the chimera could change its mind. Stories of monsters sparing lives in exchange for money began to be heard in various places. Of course, there were cases where people were killed even after paying, but these were in the minority. In most cases, paying money saved lives. Upon learning this, various countries attempted a strategy of scattering gold and silver coins to buy time and retreat when the Demon King's army attacked. This strategy was effective. The monsters rushed to the scattered coins and lost interest in attacking humans. Sometimes, satisfied with the money they had collected, the monsters would retreat on their own. Some countries tried to counterattack while the monsters were picking up money, but this resulted in fierce retaliation from enraged monsters and ended in failure. The tension of the furious monsters was extraordinary, and they attacked without regard for their own injuries, making it a completely unprofitable strategy. However, the common understanding that money could ward off monsters spread among countries. Treasures were diligently transported to the front lines and scattered whenever monsters attacked. Soldiers were issued 1 gold coin each and instructed to use it to save their lives if necessary. Most monsters were satisfied with 1 gold coin and would let people go. There were also strange developments in the territories occupied by the Demon King's army. "I've come to collect this month's payment." A demon arrived at the village chief's house. "Oh, welcome, it's good to see you." The village chief responded with a smile. It wasn't a forced smile. He was genuinely welcoming the demon. Since the demon's arrival, this village had been required to pay a certain amount of money each month. However, this amount was less than the taxes collected by the lord who used to rule this village. While the lord had only extorted taxes without doing anything in return, this demon properly protected the village from other monsters. For the demon, this village was a valuable asset that provided a steady monthly income, so he took good care of it to ensure its continued ability to generate income. "Here's this month's payment," the village chief said, handing over a bag of money. "Is there anything troubling you?" The demon checked it and asked. "Recently, wolves have been appearing near the northern mountains." As the village chief explained the village's recent concerns, the demon said, "I see. I'll take care of them." He immediately headed towards the northern mountains. The villagers were very satisfied with his work. They had come to believe that it was much better to be under this demon's protection than to belong to some country. This trend of monsters protecting humans for money was seen in various places, and even in territories occupied by the Demon King's army, humans were able to survive. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army remained in a state where the 4 heavenly kings, who were the commanders, were kept in their home country, and war weariness was spreading. Furthermore, purple potions became wildly popular within the Demon King's army, and the monsters were preoccupied with collecting money to buy these potions. Initially, they killed humans to steal money, but they realized that if they killed too many, there would be no more humans to bring money. A common understanding spread that they would spare the lives of humans who paid money. After all, only humans could possess and make money. Monsters had no coin minting technology. Considering this, they couldn't afford to kill all humans. To begin with, monsters didn't hate humans that much. If asked whether they liked or disliked humans, they would say they disliked them, but not enough to go out of their way to kill them. Most monsters were attacking humans simply because they were ordered to by their superiors and out of habit. Even within the Demon King's army, those with conscience viewed the purple potions as dangerous and began to crack down on them. However, the factories producing the potions were scattered all over the world, and destroying one or two related factories had no significant impact. The only thing they learned was that there existed a large-scale underground organization that spanned across countries. The offensive of the Demon King's army had completely stagnated due to the purple potions. "It's going well, isn't it?" Trrow said, looking at the mass-produced potions. "Yes, it is." Rio answered with mixed feelings. Indeed, business was booming. Monsters had started collecting money, and there were frequent stories of humans' lives being saved by paying money. Above all, the advance of the Demon King's army had visibly slowed down. While things were certainly going well, Rio couldn't feel at all like they were doing something good. Countries all over the world were gathering money to scatter on the front lines to avoid battles. Monsters were collecting it, and Trrow was obtaining that money in exchange for purple potions. Rio thought that perhaps Trrow, rather than anyone else, deserved the title of Demon King at this point. The factories were constantly operating at full capacity. Money was pouring in at an incredible rate. It was now enough to buy a country. Trrow had hired several tight-lipped adventurers as intermediaries with the dealers and established a system from production to sales. Rio and the others had also hired on-site managers to replace themselves and were now free to move about. "Shall we start preparing to defeat the Demon King?" Trrow said casually. "Really, senpai?" Rio exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. He had been worried that Trrow might not stop the business until he had monopolized the world's wealth. "Yes, we've gathered quite a lot of money. I think this should be enough." "With this much money, you could buy anything." Rio thought but didn't say out loud. There was no greater joy than finally moving towards their long-cherished goal of defeating the Demon King. "For that, we need to go on some adventures with the Garnet members. There are some things I want you to prepare for that. You can use as much money as needed. If you can't get it with money, I don't care about the method, just get it by any means necessary." Rio nodded silently. Chapter 8, The Legendary Sword. Trrow and his companions headed to an island nation called Yamato in the east. This country had a unique culture and was known among adventurers as the birthplace of the single-edged sword called katana. It was also famous for enshrining the god Kusanagi. "Since we've come to Yamato, does that mean we're going to see the god Kusanagi?" Rio asked Trrow as the members of Garnet disembarked from the ship. The environment of Yamato was vastly different from Rio's country, and everything seemed unusual. The houses were made of wood, with hardly any stone buildings in sight. The climate was humid, and even the air smelled different. Everyone walking on the streets had black hair and black eyes, with less pronounced facial features. "That's right. We came here because we have business with the god Kusanagi." As I thought, the members of Garnet nodded in understanding. The god Kusanagi was famous for his legendary tailies and was said to grant power to heroes he deemed worthy. Before the god stood a rock with a sword embedded in it. The sword was said to be a mythical masterpiece with the power to vanquish evil. However, it was said that no hero had ever been able to pull out that sword. In a sense, it could be considered an essential weapon for defeating the Demon King. However, upon arriving in Yamato, Trrow didn't immediately head to the shrine where the god Kusanagi resided. Instead, he first went to meet the king of Yamato. Trrow had obtained a letter of introduction from a merchant who had connections with Yamato and brought a mountain of tribute gifts. Moreover, instead of putting the massive amount of tribute in his item bag, he deliberately hired people to carry it, showcasing his generosity to the people of Yamato. Why is he doing this? The members of Garnet were puzzled, but followed Trrow as instructed. The castle of the Yamato king they arrived at was, as expected, made of wood and resembled a shrine. The king of Yamato was delighted with Trrow's tribute and welcomed Trrow and his companions with the utmost hospitality. A feast was immediately held in their honor. While Rio and the others felt awkward in this unfamiliar setting, Trrow naturally engaged in friendly conversation with the king. "How is the economic situation in Yamato? I've heard that times are tough everywhere due to the ongoing war with the Demon King's army." The king of Yamato was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build, wearing white robes with a golden crown and a magatama necklace. However, his appearance was rather modest for a king. Even the food prepared for the feast was relatively simple. Indeed, while the Demon King's army has had an impact, our country has always lacked trade goods, making it difficult to generate revenue through trade. Yet, we don't have any other special products or tourist attractions, so we face many challenges. But Your Majesty, doesn't Yamato have the famous god Kusanagi? If you were to enshrine the god more grandly and promote him as a god of martial arts, wouldn't that increase visitors from other countries? What kind of conversation is he starting? Ryo and the others were puzzled. No, the god Kusanagi is difficult to please. He only favors heroes. That's why his shrine is located in such a remote, treacherous mountain area. This is no joke. Truly, no one can reach it. Only the most experienced adventurers can even attempt to enter, and even if they do, they can't pull out the sword, and the god rarely grants his blessing. It's impossible to turn that into a tourist attraction. The king's expression turned grim as he spoke of the difficulties. I see, I understand, Your Majesty. Would you allow us to handle this matter? As you can see, we are adventurers of A rank or higher. If I speak with the god Kusanagi, perhaps we could improve the path to the shrine and rebuild it to be more presentable. What do you think? What, is that true? For a moment, the king's face lit up, but he quickly became pensive. No, with the current state of our national treasury, we can't afford that much. At most, we could only cover half the cost. I understand. I will provide half of the funds. Trrow offered, placing his hand on his chest. What? But wouldn't that leave you with no benefit? Not at all. If you grant me half the rights to the newly built shrine, I believe I can recover the costs in the long term. I see him. After thinking for a moment, the king replied, Very well, I accept your proposal. Thank you, Trrow. The king remained in high spirits as he continued to converse with Trrow throughout the feast. Section. The next morning, Trrow and his companions set off, bid farewell by the king of Yamato and his retainers. They were provided with maps to the god Kusanaga's shrine, information about the route, and necessary items. Everything was thoroughly prepared. Our travel preparations are perfect, Trrow said cheerfully as they began walking. He seemed pleased to have obtained the necessary supplies for free. Although Trrow had given tribute to the king of Yamato, for him, it was like an upfront investment, so he didn't mind such expenses. On the other hand, Trrow felt immense joy when he could get things cheaply or for free. Even now, with more money than he could spend, Trrow still checked the cheapest items on the menu first when dining out. Ryo and the others had gradually come to understand Trrow's personality, so they had recently started ordering the food they liked. At such times, Trrow would glance at them briefly, but say nothing. Watching Trrow like this, Ryo felt that their sense of camaraderie as a party was growing stronger. After all, they couldn't really be called comrades if they were always holding back around each other. The goal of this journey is to obtain the sword of the god Kusanagi, but Trrow began to say what Ryo and the others had already figured out. However, they hadn't been told how they would acquire it. Ryo was an excellent A-rank warrior, but she wasn't yet at the level to reach S-rank. She didn't think she could pull out a sword that even legendary heroes had failed to extract. Although Trrow was an S-rank adventurer, his profession as a merchant made it a bit of a stretch to call himself a hero. I want Ryo to receive the blessing of the god Kusanagi. So, I plan to leave the fighting mostly to Ryo to help level up. What? Ryo was surprised by this unexpected nomination. It's true that the god Kusanagi is said to bless warriors. The blessing is supposed to be quite powerful, allowing warriors to become several times stronger. However, to receive the blessing, one must already be an exceptional warrior. As the king of Yamato had said, otherwise, the god Kusanagi wouldn't take a liking to them. Ryo didn't have that kind of confidence yet. Senpai, with all due respect, I don't think I'm a warrior worthy of receiving the god Kusanaga's blessing yet, Ryo said nervously. Ryo felt pathetic even as she said it. But she couldn't evaluate herself so highly when she knew she didn't measure up to the warriors who had fallen in the Demon King's territory. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of everything, Trrow said nonchalantly. It sounds very reassuring to hear, but the problem is how he plans to take care of everything. It's usually not a good method. But you know, to increase our chances, it's essential for Rio to level up. So, well, do your best as if your life depends on it, okay. The color drained from Rio's face. Trrow doesn't lie. When he says to do your best as if your life depends on it, it means he's really going to push Rio to the brink of death. It's okay, Rio-chan. I won't let you die. I'll cast healing magic with all my might. Lilith said with a grim expression. I'll do my best too. I'll cast lots of support magic to keep Rio-chan from dying. Dominique also seemed to be growing concerned for Rio's life after hearing Trrow's words. You guys really get along well, don't you? Trrow was the only one smiling as usual. Section. The mountain where the god Kusanaga's shrine was located was called a sacred mountain in Yamato. It was a mountain of a height Rio and the others had never seen before. Moreover, it was surrounded by vast forests. They had received a map from the king of Yamato, so there was a path, but since hardly anyone used it, it was little more than an animal trail. We have to get through this forest and climb that mountain. Dominique, who lacked confidence in her physical strength, was in despair. The forest stretching before her was no ordinary forest. Tall trees grew densely, completely rejecting human presence. Moreover, incessant cries of what could be animals or monsters echoed from within. Yeah, that's how it is. By the way, the people of Yamato country said this forest is called the Great Sea of Trees. If you get lost, you might never come out, so be careful, okay? Trrow spoke casually, but Dominique's face contorted upon hearing this. Why did they have to enter such a labyrinth-like forest? She had been worried about Rio, but now there was a possibility that she might die in this sea of trees as well. Let's do our best. Lilith tried to encourage her dejected companions, but their expressions remained gloomy. Well then, Rio, wear this. Trrow said, taking out a small pouch from his item bag and handing it to Rio. Rio accepted it without thought, but her face twisted at the smell wafting from the pouch. What is this? It's a scent bag. It has the effect of attracting monsters. Go ahead with it. Lots of monsters will come out. Do your best to defeat them. Trrow answered cheerfully. Why do we need to fight monsters by luring them? Rio thought this, but silently tied the scent bag to her waist. Rio had been prepared when Trrow told to try your hardest as if your life depends on it. And she was aware that leveling up was essential to defeat the Demon King's army. Lilith and Dominique began casting support magic on Rio without a word. Trrow said, that scent bag is quite expensive, so take good care of it, okay? I wish you'd care more about my life than the scent bag. Swallowing these words, Rio put on a helmet she didn't usually wear and advanced fully armed. As she stepped onto the narrow, treacherous path of the Sea of Trees, the presence of monsters immediately drew near. Rio unsheathed her sword, preparing for battle. There was a rustling sound overhead, not just one or two. Here they come. Something leaped at Rio from the treetops. At first glance, it looked like a monkey, but its size was close to that of a human. It was a monster called the Yamato ape. Rio was aware of its existence from information she had been given beforehand. It was a monkey-type monster that inhabited Yamato country in large numbers. It had no special abilities but was strong and quick, and it moved in groups. Rio swung her sword, cutting down the Yamato ape that had leaped at her. The fallen monster's body was covered in short, gray fur, with a ferocious bright red face and sharp, large hooked claws. Looking back, she saw Trrow and the others being attacked by Yamato apes at a distance. Trrow was easily defeating the Yamato apes attacking Lilith and Dominique, as if shooing away insects. As expected of an S-rank adventurer, even if he was a merchant, his skills were impressive. I have to do my best too. The Yamato apes were lurking in the forest, so their numbers were unclear, but it seemed they were completely surrounded. Multiple threatening screeches could be heard. After a brief tense moment, the monsters attacked all at once. Rio desperately swung her sword. However, undeterred by her sword, the evil apes relentlessly attacked with their hooked claws. Some of them grazed her armor, making an unpleasant, high-pitched sound. Rio was wearing lightweight, highly defensive mithril armor. If she had been wearing her previous leather armor, she might have already taken considerable damage. For this journey, Garnet had completely renewed their equipment. Trrow had unusually not been stingy and bought new equipment. I don't want to get kicked out of the party because of second-hand equipment again, he had said. It seems even a stingy merchant can reflect sometimes. Good equipment really does make a difference. The sword he was wielding was also made of mithril, and it was engraved with ancient characters, imbued with magical power. Thanks to this, he could cut down the Yamato apes without exerting too much strength. I can do this. At this rate, I might be able to defeat all these monsters. Just as Ryo was confident of victory, the screeching voices multiplied, echoing from all around. More Yamato apes had gathered, attracted by the sounds of battle. Perhaps the scent bag was having an effect too. There are too many. Rather than attacking, the monsters now seemed to be enveloping Ryo. Right in front of her face, a Yamato ape bared its fangs. The indescribable stench of the beast assaulted her nose. Ryo spun her body like a spinning top, blowing away the apes, then kicked off the ground and leaped. Staying in one place would be disadvantageous. Deciding she couldn't involve Lilith and Dominique against this number of monsters, Ryo advanced further and further down the path. Ryo repeated a pattern of slashing and running, slashing and running. Ryo couldn't remember how many she had cut down, nor how far she had run. Ryo didn't even know how much time had passed, but there seemed to be no end to the monsters. In this vast sea of trees, there might as well be as many Yamato apes as there are stars in the sky. Ryo fought on with all her might. Her body seemed to move on its own now. The Yamato apes also began to fear Ryo, becoming hesitant to approach carelessly. But suddenly, she felt an impact on her head. The pain was felt even through her helmet. A stone had rolled to her feet. It was a thrown projectile. The Yamato apes, realizing the disadvantage of close combat, had started throwing stones from the treetops. There was no way to counterattack. All she could do was keep moving to avoid being an easy target, but she had already reached her limit of fatigue. Even if she tried to hide behind trees to wait it out, stones rained down from above the very trees she hid behind. It was like a nightmare. Am I going to die here? The thought of death flashed through Ryo's mind. After aiming to defeat the Demon King, was she going to die fighting monkeys? In the first place, if she was going to lose to monsters like these, there was no way she could have defeated the Demon King. As her spirit began to break, strength drained from her body. Even avoiding the stones became a chore. This might be it for me. Just as he was about to give up, he caught sight of Trrow at the edge of her vision. Senpai. Trrow picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the treetops. It looked like he had thrown it lightly, but the stone cut through the air with a whistling sound, flying at incredible speed. Then, with a short scream, a Yamato ape fell from the treetop. It was bleeding from the head. The stone must have hit it directly. Trrow picked up more stones and threw them one after another. And from each place he threw, Yamato apes fell in succession. His control and power were incredible. This was the skill of an S-rank. Ryo had heard that in place of using magic, Trrow had trained to use all kinds of weapons and tools, but she hadn't expected him to be able to handle mere stones to this extent. Sensing the danger from Trrow's appearance, the Yamato apes began to flee in panic. Senpai. Ryo embraced Trrow. You came to save me, didn't you? Calmly thinking about it, this situation was brought about by Trrow, but Ryo was still happy that he had come. Above all, experiencing Trrow's strength up close had strengthened her feelings for him. What a reliable person. There could be no mistake in following this man. Ryo's arms tightened around Trrow. She felt she never wanted to let go. However, that's not it. Trrow said cheerfully, I thought you might be tired by now, so I brought you a potion. In Trrow's hand was a potion that could heal injuries and restore physical and mental energy. It was also rumored to dispel sleepiness, making it a top-grade item among adventurers who said it allowed them to fight for 24 hours straight. If you drink this, you should be able to fight for a while longer, right? Do your best, okay? Ryo couldn't quite understand the situation, or rather, her mind refused to understand it. Ryo stared blankly at the potion handed to her. Am I supposed to drink this and fight again? That's right. To get stronger in a short time, you need to do at least this much. I don't usually buy this potion because it's not cost-effective, but... Trrow smiled pleasantly. It's cheap for your sake. What's this? I'm not happy at all. I wish he'd say such words when giving a more thoughtful gift. Oh, don't worry. This isn't the only one. I've prepared plenty. Plenty. I felt like I'd been sentenced to death. The thought of having to repeat the hellish battle we just went through many more times made Ryo want to cry. Seeing Rio's expression of despair, Trrow, misunderstanding something, gently said, "It's okay, I won't let you die." While it sounds like a loving statement to an outsider, its actual meaning is, if you're about to die, I'll forcibly revive you and make you continue fighting. So there's no romance or love in it. What exists is life and death. Rio drank the potion she was given in one gulp, feeling somewhat reckless. Day and night, Rio continued to swing her sword. Whenever she was about to die, Trrow would appear from nowhere and make her drink the highest grade potion. By the way, Lilith and Dominique are slowly progressing along the path that Rio has cleared of monsters and made safe. This is also partly due to Dominique's stamina issues. As this harsh battle continued, Rio felt her movements changing significantly. It was as if her actions were being optimized, becoming more efficient. Seeking efficiency, she began to swing her sword more accurately, aiming for the enemy's vital points. Rio was undoubtedly leveling up as a warrior, and before she knew it, she found herself longing for Trrow's presence. Could it be that eye for senpai? Although Trrow was the root of all evil, with Lilith and Dominique lagging behind, there was no one else around. In this harsh ordeal, Trrow had become the only presence for Rio. This phenomenon of mistaking fear and anxiety for romantic feelings is common among male and female adventurers, but Rio doesn't know this. Of course, this wasn't Trrow's intention either. Trrow had two objectives for this battle: to level up Rio and to exterminate the monsters along the path to the shrine. If the Yamato apes disappeared, it would reduce the cost of future maintenance work. In other words, future expenses would decrease. Considering this, even the highest grade potions weren't too expensive. Trrow was in a good mood because the plan he had devised was working well. He was completely unaware that Rio's gaze towards him had become feverish. And so, over 3 days and nights, Trrow and the others traversed the sea of trees. However, what awaited them was a sacred mountain boasting one of the world's highest peaks. Dominique, who had finally reached the foot of the mountain with Lilith's support, was dejected. "I'm going to die." "It's okay, Dom-chan. I'll cast lots of fatigue recovery magic on you, okay?" Lilith gently persuaded Dominique, who was reluctant to climb the mountain. Watching them from the side, Trrow and Rio were talking. Yamato wolves appear on this mountain. They're more ferocious and stronger than Yamato apes, but you can handle it, right? "Yes, senpai. I can do it." Rio responded briskly to Trrow's words. Her eyes were brimming with deep trust for Trrow. "What's that? Isn't Rio in a dangerous state?" Dominique whispered to Lilith. "Something strange about Rio, isn't it?" Lilith also felt that Rio's behavior was odd. Although Rio had always trusted Trrow the most among the three, it wasn't to this extent before. Over these 3 days, she seemed to have deepened her affection considerably. Although Trrow's attitude remained the same as always. Rio saluted Trrow and started running up the mountain path like the wind. With the scent bag still attached, the Yamato wolves quickly swarmed around her, but Rio was slashing away, letting them come at her. If anything, she even had a smile on her face, as if enjoying the battle. Trrow watched this scene with satisfaction. Rio has become quite strong, hasn't she? Dominique was astonished at the transformation of her friend. It's not just that she's gotten stronger, it feels like she's become a different person. Lilith also felt as if Rio had gone to a distant place. Originally, Rio excelled in agility and had received knight training, so she had plenty of potential as a warrior, but it seems to have blossomed all at once in this short period. Thanks to Rio's success, Garnet steadily progressed towards the shrine. Section. The shrine was located near the summit of the sacred mountain. It was quite old and starting to weather. Being in a place rarely accessible to people, repairs couldn't be done. After waiting for Dominique and Lilith, who were lagging behind, to arrive, the 4 of them stepped into the shrine. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eye was a huge boulder at the back. Looking closely, a magnificent sword was stuck in it. Furthermore, behind the stone stood an imposing figure. While this person looked like a Yamato human, they had a giant body about twice the size of a normal person, holding a sword in each hand. And they were enveloped in a green, flame-like aura. Without a doubt, it was Kusanagi, the god renowned for martial arts. "Well done for making it here, brave ones." Kusanagi spoke to Trrow and the others in a majestic voice. "I know your purpose. You've come to pull out this sword to defeat the Demon King." "Ah, we don't need that sword." Trrow interrupted Kusanaga's words. Huh. Huh. Everyone except Trrow let out a dumbfounded voice. A sword that can only be used by special individuals and exists in just one copy lacks versatility. If something happens to the person who can use it, we won't be able to defeat the Demon King. Oh well, that's true, but... Kusanagi looked perplexed at these unexpected words. Ryo and the others were also confused, not knowing why they had come here. Rather, I have a different matter to discuss with Kusanagi. What is it? I've been concerned for a while that despite having such a great god like Kusanagi, faith in this country seems a bit weak. I've been thinking the same thing for a long time. Kusanagi nodded greatly at Trrow's words. I thought that might be because Kusanagi is located in a bit too challenging place. That may be so, but I favor the brave. To face me, one needs to undergo appropriate trials. That's true, but doesn't that mean that Kusanaga's greatness isn't conveyed to the majority of people who aren't heroes? I see. You may have a point. Kusanagi listened to Trrow's argument. I think just climbing this high mountain is sufficient proof of faith in Kusanagi. If so, why not improve the path to the shrine? Then, many more people would come to worship Kusanagi. Kusanagi groaned. He seemed to have various thoughts, but would the people of this country do such a thing now? It pains me to say this, but it would cost an enormous amount to improve the path up to here. I don't think those people with weak faith would do that. Due to the lack of human visitors for a long time, Kusanagi seemed to have fallen into mild misanthropy. Leave that to me. I'll negotiate with the king of this country and secure a promise to definitely improve the road. Is that true? Lying to a god is not permitted, you know. Kusanagi seemed to be placing hope in Trrow's proposal. Meanwhile, Ryo and the others were once again realizing that Trrow was quite the unscrupulous con artist. There are no lies. However, Kusanagi, this will be an offering to the gods. If no benefits are given in return, it would tarnish Kusanaga's name. That might be true. How about this? Even if they're not as powerful as the sword stuck in that rock, why not prepare 100 swords that anyone can use and that are effective against the Demon King? Then Kusanagi would be worshipped by people all over the world as the god who saved the world. 100 swords. Even Kusanagi showed an expression of shock. Human, that's going too far in terms of reverence for the gods. I also promised to rebuild this shrine anew. All right, let's do it. The god Kusanagi showed a moment of hesitation, but quickly agreed to Trrow's proposal. He probably disliked the idea of being enshrined in a decaying shrine. However, human, I need orichalcum to forge the swords. To make 100 of them, I'd need to gather almost all the orichalcum in the world. Can you manage that? Kusanagi challenged Trrow, as if testing him. I have already prepared it, sir. What? Trrow took out his item bag and pulled out a large quantity of orichalcum. Though varying in size and shape, it was undoubtedly the legendary metal. Ryo and the others had collected it from around the world before departing for Yamato. How did you obtain this? Through the power of lowly money, sir. Trrow bowed his head slightly. I see, this is indeed enough. It will take some time, but I will certainly prepare 100 swords for you. Thank you very much. Trrow prostrated himself, and Ryo and the others followed suit. Now then, God Kusanagi. There is one more thing I'd like to request. What is it you have more? Kusanaga's voice sounded a bit annoyed. Ryo here is a warrior, and I was wondering if you could bestow your divine protection upon her. Ryo suddenly called out, flinched. That girl's power is a bit lacking to receive divine protection. Despite her significant level up, Ryo's abilities hadn't yet reached a level Kusanagi deemed worthy. As a token of gratitude, we will erect a stone statue of God Kusanagi in the center of Yamato. Very well, I shall grant her my protection. Kusanagi floated towards Ryo, placed his hand over her head, and shared his green aura with her. Ryo felt a power rapidly growing within her. Thank you very much. Ryo bowed her head to Kusanagi once more. Section. Afterward, as promised, Trrow provided funds to Yamato. The country mobilized all its resources to improve the path to Kusanaga's shrine and rebuild it anew. This allowed Kusanagi to receive many human visitors, especially warriors. The massive stone statue of Kusanagi erected in the center of Yamato became a tourist attraction. Yamato prospered, and Trrow, who secured half of the interests, also reaped sufficient profits. Chapter 9. the legendary shield. In Oria, a country known for its art, Mario was struggling to make ends meet. Although he was once a promising young painter, the prolonged war against the Demon King's army had drastically reduced the number of people willing to buy paintings. Why has it come to this? Do I have no choice but to give up painting and find a job? Mario had been praised as a genius since childhood for his artistic talent. However, if he couldn't make a living from it, it seemed he had no choice but to abandon his life as a painter. But then, some good news came his way. What's this competition? The grand prize is 1,000 gold coins. Even 100th place gets 100 gold coins. This is amazing. The subject is limited to the god Aegis. Well, Aegis is the god of beauty, so I suppose that makes sense. The competition was being held by an unfamiliar company called Trrow Trading Company, and the winning works would be displayed in a newly constructed art museum. It accepted a wide range of artistic works, from paintings and sculptures to music. Mario couldn't let this opportunity slip away. From that day on, he devoted himself entirely to creating his entry for the competition. On the day of the competition, Mario brought his painting to the venue and was overwhelmed by the number of entries. Due to the recent economic downturn, art competitions with such high prize money were rare, and thousands of works had been submitted from both within the country and abroad. Damn these money grubbers. They don't even understand what art is, lured in by the prize money. Mario criticized the other entrants, conveniently forgetting his own motivations. The panel of judges consisted of 10 renowned critics with discerning eyes. Surely no one could argue with the aesthetic judgment of these judges. And the result of the judging was, Mario was selected for first place. I did it. Now I can live as a painter. Mario thanked the gods, especially Aegis. The man presenting the grand prize was Trrow, the president of Trrow Trading. He had a slightly plump build typical of a merchant and wore a genial, diplomatic smile. It's a wonderful piece. I'm sure the god Aegis will be pleased. Aegis will be pleased? What does he mean by that? Mario wondered, but interpreted it as praise for the excellence of his work. So, this time we're going to have Dominique level up to receive the blessing of Aegis. Trrow announced casually, as if it were a foregone conclusion. When Dominique, the mage, heard they were going to the temple of Aegis, the god of magic and art, she had been mentally preparing herself. However, hearing it stated so plainly still dampened her spirits. After all, the last time Rio received a god's blessing, she had to fight for 3 days and nights, constantly drinking high-grade potions, and ended up completely devoted to Trrow. The thought of possibly ending up like that was a bit unpleasant. It's not that Dominique disliked Trrow. In fact, Trrow's consistently rational decisions were somewhat similar to a mage's way of thinking, and Dominique could understand him to some extent. However, even from the perspective of a mage who often deviated from common ethical standards, Trrow sometimes went too far. As human, Dominique couldn't quite understand Trrow's appeal. He was about 4 years older, with a slightly chubby but sturdy build, and couldn't be described as handsome by any stretch of the imagination. However, Dominique knew he wasn't a bad person. Trrow had reached out to Garnet when they were just starting out and struggling, teaching them many things and providing equipment and items. Of course, in return, they had to accept the requests Trrow brought, but even considering that, Dominique thought they had benefited more overall. All things considered, Trrow felt like a reliable senpai figure. What am I supposed to do? Dominique asked about her fate in a few hours, her chest tight with fear and anxiety. Well, this time we're going underwater. Swords won't be very useful there. In other words, we're counting on you, Dominique. The responsibility weighed heavily. Indeed, it would be physically difficult to move underwater, but magic would also be limited. Fire and wind spells probably wouldn't work, and lightning spells would dissipate quickly. The degree of freedom would be quite low. I think magic will also be significantly weakened underwater. Dominique honestly expressed her concern. No, magic depends more on the caster's imagination than physical phenomena. If you have a strong image, you can use fire magic even underwater. Dominique had to admit Trrow was right. If magic were purely a physical phenomenon, there would be no way to create fire or wind out of nothing. However, imagining a roaring fire underwater would naturally be quite challenging. I'll do my best, was all Dominique could manage in response. All right, everyone drink this. Trrow said, handing round pills to the 3 members of Garnet, as they stood before the sea where the Temple of Aegis was said to have sunk. Once you take this, you'll be able to breathe underwater. The pills were extremely valuable items. They were made with rare ingredients and could only be concocted by skilled apothecaries. 1 pill was worth enough to buy a house. The 3 carefully placed the pills in their mouths, while Trrow swallowed his casually. Trrow immediately dove into the sea with a splash to confirm the pill's effect. Dominique thought it was quite remarkable how Trrow could put himself on the line without hesitation in such situations. After diving for a bit, Trrow's face resurfaced. Yes, breathing is no problem. Everyone, get in the water. We'll walk along the seafloor to the Temple of Aegis. Rio jumped into the sea without hesitation, while Lilith and Dominique held hands and jumped in together. Dominique unconsciously held her breath at first but soon had to exhale. It wasn't painful. It was a strange sensation, but she could breathe just like she was on land. Surprisingly, they could even communicate by voice. Dominique wondered what kind of effect made this possible. The 4 regrouped on the seafloor where they had jumped in and set off towards the Temple of Aegis. After walking for about an hour, the water became much deeper, and sunlight no longer reached them, making their surroundings dim. Trrow took out a torch-like magical rod that worked underwater and lit it. He then produced 2 more and handed them to Rio and Lilith. Dominique didn't need one as she had lit the tip of her staff. Even if she had received one, it would only get in the way during battle. They continued for another hour, with only a faint light from the sun visible far above and darkness all around them. Relying solely on the magical light, that's when it appeared. How disgusting! Dominique thought as he saw what approached. It was a fishman, a being that looked like a cross between a human and a fish. It was said that long ago, the people of a nation that angered the sea god were transformed into these creatures. While the truth of this was uncertain, they undeniably hated humans. As proof, they attacked Garnet with faces twisted in hatred. They were probably originally human and hate their half-fish appearance, so they attack normal humans out of jealousy and self-loathing. Dominique analyzed as she began chanting a spell she had devised for underwater use. Water, freeze, and become ice spears. Taking advantage of being in the sea, she froze the water into ice spears and launched them to pierce the enemies. It was easier to imagine and more efficient than when on land. The 10 or so fishmen were quickly impaled by the ice spears and wiped out. That part went well, but, perhaps attracted by the blood of the fishmen, a giant fish-like monster approached. Called a megalodon, this huge fish was, accurately speaking, unclear whether it was a fish or a monster, but it was definitely a dangerous sea creature. With a body about the size of a small ship and a large mouth filled with teeth, if it bit you, you wouldn't survive even if wearing armor, you'd be crushed. The megalodon quickly devoured the fishmen's corpses and, seemingly unsatisfied, advanced on the members of Garnet. Dominique immediately began chanting, launching ice spears at the megalodon. However, although the icicle did pierce the megalodon, its body was too large for it to be a fatal wound. Instead, it continued charging forward with the icicle still stuck in it, without slowing down. This is why I hate lower life forms with poor sense of pain. Dominique panicked as the megalodon approached with its jaw wide open. Suddenly, Trrow and Rio stepped in front of Dominique and swung their swords at the megalodon. Trrow, an S-rank adventurer, and Rio, blessed by the god Kusanagi, moved just as swiftly underwater as they did on land. Unable to keep up with their quick movements, the megalodon was slashed several times on its head and temporarily retreated to regain its composure. Now's your chance, Dominique. Trrow urged Dominique to cast the finishing spell. Dominique, we're counting on you. Rio gave Dominique a thumbs up. Everyone's expectations are so heavy. For Dominique, the two's consideration was a mixed blessing. If they could fight as well underwater as on land, she wished they would just finish it themselves. After all, if the spell she cast earlier didn't work, Dominique had no other options. However, Dominique was the protagonist of this journey. Trrow and the others probably wanted Dominique to defeat the enemy herself. Ah, fine, I'll do it, damn it. Dominique readied her staff and began chanting a spell. Fierce lightning, become light. It was a lightning strike spell. Physically speaking, it should dissipate quickly, or worse, conduct through the water and electrocute them first, but Dominique abandoned such rational thoughts. Anyway, that big fish will be charred black. It has to. Dominique, envisioning an extremely favorable outcome, cast the spell at the megalodon. Lightning burst forth from the tip of her staff. The megalodon, which was about to charge again, took a direct hit, and its entire body convulsed violently. It's working. Convinced of the spell's effectiveness, Dominique cast the lightning strike spell again. And with the third strike, the megalodon stopped moving completely. You did it, Domi-chan. Lilith hugged her. Well done, Dominique. Rio praised her as well. Shall we move on to the next one? Trrow pointed to where another megalodon could be seen. Huh. Dominique's face turned pale. I've had enough. Since then, Dominique had cast lightning magic on countless megalodons. When the fish people also swarmed in large numbers, she used ice magic more times than she could count. Her magical power was being consumed at an alarming rate. However, just as her magical power was about to reach its limit, Trrow would hand her a magic recovery potion at the perfect timing. It's not just my magical power that's at its limit, but my mental state too. Every time she was handed a potion, Dominique was on the verge of saying this, but in the end, she never did. She couldn't refuse Trrow's outstretched right hand offering the potion. This man in front of her had been calmly preparing to defeat the Demon King ever since that day, when the Demon King's subjugation team was annihilated. He would use any means necessary to achieve his goal, even resorting to inhumane methods. However, Trrow's words were never lies. He said he would defeat the Demon King. That would surely become a reality. Dominique herself had become an adventurer to fight against the Demon King's army. That resolve remained unwavering. Therefore, it was impossible for her to push away Trrow's outstretched right hand. Dominique drank the potion in one gulp and began chanting spells again. We're going to defeat the Demon King. For the first time that day, Dominique became conscious of defeating the Demon King with her own hands. After walking on the seafloor for about half a day, they finally caught sight of the temple of the god Aegis. Amidst the darkness enveloping the seafloor, only that temple emitted a radiant glow. We've finally arrived. Although she had been recovering with potions, Dominique was exhausted and nearly collapsed to her knees the moment she saw the temple. Dominique. Trrow called out to her. Would he offer some words of comfort? Yes, senpai. We probably can't enter the temple unless we defeat that. Trrow pointed to a giant octopus blocking the temple gates. That's a kraken, isn't it? The kraken was a legendary monster. It was among the strongest of sea creatures. That's right. Don't tell me we have to defeat that too. We can't enter unless we do. Dominique wanted to say, let's turn back and go home. However, contrary to those feelings, Dominique gripped her staff tightly and began chanting a spell. If we can't defeat the kraken, there's no way we can defeat the Demon King. She cast the same lightning strike spell she had been using against the megalodons at the kraken. A golden light pierced through the giant octopus. But, it's not working. The kraken didn't flinch at all. No, that wasn't quite true. Its two large eyeballs had firmly locked onto Dominique. Then it flexed one of its gigantic tentacles like a whip and brought it down on Dominique. It moved with unbelievable speed, defying its massive size. Ah! Dominique stared at it in a daze. There was no way she could avoid it in time. Bang! A loud collision echoed across the seafloor. Dominique, who had instinctively closed her eyes, realized she hadn't taken any damage and cautiously opened them. Trrow, who had somehow moved in front of Dominique, had blocked the kraken's tentacle with a large shield. Trrow's feet were sunk into the seafloor mud, but his body didn't budge. The large shield must have been taken out from that item bag that seemed to produce anything. The kraken flexed its tentacle again, launching another attack. Trrow took a step forward and unflinchingly received the attack with his shield. A dull sound resonated, and the impact forced Trrow to step back. Despite being a merchant, his back looked as reassuring as that of a holy knight. Dominique. Trrow turned back towards Dominique. Yes. Keep casting your magic. His face wore the same smile as always. Yes. Dominique began chanting her next spell. This person would probably continue to block attacks until she defeated the kraken. Rio had drawn her sword and taken a battle stance. Lilith had also started chanting defensive magic. She couldn't let her companions down either. Ah, really, this person always trusts us too much. While envisioning a powerful spell, Dominique thought about Trrow. But maybe this is what they call cool. Dominique became slightly more aware of Trrow. The battle with the Kraken ended with a powerful fire spell cast by Dominique. The fact that she could now envision fire underwater showed how much Dominique had grown. The temple of the god Aegis, which they had finally managed to enter, was made of mirror-like marble and was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. According to legend, anyone who damaged or stole anything from the temple of the god Aegis would face terrible divine punishment. Because of this, Rio and the others felt tense even just walking through the temple. However, Trrow showed no signs of concern and strode into the temple. In what appeared to be a hall at the back of the temple, they found a beautiful woman reclining on a giant chaise lounge. Her body was several times larger than a human's. With flowing blue hair, golden eyes that captivated all who saw them, and a nude form that embodied perfection, she exuded nothing but divinity. There was no doubt that this was the god Aegis. "It's been a while since I've had visitors." The god Aegis spoke. It was hard to tell whether her voice held warmth or was devoid of emotion. "What brings you here?" Her voice resonated quietly. While it didn't feel cold, it instilled a fundamental sense of awe, the kind of terrifying feeling that a wrong move could lead to death. "We have come to offer a tribute to the god Aegis." Trrow knelt down. Rio and the others hurriedly followed suit. "A tribute." "Yes, it's right here." Trrow took out a painting from his item bag. It was Mario's work that had won first place in the competition. It beautifully captured the legendary beauty of the god Aegis. Oh, not bad. The god Aegis seemed to take interest in the painting. "Of course, it doesn't fully capture the beauty of goddess Aegis, but I believe it expresses the utmost of human ability." "I see. And you're offering this to me." "That's correct." I like it, human. I shall reward you." Goddess Aegis smiled. It was a captivating smile that almost made one want to say, "I need nothing." But Trrow calmly replied, "I would like to receive Goddess Aegis's shield." "Very well, I'll give it to you." In response to the completely unapologetic Trrow, Goddess Aegis gently blew. Her breath sparkled, took form, and transformed into a shield. "It's a shield that wards off evil. Use it to defeat the Demon King." Goddess Aegis smiled as if she knew everything. However, Trrow said, "Excuse me, but I have 99 more offerings." "What?" Aegis's face twitched. Section. Hi. Goddess Aegis's breathing was rough. It was probably the most grueling time in her existence as a goddess. While it seemed easy to create shields just by blowing, it actually required consuming a considerable amount of divine power. Maintaining a calm appearance to preserve her divine dignity was mere acting. When Aegis heard, "I have 99 more," she initially thought to refuse, but that would compromise her dignity as a goddess. She couldn't accept one and reject the rest. Moreover, each offering was undeniably splendid. Trrow was a frightening man who exploited such divine pride. However, this couldn't be left as is. It was beyond disrespectful. If Trrow were to say anything out of line, she'd have to slice him up and feed him to the fish. "Goddess Aegis, I have one more request." The greedy fool showed his true colors. "What is it?" Aegis was prepared to deliver severe punishment regardless of the wish. "I'd like this girl to receive your divine protection." Where Trrow pointed, a hooded blonde girl was bowing her head apologetically. She seemed to have some magical prowess, but not enough to meet Aegis's standards. The other two girls were also looking on with clasped hands, as if praying. They looked ready to prostrate themselves and beg for forgiveness. It was a commendably humble attitude, very human-like. Why couldn't the man before her show such an attitude? "That girl doesn't meet the qualifications for my protection. You fool, seeking power without understanding this. Such arrogance deserves punishment. Actually, we're planning to build a museum dedicated to Goddess Aegis." Trrow interjected as Aegis was about to show her anger. What? A museum dedicated to her. She couldn't ignore those words. A museum where all the artworks are of Goddess Aegis paintings depicting you, sculptures modeled after you, music praising you, and so on. We thought about displaying today's offerings there too, eternally praising Goddess Aegis. All the artworks would be of me. Aegis dreamily imagined the scene. Her paintings and sculptures lined up, the museum filled with music praising her. How sweet it would be. Yes, that's right. Very well, I shall grant that girl my protection. Aegis easily succumbed to the temptation. Aegis gently blew towards Dominique. Her breath turned into light, enveloping Dominique and slowly entering her body. Dominique felt an unprecedented magical power within herself. It was a level of magic that her former self might have struggled to control, but with her improved magical imagery and precision, she felt she could manage it now. "Thank you very much." Dominique bowed deeply. Afterward, Trrow built the museum as promised. He limited the collection to artworks of Goddess Aegis and named it the Aegis Museum. Strange occurrences frequently happened at the Aegis Museum, always giving the sense of someone's presence. This was attributed to Goddess Aegis, and many people visited to receive her blessings. Artists came to consider it an honor to have their works displayed in the Aegis Museum, and it eventually became a gateway for aspiring artists. Of course, it goes without saying that it also brought stable revenue to Trrow. Chapter 10, The Legendary Armor. Come forth, heroes, seeking those who aspire to defeat the Demon King. Such recruitment calls were made across various countries. The one behind this recruitment was Trrow. He had finally taken concrete steps towards defeating the Demon King. A reward of 1,000 gold coins was offered for success, attracting those who believed themselves capable. Their numbers reached into the hundreds. From adventurers seeking fortune to knights who had resigned their posts to participate, a diverse group of people gathered. "Is it all right to gather so many people?" Lilith asked anxiously, looking at the assembled applicants. While some were capable, she doubted all of them were. "It's fine, we'll have a selection test." Trrow replied with an expression suggesting he had expected this. "Selection test? What's that?" Ria was unaware such a thing had been planned. "Ahem. Now that we have the sword and shield, we need armor, right? We're all going to retrieve it together." Hearing about armor, the three from Garnet were reminded of a certain legendary armor, giving them an ominous feeling. Deep within the vast forest known as the Fairy Forest, it was said that lake existed. Shrouded in thick mist, it was a mysterious entity. Few had seen it, and some even doubted its existence. In reality, the fairy forest where the lake was said to be was so vast that an entire country could fit inside it. It was also filled with dangers, making it a place not easily approached. The destination this time was that mythical lake. There was a certain tale about armor related to the lake. In front of the fairy forest, the hero candidates who had responded to Trrow's call had gathered. Over 300 people had initially responded to the recruitment, but when they heard the selection test would take place in the fairy forest, about a third immediately disappeared. This fairy forest was inhabited not by monsters, but by magical beasts that had existed since ancient times. Magical beasts were creatures created by the gods, with dragons being the most famous representatives. Simply put, they were much stronger than ordinary monsters. Those with half-hearted skills stood no chance against them. Those who left were probably after the reward and had no intention of fighting the Demon King's army from the start. They were intimidated by the prospect of facing magical beasts. However, over 200 participants still remained for this selection test. They were filled with genuine determination to defeat the Demon King. "My homeland was destroyed. My family and friends were killed. Their reasons for fighting varied, but even if they had the will, it didn't always mean they had the strength. The fairy forest was perfect for weeding out those participants lacking in strength. So, this time we're going to level up Lilith," Trrow said cheerfully to Lilith. Lilith's usually gentle face was tense. Her large, round eyes seemed slightly moist. Lilith was the only priestess in this large group. She had to heal everyone by herself. There were priestess among the selection test participants, but they weren't brought along this time to train Lilith. They would be given a separate selection test. As a result, Lilith's burden was considerable. Of course, healing potions were distributed to each participant as a precaution, but whether a priestess participates in battle or not greatly changes their burden. Initially, Lilith thought that leveling up wouldn't be too difficult for her. After all, Lilith was a priestess, and her role was to heal. She thought that even for special training, she wouldn't have to fight powerful enemies or hordes of monsters. At most, she expected to frequently heal the members of Garnet. "I never imagined he'd prepare a party of over 200 people." Lilith cursed herself for underestimating Trrow. Come to think of it, Trrow was that kind of person. He would casually do things that others wouldn't even think of, or even if they did, wouldn't dare to execute. Stripping equipment from the dead to exchange for money, threatening others to make them obey, deceiving the king to get money. He had done many things that, as a servant of God, she could hardly overlook. Originally, priestess and merchants didn't get along well. The teachings of God didn't encourage accumulating wealth, and more precisely, considered excessive wealth acquisition a sin. Of course, moderate business necessary for living was tolerated, but it was hard to believe that God would allow the large-scale economic activities that Trrow was engaged in. Moreover, his merchandise was dubious potions, and his customers were monsters. The amount of money he made was comparable to a national budget. Even a demon would probably conduct more modest transactions. It was a grave sin that could pierce through about 3 layers of hell. Trrow's name would undoubtedly be recorded in history as the most sinful merchant. Although Lilith herself had continued to assist in Trrow's actions, making her equally guilty, she at least had a sense of sin. But Trrow didn't. While the sinful merchant himself wasn't troubled, she alone was agonizing. That's what frustrated her. Lilith felt that if divine punishment didn't fall on Trrow soon, her faith might waver. However, now she had to face the harsh reality of being the healer for 200 people. The fairy forest was not just a typical forest dense with trees. It had high temperature and humidity, with vines filling the spaces between trees. Strange creatures roamed within, giving a sense of primordial life force. A long line of people was making its way through the forest, parting the vegetation as they went. Such a large-scale expedition required considerable expense, but Trrow generously covered it all. Although Trrow was stingy, he didn't show it outwardly to dampen the morale of the applicants. He only showed his miserly side to those very close to him. Someone else was being attacked by a magical beast. Lilith ran towards the source of the scream to rescue the injured. There had already been dozens of magical beast attacks. Even the power of God has its limits. Lilith was frantically moving up and down the long line, healing the injured. She too was accumulating fatigue, but she had been given several high-grade potions that restored magic power, physical strength, and willpower. Moreover, being expensive, they were immediately effective when consumed. There was no room for excuses. After finishing healing the injured, Lilith emptied another bottle of potion. Its stimulating taste drove away her drowsiness. When Trrow handed her these potions, he had said, "I won't let you sleep tonight." Indeed, Lilith wasn't sleeping. There were magical beast attacks even at night, so she was healing around the clock. However, that's not the kind of situation where you use that line. Lilith, who actually loved romantic stories, was angry at Trrow's terrible use of what should have been a romantic line. "A griffin has appeared." A voice that sounded like a scream was heard. A griffin is a magical beast with a lion's body and an eagle's head and wings. While not as strong as a dragon, it's still a formidable enemy. There would almost certainly be injuries. Lilith immediately headed towards the source of the voice. The attack was at the very back of the line, where about 10 participants were bravely challenging the griffin with swords and spears. They too were people who wanted to defeat the Demon King. They probably thought they couldn't lose to a mere griffin. Trrow was there too. He wasn't joining the fight, just silently observing the battle situation. He's here again. This wasn't the first time Trrow was present at a battle scene. In fact, he had been arriving at most scenes even before Lilith. He's not helping to defeat the monster. He's assessing the participants' skills and mercilessly disqualifying those who don't meet a certain level, eliminating them from the journey. He has no heart. Lilith found this bitter. Certainly, it's dangerous to continue the journey with people who lack strength. They might die if they participate in the battle against the Demon Lord. However, they too have joined with determination. Besides, until recently, even Garnet was a powerless adventurer just like them. I think there should be a better way to say it. As she was thinking this, several participants were scattered by the griffin. Lilith immediately began casting healing magic. As she was the only healer, her responsibility was great. She could never let her guard down. Trrow had probably planned this journey anticipating her diligent nature. What an unpleasant person, Lilith thought. While Lilith was still in the middle of casting healing magic, some participants were already trying to stand up and fight. One was a person who had belonged to the Knight Order of a fallen kingdom. Experienced adventurers tend to retreat, conserving their strength, but knights have a strong tendency to fight to the very end. While this shows their strong sense of duty, it can also be said that their way of fighting is reckless. The griffin, which had once soared into the sky, now set its sights on the knight who was trying to face it. "Watch out!" Lilith shouted. The knight was bravely trying to fight head-on, but it was far too dangerous. The approaching griffin. If attacked with that momentum, a human would easily be torn to pieces. That would be beyond the scope of Lilith's healing magic. However, an arrow came flying in. The arrow pierced the griffin's wing, causing the magical beast to lose its balance slightly. It was enough to throw off its aim. The knight easily dodged the griffin's attack and boldly struck with his sword. Other participants, healed by Lilith, joined the attack. The griffin, injured in its wing, couldn't fly properly into the sky. Still, befitting its lion-like body, it fought valiantly on the ground. Amidst this, Lilith caught sight of Trrow putting away his bow into his item bag at the edge of her vision. So it was Senpai's doing after all. From traveling with Trrow, Lilith had learned that this merchant was skilled with various weapons. Of course, he wasn't as proficient as those who specialized in these weapons, but he could use them quite competently. He had said, "It would be a waste if I couldn't use the weapons I acquired, right?" It was a very Trrow-like reason, but it takes considerable effort to master various weapons. For a merchant, said to be useless in combat, to become an S-rank adventurer, it was clear he had put in more effort than most. The battle between the griffin and the participants lasted long, but with our superior numbers, even this formidable magical beast eventually succumbed. The participants raised a victory cry after defeating the powerful enemy. Amidst this, Trrow approached the knight who had bravely fought the griffin first. The knight, thinking he would be praised, smiled with a flushed face. "I'm sorry, but you're disqualified." Trrow told the knight matter-of-factly. "Why? I fought that griffin on equal terms." The knight showed anger at the unexpected words. "You're disqualified because you think it was equal. If I hadn't attacked the griffin, you would be dead." At these words, several of the surrounding participants nodded. They must have noticed the arrow Trrow had shot. Those with real ability were properly aware of their surroundings. "So what if I would have died? If we fear death, we can never defeat the demon lord." The knight persisted. "You don't have to die to defeat him. I'm going to defeat the demon lord without losing a single person." After a pause, Trrow frowned. "Risking your life in battle is foolish." Lilith, hearing these words from Trrow, remembered the time when the demon lord subjugation team was annihilated. Trrow's words, "without losing a single person," must surely come from his experience of witnessing that scene. As someone who had seen the same sight, she understood his feelings painfully well. Trrow intended to defeat the demon lord without sacrificing anyone, just as he said. Come to think of it, he always watched over the participants' battles, probably because he was determined never to let anyone die. Trrow doesn't lie. He always achieves what he says, but he probably needs support too. "If I stay with Senpai, I might end up in hell too." Lilith gave up on going to heaven. It was an unbecoming thought for a priestess. Still, she resolved to support Trrow until the end. She didn't think of passing that role to anyone other than the members of Garnet, even if it was a sinful path. But maybe God likes people like Senpai unexpectedly. For some reason, she thought so. Lilith brilliantly fulfilled her role as a healer until the end. Not only did she simply level up, but Lilith herself felt that her capability as a priestess had definitely improved, including her situational judgment and efficient use of healing magic. And Trrow, by quietly supporting the participants, managed to reach their destination without sacrificing a single person. However, by that time, the participants had been narrowed down to 100. At the bottom of the Lake of Illusion, the fairy Nimue, known as the Lady of the Lake, sensed the presence of approaching humans. "It's been a while since humans came. I wonder if they're here for me." As Nimue was thinking this, something was thrown into the lake. "As I thought, they have business with me. Well, can't be helped." With a not entirely displeased demeanor, Nimue picked up what had been thrown in. It was a high-quality armor made of mithril. "My, they've dropped quite a nice item. With this, I'll have to give them fairy armor." There was a legend about this lake. If one drops armor into it, the Lady of the Lake appears and asks the person who dropped it, "Which armor did you drop?" One is the armor they dropped. The other is armor one rank above what they dropped. If they answer honestly, they receive the higher-ranked armor, but if they lie, the Lady of the Lake disappears with both armors. And whether they lie or not, she never appears before that person again. In other words, a person only has one chance in their lifetime to answer the question. Mithril armor is the best armor that people can normally obtain, but Nimue can bestow armor far superior to that, imbued with fairy blessings. Holding both the mithril armor and the fairy armor, Nimue appeared on the surface of the lake. Which armor did you drop? Standing before the lake was a man with a friendly-looking face. It's the mithril armor. The man answered cheerfully. You're an honest person. As a reward, I'll grant you this fairy armor. As Nimue handed over the fairy armor, the man said, Thank you very much, and bowed deeply. Then Nimue disappeared back into the lake. After a while, another armor was thrown into the lake with a splash. This had happened several times in the past, but it was probably the doing of someone from the same group as the previous man. They intended to use Nimue's tale to improve the equipment of their entire group. Human greed knows no bounds. However, for gods and fairies, anecdotes and legends are important rituals to enhance their existence and cannot be ignored. Besides, exchanging a few pieces of armor wasn't a big deal for Nimue. As she emerged from the lake, a short red-haired girl stood there looking apologetic. Which armor did you drop? The mithril armor. You're honest. As a reward, I'll give you this fairy armor. As Nimue handed over the fairy armor, the girl bowed her head several times and accepted it. After that, 2 more girls dropped their armor, and both apologetically received fairy armor. Well, this much was expected. 3 hours later. Splash! Another armor was thrown into the lake. How many was this now? It must have surpassed 20 or 30. Even Nimue was utterly exhausted. When she appeared above the lake, an adventurer-like man was standing there, so she silently handed him the fairy armor. She had stopped picking up the mithril armor and wasn't even asking questions anymore. Thanks, the man said, giving a casual thanks as he took the armor. Nimue pretended to leave, but kept half her face above the water surface to observe the lakeshore. It's done. Next person, please. The previous man walked towards the forest, and a knight-like man came to replace him. Upon closer observation, there was a presence of a large number of people in the forest. There must have been 100 of them. Humans are scary. Nimue was in despair. She never imagined that so many humans would come, exploiting her anecdote. The greed of humans is truly terrifying. How did they procure such a large quantity of mithril armor in the first place? They're casually throwing it into the lake, but it should be quite valuable equipment in the human world. Also, what were the magical beasts of the great forest doing? How could they let so many humans pass through to the lake? What did they think their purpose was? They're supposed to be dangerous magical beasts. They should be more serious about attacking people. And to her past self, are you an idiot? Why are you being kind to humans? Human greed knows no bounds. You shouldn't have gotten involved. If I could go back in time, I'd knock some sense into you and stop you from creating such a foolish anecdote. Splash! The knight-like man threw the armor into the lake. They should really consider the environmental impact. The lake bottom is already full of mithril armor. I quit. Nimue made a decision. She would stop exchanging armor. The anecdote ends today. Her existence might diminish, but that doesn't matter. If she keeps indulging these greedy humans, she'll be the one to run out of energy first. So, Nimue decided to ignore the armor being thrown in. Mr. Trrow, Nimue isn't coming out anymore. After a while, the knight-like man called out towards the great forest. In response, the man who first received the armor came out from the forest. So, he's the root of all evil. As expected, Dominique scattered that thing in the lake. The man called Trrow summoned a hooded girl from the forest. She was about the 3rd person to receive armor. Are we really doing this? The girl asked timidly. Yes, we're just going to help Nimue-sama feel better. Told this, the girl took out a bottle containing a purple liquid from her pocket and began pouring it into the lake. What could that be? While wondering, the purple liquid spread thinly across the lake, reaching where Nimue was. This is. Nimue recognized the taste, this sensation that stimulates even fairies, black lotus. A plant known as a fairy delicacy and Nimue's favorite. You humans there. Nimue appeared before Trrow and the others. She also threw the fairy armor at the knight-like man. What was that liquid you just poured into the lake? Excited by the taste of black lotus after so long, Nimue was agitated. It's a liquefied extract from the black lotus, my lady. Trrow answered respectfully. Beside him, Dominique was utterly reverent. I see. How many more bottles of that do you have? About 10, I believe. Prompted by Trrow's glance, Dominique took out several bottles from his pocket to show. Very well. I'll exchange all the armor. In return, give me all those bottles. As you wish. As Trrow signaled towards the great forest, humans started coming out in droves. There were about 50 of them. Nimue flinched slightly but steeled herself for the sake of her beloved Black Lotus. Several more hours passed, and Nimue finally finished exchanging all the armor. It was no longer about the anecdote. It was just an assembly line process. She was told there were 100 sets of armor in total. This is getting out of hand. There should be limits to things. Though exhausted, Nimue was very satisfied with the 10 bottles of what they called Black Lotus extract in her possession. Fairies are crazy about the dew on Black Lotus flowers, but this extract was incomparably more delicious. By the way, Nimue-sama, I have a request. Trrow approached Nimue. Could you bestow your blessing on this girl? The girl Trrow brought with him was named Lilith. She appeared to be a fairly competent shrine maiden. She looked very humble. Leave, human. I don't like you. Now that she had received the bottles, she had no more use for this man. I see. By the way, Nimue-sama, we can actually cultivate Black Lotus in this lake. What? Those words couldn't be ignored. Due to various circumstances, we've been working on improving Black Lotus varieties to grow in different places, and we believe some might thrive in this lake as well. Are you interested? Interested. The Black Lotus extract in these bottles is finite, but if it grows naturally in the lake, she could enjoy it infinitely. Very well, I'll give my blessing to that girl. Nimue embraced Lilith, as if enveloping her, and gently bestowed the spirit's blessing upon her. Lilith felt her affinity with the world increase, and the presence of the divine became more tangible. Her healing powers would now be incomparable to before. Thank you, Nimue-sama. Lilith said tearfully, expressing her gratitude to Nimue. Nimue didn't really care. Afterwards, as promised, Trrow cultivated Black Lotus in the lake. It was successful, and the lake truly became a paradise for spirits. In later years, Black Lotus was officially designated as a dangerous plant, and its cultivation was prohibited. The lake where Nimue lived became legally off-limits, and Nimue was able to spend her time quietly, without interacting with humans, just as she wished. Chapter 11. Rhaega, the Beast King. The hundreds of volunteers Trrow had gathered for the Demon King subjugation gradually dropped out during their journey to the fairy lake. Now, only slightly over 100 chosen ones remained. These became Trrow's hero unit. The legendary swords, shields, and armor they had prepared were prioritized for the vanguard, making their equipment impregnable. Trrow and Rio also planned to don this gear. Now, we just wait for the right time, Trrow said as they continued training the hero unit in a secret location. The right time? Rio asked, hearing those words. Yes, the right time. It will come soon. Shortly before this, the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army had finally been released and returned to their posts. They were fed up with the suspicious Bastuza, but unable to defy him, they planned to take out their anger on humans. However, upon returning to their posts, they found their subordinates obsessed with purple potions, unwilling to work properly. Even killing a few as examples didn't work, as the potion's effects had their subordinates in an excited state, making fear-based control ineffective. Is this potion really that good? Rhaega, one of the 4 heavenly kings, became curious. As a tiger beastman, Rhaega was more instinct-driven than rational and couldn't resist his curiosity. No one dared stop the short-tempered Rhaega, who was a giant even among the tiger race, which was already larger than humans. Rhaega gulped down a potion he took from a killed subordinate, but while he felt some excitement, it didn't have much effect. The potion, even though made for monsters, wasn't potent enough for Rhaega's strong resistance. HMPH, what rubbish, Rhaega said, crushing the empty bottle in disappointment. Then, one of his tiger race aides stepped forward. Lord Rhaega, perhaps you'd like to try this. The aide said, holding a deeper purple potion. It was the raw liquid Trrow had used at the fairy lake. What's that? The merchant selling the potions left this, saying, give this to Lord Rhaega if he shows interest in the potions. This aide was a heavy potion user. Trrow had exploited this, giving him the raw potion for Rhaega in advance. Let me see that. Rhaega snatched the potion, opened the lid, and sniffed it. It had a unique smell but didn't seem poisonous. He drank it all at once. Ahem. An unprecedented excitement surged through Rhaega's body. This isn't bad at all. It felt like all the frustration he'd been feeling towards the Demon King and his subordinates suddenly vanished. Hey, is there more of this potion? He asked his aide. Yes, my lord. The merchant said he could provide as much as you need. Tell him to bring all he has. With that, Rhaega surrendered himself to the indescribable satisfaction he hadn't felt in a long time. Demon King Bastuza was irritated. Even after sending the 4 heavenly kings back to their posts, the invasion wasn't progressing at all. He heard that a purple potion was popular, and the monsters were too obsessed with it to work properly. Those fools! The Demon King was supposed to have absolute power. It was unacceptable for some dubious potion to hinder his ambition of world domination. So, the Demon King issued a ban on the potion. He announced that anyone who used, possessed, or gave the purple potion to others would be put to death without mercy. Furthermore, he established an enforcement unit composed of undead and spirit-type monsters who couldn't physically use the potion, aiming to strictly enforce military discipline. This should solve the problem, Bastuza thought at the time. Perhaps if Becker were still alive, he might have offered some advice, but there was no one around Bastuza now who could advise him. The effect of Bastuza's order was tremendous. In a bad way, it faced fierce backlash from the addicted monsters, resulting in conflicts with the enforcement unit. Intense battles broke out everywhere. Areas where the 4 heavenly kings hadn't touched the potion were still manageable, as the enforcement side had the upper hand. But Rhaega, the Beast King, who had been using the potion himself, rebelled against the order and completely annihilated the enforcement unit sent to him. Rhaega was now in a situation where excuses wouldn't work, but in his mentally excited state, he didn't seem to care much. Moreover, by this time, Trrow had started openly visiting Rhaega to deliver potions. Trrow whispered to him, "Lord Rhaega, our factories are being destroyed by the Demon King's men, and the potion supply is in jeopardy." What? The first half of Trrow's words wasn't a lie. Some factories had been raided and destroyed by the enforcement unit. However, as the factories were scattered worldwide, the overall damage was minimal. Of course, Trrow had no intention of continuing this business anyway. If someone as generous as you were the Demon King, Lord Rhaega, I think we could have maintained a good relationship. I can't help but feel regret. Trrow said, hanging his head in pretend sorrow. It's because that guy is the Demon King that things are bad. That guy. Rhaega started muttering, his eyes unfocused. That's right, Lord Rhaega. It's the Demon King's fault. You should be the Demon King now. The surrounding aides also began to suggest rebellion. They were all potion addicts. A life without the potion was unthinkable for them. Incidentally, the conscientious aides who didn't use the potion had been secretly disposed of by Trrow. There was no one left to stop Rhaega now. All right. I'll become the Demon King. All troops were returning to the Demon King's territory. The demons are few in number. Now is our chance. Rhaega gave the order, and his aides and subordinates supported it. As expected of Lord Rhaega, we will support you with what little power we have, Trrow said, providing weapons and armor to Rhaega's Beast King army, boosting their fighting power. The Beast King army, led by the rebellious Rhaega, quickly invaded the Demon King's territory. There was no one to block their path. The armies of the other 4 heavenly kings were struggling with internal rebellions of potion addicts and were in no condition to respond. Of course, they engaged in battle with the Demon King's army waiting in the Demon King's territory. The Demon King's army, mobilizing all monsters, overwhelmed the Beast King army in numbers. However, the Beast King army, well-equipped and with morale abnormally high due to the potion's effects, managed to break through. And now, the Beast King army has stormed the Demon King's castle, engaged in fierce battles with the demon race defending it. Normally, demons would be stronger than beastmen, but now the demons were few in number, and the beastmen were unusually well-equipped, giving them the advantage. Moreover, having lost Becker, the demon race had no powerful warriors. There was no one who could stop Rhaega except the Demon King himself. Finally, Rhaega and his beastmen warriors burst into the throne room where the Demon King was. Demon King Bastuza, with his 6 eyes and 6 arms, condemned Rhaega. So you were the traitor after all, Rhaega. What are you talking about? This all happened because of you. Their words didn't match. Words had no meaning anymore. The next moment, Rhaega lunged at Bastuza. Bastuza released a black wave, blasting Rhaegar away. Surround him, all of you. Rhaega, quickly regaining his composure, ordered his subordinates. The beastmen, who had consumed potions enhanced with a frenzy effect by Dominique, fearlessly surrounded Bastuza. Weaklings! As Bastuza waved one of the staffs in his hands, black flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding beastmen. The beastmen turned to ash in an instant, but Rhaega forcibly broke through the flames and leaped towards Bastuza. Oria! Just as Rhaega's sword was about to reach Bastuza, a spear pierced Rhaega's chest. It was one of the weapons held by Bastuza's 6 arms. The spear, imbued with powerful lightning, killed Rhaega instantly with its electric shock. Fool! Bastuza said, incinerating Rhaega's body with black flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Chapter 12. The Hero's Party. Gordon, the leader of the goat tribe left in charge by Rhaega, was a moderate within the Beast King's army. He took a tolerant stance towards the purple potion and thus wasn't eliminated by Trrow. Known for his intelligence among the beastmen, Gordon didn't openly try to stop Rhaega's rebellion. However, foreseeing its failure, he volunteered to stay behind and didn't join the rebel army. He had already secretly informed the Demon Lord about Rhaega's rebellion. By showing loyalty to the Demon Lord, he hoped to possibly take Rhaega's place. Those Tiger Tribe members are all simple-minded fools. Gordon sneered, mocking Rhaega as he unexpectedly saw a path to the Beast King's throne. The human side was too busy fortifying their defenses to launch an immediate attack, even with Rhaega gone. For now, Gordon felt unthreatened. However, Gordon had one concern: the relaxed atmosphere pervading the Demon Lord's army. To think a single potion could corrupt the monsters so much. Looking out from the castle Rhaega had used as his base, Gordon felt uneasy about the state of the monsters he could see. Only the goat tribe beastmen, Gordon's direct subordinates, remained, yet even they were addicted to the purple potion. Despite being assigned to guard the castle, they openly used the potion and indulged in pleasure. Some were even sleeping. It seemed impossible for them to fulfill their duties. Gordon had gained support from other beastmen by showing tolerance, so he couldn't prohibit potion use. He had tried the potion himself, but being a high-ranking monster, he had resistance and didn't become addicted. Still, experiencing the potion's euphoria made him wary of its effects. If possible, I'd like to ban its use. He knew this would provoke backlash from the addicts. In areas controlled by the other 4 Heavenly Kings, fierce battles had broken out between enforcement units and addicts, leading to internal strife. Ironically, this region, where the Heavenly King Rhaega himself was an addict, was the most stable. That same Rhaega had now rebelled against the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's army was in chaos. The human side, worn down by the Demon Lord's army's invasion, wouldn't counterattack for a while. However, the Demon Lord's army had also weakened significantly and would struggle to expand further. While Gordon aimed to improve his position amidst this chaos, he couldn't see a future for the Demon Lord's army itself. We have no future unless we somehow stop the supply of this potion. Yet his subordinates, all addicts, wouldn't cooperate in destroying the potion. He was also concerned about the merchant who had been entering the castle and giving the potion directly to Rhaega. He seemed to be inciting Rhaega to rebel. Could he be the mastermind behind everything? If it's just that merchant, could I defeat him alone? However, the merchant hadn't shown his face at the castle for a while. Had he gone with Rhaega, or was he moving with a different purpose? Hey there, Sir Gordon. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. There stood the merchant in question. You, how did you get in? Gordon panicked. The merchant wasn't alone. Behind him stood several human warriors in armor, armed with shields and swords. How? We walked right through the main gate. If you give the guards some potion, they'll happily let you pass. Has discipline slackened that much? Gordon held his head in his hands at his subordinates' utter incompetence. The Demon Lord's army was no longer functioning as an organization. So why are you here? Weren't you supporting Lord Rhaega? Come on, Gordon, we know you know. You betrayed Lord Rhaega and informed the Demon Lord about the rebellion, didn't you? Your subordinates told us. Gordon was shocked. Only his trusted subordinates knew about the secret report. To think even those subordinates had been won over by this merchant. What on earth was happening to the Demon Lord's army? So what if I did? Lord Rhaega has already left for the Demon Lord's territory. It's pointless to try and condemn me now. Condemn you? We wouldn't waste time on something so useless. Trrow wore a pleasant smile. Gordon sensed something ominous in that smile. Then why are you here? Gordon, known for his composure, finally showed his anger and grabbed his massive axe. I'm a merchant, you see. I believe everything has its use. Trrow's smile didn't waver, even in the face of the Demon Lord's army executive's anger. I thought you, Gordon, would be perfect as a practice opponent for our hero's party. Hero's party? What are you talking about? Do you humans think you can defeat me, an executive of the Beast King's army? Despite his words, Gordon was concerned about the equipment of the warriors accompanying the merchant. What's with that equipment? It's not just ordinary weapons and armor. Could they have blessings? It was hard to believe. Powerful equipment with blessings was rare, and it should be impossible to prepare so many. If we just wanted to win, we could have defeated you by surprise earlier. But this time, we need to fight head-on for it to mean anything. Trrow raised his right hand. Well then, shall we fight as planned? Be careful, your opponent is an executive of the Demon Lord's army. These words were directed at the warriors behind him. They were the elite members of the hero's party organized by Trrow. The warriors moved in front of Trrow as one. Galia, Gordon roared, hoping to intimidate his opponents and summon his subordinates. Oh, your subordinates are probably gone by now. The takeover of the castle should be complete. Trrow casually crushed Gordon's hopes. Gordon looked outside the castle. The goat tribe beastmen who had been indulging in the potion earlier were now lying defeated. Nearby were humans with the same equipment as the warriors before him. Try your best, okay? It won't be much of an exercise if you fall too easily. Trrow's words even held a hint of kindness. The hero's party, led by Trrow, began moving immediately after Rhaega left for the Demon Lord's territory. While Trrow also intended to head towards the Demon Lord's territory, he first attempted to liberate the area controlled by the Beast King's army to secure their rear. Even if Rhaega noticed the hero's party's movements, he couldn't return after starting his rebellion. The remaining Beast King's army was small and consisted mostly of potion addicts. By mixing sleeping drugs into the remaining potions and distributing them, they were easily neutralized and completely wiped out. While easier battles are preferable, this kind of sneak attack feels a bit. It seems too underhanded to call ourselves heroes. Some members of the hero's party questioned Trrow's ruthless tactics, but when he said, "If you want equal conditions, how about fighting a Demon Lord's army executive one-on-one? We can arrange that for you," they fell silent. While they defeated Gordon, the Demon Lord's army executive, without much struggle, the participants understood that it would have been difficult for one person to defeat him alone. Having eliminated any concerns about their rear, the hero's party set out towards the Demon Lord's territory. Chapter 13, The Final Battle. The hero's party advanced through the Demon Lord's territory with ease. Since the Beast King's army had already marched through, there were no organized groups of monsters to hinder their progress. Even though powerful monsters typical of the Demon Lord's domain did appear, they were easily defeated thanks to the experience gained from battles in the fairy forest and the legendary equipment the party possessed. This isn't quite how I imagined a Demon Lord subjugation would be. We have so many people with us. Lilith whispered to Dominique. You're right. I thought we'd face intense battles along the way. I was expecting a fierce battle like the one with the Golden Fangs, but it seems the Beast King's army has done all the work for us. I guess this was all part of Senpai Trrow's calculations. Dominique marveled at Trrow's foresight. She never imagined that a failed potion could lead to such a favorable situation. As the Demon Lord's castle came into view, the hero's party finally encountered a large group of monsters. These were the monsters who had been summoned to suppress Rhaega's rebellion, but arrived late due to their distant location. Why are there humans here? The demon leading the monsters was surprised to see the hero's party boldly advancing through the Demon Lord's territory. They had been heading to the castle to defeat the Beast King's army and hadn't expected to encounter humans. Well, shall we have a warm-up before facing the Demon Lord? Trrow, who had anticipated this encounter, quickly shifted into attack formation upon spotting the monsters. First, attack with magic. Dominique led the mages in a simultaneous magical assault. They used lightning spells for the initial attack and to slow down the enemy. Dominique's spells, empowered by divine blessing, were particularly potent and dealt significant damage to the entire enemy force. Next, support magic. While Dominique's group cast offensive spells, Lilith led the clerics in casting support magic on the warriors. Thanks to the fairy's blessing, Lilith could now cast advanced support spells, greatly enhancing the warriors' abilities. Now let's charge. The fully prepared warriors dove into the confused mass of monsters struck by lightning magic. Rio led the vanguard. Initially underestimated by other warriors due to her youth and gender, Rio had proven her worth in battles at the fairy forest and against Gordon. She was now the de facto leader of the warrior group. Rio engaged the brown-skinned demon leading the monsters. The demon was much larger than a human man, nearly twice Rio's size. Mere human. The demon counterattacked with a trident-tipped spear. This demon was by no means weak, likely among the stronger of the remaining demons. However, he was overwhelmed by Rio's swift movements. Rio had always excelled in speed, but after leveling up and receiving Kusanagi God's blessing, her movements had become too fast for normal eyes to follow. Moreover, her legendary equipment compensated for her previous weaknesses in attack and defense power, making her one of the world's top-tier warriors. The demon was quickly cornered, and while trying to block an attack with his spear, was cut down along with his weapon. What is that sword? The demon died, with a look of astonishment on his face. Kusanagi God's sword possessed the power to vanquish evil, making it particularly effective against demons. Meanwhile, the other monsters were utterly defeated by the hero party's warriors, leaving none alive. Good, everything's going according to our training. The real battle is next, so stay alert, Trrow said, and the members of the hero's party nodded in agreement. After defeating the group of monsters, Trrow and his party reached the Demon Lord's castle without further significant resistance. In the aftermath of the fierce battle between the Beast King's army and the Demon Lord's forces, fallen beastmen and demons lay scattered everywhere, with few survivors. The hero's party mercilessly cut down these few remaining survivors. "We can't leave any loose ends," Trrow said as he struck down one of the beastmen he had incited. This revealed a glimpse of Trrow's cold-hearted side. After methodically eliminating the remaining beastmen and demons in the area, they arrived at the doors to the throne room where the Demon Lord was believed to be. "Only the Demon Lord remains," one of the hero party members said with a sense of anticipation. No one except Trrow had imagined they would actually annihilate all the monsters in the castle and face the Demon Lord in optimal condition. It's only natural to clear out any interference before challenging the Demon Lord, Trrow said matter-of-factly. He then pushed open the doors. "Who are you people?" The Demon Lord they encountered was larger and more ominous than any god they had seen before. He had 6 eyes and 6 arms, each holding a different weapon. An unprecedented fear gripped the Demon Lord. "Why are there so many people here to defeat me, and all of them equipped with legendary weapons and armor? What's going on? This is absurd." Many tales had been passed down of human heroes defeating demon lords. All of these stories involved a party of about 4 heroes challenging the Demon Lord. That was the stuff of legends and tales. Bastuza had assumed that if someone were to defeat him, it would happen in a similar fashion. Of course, he had no intention of losing. Yet before him stood a force more than 20 times larger than expected, all perfectly equipped. Moreover, none of his subordinates remained. A fleeting regret passed through his mind. Perhaps he should have confronted them earlier. But this throne room was where Bastuza could exert his full power, the ideal place to face his enemies. It was too late to lament his decisions now. Given the situation, he had no choice but to annihilate the humans before him. However, "Come at me, I'll teach you the meaning of despair." Despite saying that, the situation with Bastuza was even more hopeless. Bastuza took a stance with 6 arms. 2 of those arms held different staffs, allowing him to cast 2 spells simultaneously. The 2 staffs began to glow with magical power. Magic doesn't work on the Demon Lord. Mages, focus all your efforts on magical defense. Following Trrow's earlier instructions, about 10 mages led by Dominic deployed magical barriers with all their might. "Die!" Bastuza unleashed black flames and black lightning at the same time. The powerful magic partially penetrated the magical barrier, but was completely blocked by the shields equipped by the hero's party. "This is absurd. This can't be happening," Bastuza shouted. It was strange that there were 10 mages dedicated solely to defense. Moreover, they all had the goddess's shield equipped. No matter how much magic he fired, it wouldn't be effective. This time, about 10 human warriors slowly closed in, cautiously and carefully. How annoying. Bastuza attacked with 4 arms, each holding a sword, axe, spear, and scythe. The warriors immediately retreated out of range. It seemed they had no intention of fighting head-on. However, taking advantage of that opening, another group of warriors made a move to flank him. How clever. Bastuza launched an attack at that group too, but they easily escaped his range. Then yet another group of warriors attempted to approach Bastuza, aiming for his blind spot. This is endless. The warriors seem to have split into 3 groups of 10, trying to approach just at the edge of his attack range. Moreover, there were still many more warriors on the enemy side. They would probably switch out when injured or tired. Bastuza wasn't a fool. No, a fool couldn't be a demon lord. He could read the enemy's intentions. But even understanding their plan, he was backed into a corner with no way out. The enemy moved cautiously, so he couldn't inflict damage as he wished. Even when he did, about 10 priests would immediately cast recovery spells. If the spells weren't fast enough, other humans would use recovery items without hesitation. What am I even fighting against? Bastuza felt as if he was being eaten alive by a swarm of ants. There was no sense of actually fighting. Only he was being slowly worn down. Time passed. The hero's party continued to attack relentlessly by rotating warrior groups. Although Bastuza had extraordinary stamina, both his physical and mental strength were being eroded, and his movements gradually became sluggish. Small wounds slowly accumulated, and finally that moment arrived. Yeah! With a battle cry that could split silk, Ryo cut off the arm that was holding Bastuza's axe. Ryo, blessed by Kusanagi, the god of martial arts, had been playing a central role in leading the warriors. At this rate, the balance will collapse. I must at least take down this red-haired girl. Thinking this, Bastuza lit up his 6 eyes and activated a death curse, aiming for Ryo's life. But its effect was blocked by the protection of the fairy armor. Don't mess with me. Enraged by the opponent's unreasonable defense, Bastuza swung his scythe recklessly. This scythe had the ability to ignore the opponent's defense and deal direct damage. Ryo tried to block with her shield, but Bastuza activated the ability, turning the scythe into an invisible blade that sliced through Ryo's body. Bastuza felt a definite response. However, God's healing. Lilith, who possessed the strongest power among the priests, immediately activated a recovery spell, undoing the damage in an instant. That should have been fatal. Isn't there a limit to healing magic? Bastuza shouted. It was a cry from his soul. He glared at Lilith, who was positioned behind the warriors, but she was too far away to reach. Watch out for the scythe. It can deal damage ignoring shields. Trrow gave instructions to everyone. This is ridiculous. Bastuza aimed at Lilith and activated 2 spells, but they were completely blocked by the magical barrier deployed midway. The hooded girl's magical barrier was powerful. With such power, why gather this many people? Having another arm cut off, Bastuza roared. The difference in fighting strength was too great. With just 3 girls, a warrior, a priest, and a mage, they could have fought sufficiently. Bastuza would have had a chance to win. What need was there to gather so many people? I don't like gambling. A man's voice was heard from behind. At the same time, Bastuza felt the sensation of being slashed across his back. Who are you? Convinced that the owner of this voice was the mastermind behind everything, Bastuza tried to turn around. But the warriors rushed in, launching merciless attacks. A merchant. Just a merchant. Whether that voice reached him or not, Bastuza, sliced all over his body, finally breathed his last. The fallen demon lord was meticulously finished off, and the defeat of the demon lord was accomplished. The members of the hero's party cheered. However, only Trrow had lost his usual friendly expression, tightly clenching his right hand. Senpai, Ryo called out to Trrow. If it wasn't us, but the Blue Ring party trying to defeat the demon lord, would you have used the same methods? No. Trrow averted his eyes from Rio. I would have intended to defeat him with just 4 people. Chapter 14. Necros, the King of the Dead. The news of the Demon King's defeat quickly spread across the world. Kings from various countries praised Trrow for forming the hero party and promised rewards. In response, Trrow didn't show any heroic humility but instead demanded money and privileges without hesitation. He requested 1 million gold coins, mining rights, semi-permanent use of ports, tax exemptions for Trrow Trading Company, and other very practical and troublesome rewards. However, he showed no interest in territories or titles, which frustrated the kings who wanted to offer cheaper rewards. Although the Demon King was defeated, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army remained. While their forces were weakened due to internal conflicts with potion addicts, no country had enough military strength to face the 4 heavenly kings. An alliance between countries might defeat them, but it would likely result in significant casualties. So, the kings decided to request Trrow's hero party to defeat the 4 heavenly kings, but another complication arose. Trrow demanded a hefty reward. 100,000 gold coins for each of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an outrageous amount. The representative of the Adventurers Guild, tasked with negotiating with Trrow on behalf of the kings, had traveled to the former Demon King's territory where the hero party was staying. He criticized Trrow for demanding such an exorbitant reward. Outrageous? How so? Trrow, on the other hand, was unconcerned and responded calmly. Even though the 4 heavenly kings are formidable enemies, 50,000 gold coins per king would be generous. There's no way we can pay 100,000 each. Besides, Trrow-san, you've already defeated the Demon King, so the 4 heavenly kings should be easy for you, right? You've already received a reward for defeating the Demon King, so there's no need to be so greedy. I'm only asking for fair compensation for our work. In the current situation, where there's no competition, it's natural for the reward to increase. It's fine if you refuse. Trrow was right. There were no other adventurers capable of taking on such an extremely difficult request as defeating the 4 heavenly kings. The S-rank adventurers who could have handled such requests had fought as part of the Demon King's subjugation team and were wiped out. Besides, we incurred enormous expenses in defeating the Demon King. Even 1 million gold coins isn't enough to cover it. That's absurd. Unless you're running a country, there's no way you could have spent more than 1 million gold coins. The guild representative didn't take Trrow's words seriously, assuming it was just a negotiation tactic. Seeing his expression, Trrow calmly handed him a piece of paper. This is a list of expenses incurred during the Demon King subjugation. The suppliers are also listed, so feel free to verify if you have doubts. A list of expenses. It's probably just the cost of equipment and items, right? As he said this and looked at the paper, the guild representative's face tensed up. Cost of orichalcum for 100 swords, reconstruction of Kusanagi God's shrine, road maintenance to Kusanagi God's shrine, creation of Kusanagi God's stone statue, art competition operating costs, construction of Aegis Art Museum, cost of 4 doses of secret potion for underwater exploration, expedition costs for 200 people to the fairy forest, cost of 100 sets of highest quality mithril armor, and other miscellaneous expenses. As he read on, the representative's face grew paler. Trrow's activities were on the scale of national projects. It seemed impossible for an individual to cover such costs. Indeed, 1 million gold coins were far from enough. Moreover, the reasons for each expense were detailed, making it difficult to argue against. Do you understand now? I've gone to great lengths to gather these funds. Could you please manage to provide the reward? Of course, necessary expenses would be separate. Trrow showed a friendly, good-natured smile. Trrow had indeed gone to great lengths to gather the funds in an ethical sense. However, in this context, great lengths typically implies taking on debt. Of course, the guild representative interpreted it as such. Well, but this, the budget. Can't you do something for the sake of world peace? Despite defeating the Demon King, I might go bankrupt, you know. By saying might, it wasn't technically a lie. However, Trrow had secured future returns by obtaining rights to Kusanagi God's shrine and management rights to the Aegis Art Museum. Moreover, the expenses were covered by selling purple potions, so there was no debt at all. Furthermore, the monsters who paid for the potions had been eliminated, leaving no witnesses. They had thoroughly destroyed evidence related to the potion, manufacturing facilities, and distribution routes. Those involved were paid substantial hush money and subtly threatened with violent retaliation if they leaked any secrets. The involved parties believed Trrow and his group to be some kind of global criminal organization, so they had no intention of speaking about the purple potions out of fear for their lives. Even if they did speak out, Trrow and his group had operated under disguise, so there was no evidence linking the purple potions to Trrow. As a result, the guild representative assumed Trrow was in debt and promised to be as accommodating as possible before taking the matter back for further discussion. A few days later, the guild representative returned and agreed to pay 100,000 gold coins per Heavenly King, totaling 200,000 gold coins, with an advance payment of 100,000 gold coins. They also signed a contract to separately reimburse any necessary expenses incurred. Trrow cheerfully thanked the guild representative for his efforts and promised to defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings as soon as possible. The 3 members of Garnet, who were nearby, were relieved to see Trrow so lively, even if his methods were somewhat unscrupulous. They had noticed that Trrow seemed a bit down after defeating the Demon King. And so, the hero party's mission to defeat the remaining 4 Heavenly Kings was decided. Necros, the undead king and one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Demon King's army, was in a desperate situation. Now that the Demon King had been defeated, Necros wanted to return to the Demon King's territory immediately. However, the hero's party led by Trrow was occupying it. It was clear that returning would lead to a battle. Necros was a lich. Originally human, he had become undead to master magic, and over many years he had mastered necromancy. Clad in a jet-black hooded cloak, Necros appeared human at first glance, but beneath was a terrifying figure of only bone and skin. Naturally, his direct subordinates were undead creatures like ghouls and skeletons. In Necros's domain, there had originally been a mixed unit of various types of monsters. However, they had been completely wiped out by Necros after causing internal strife over a purple potion. As a result, Necros's army had decreased in number and was considerably weakened. He lacked the strength to expand his front by invading human countries, and at this rate, there was a high possibility that he would be destroyed by humans once they regained their power. He considered joining forces with Helg, the Dragon King and another of the 4 Heavenly Kings, but Helg's domain was on the opposite side of the Demon King's territory, making a union difficult. The hero's party occupying the Demon King's territory was truly troublesome. As expected of those who defeated the Demon King, they're sharp. I don't want to fight them head-on, but what should I do? Necros's own combat ability wasn't particularly impressive. However, in places where many dead were buried, such as old battlefields, he could command those dead as undead, temporarily organizing a large army. This was why Necros was called the Undead King. However, due to the limits of his magical power, he couldn't continue to command a large undead army for long. Perhaps I should lead as large an army as possible back to the Demon King's territory. In the end, returning to the Demon King's territory and aiming for a comeback seemed like the best strategy. The hero's party was said to number only about 100. If he could temporarily gather an army tens of times that size, he should be able to overwhelm them with numbers. Quantity trumps quality. Having made up his mind, Necros decided to act immediately. He began marching towards the Demon King's territory, leading his undead subordinates. Along the march, he steadily increased the number of undead from battlefields and other such places. As things progressed, Necros's spirits lifted. If he could return to the Demon King's territory, he would become its most powerful figure. Therefore, Necros should become the next Demon King. The Demon King's army has decreased in number. But if I turn the demons and beastmen who fell in the Demon King's castle into undead, they'll become a massive force loyal to me. Not bad. Necros advanced, dreaming of himself as the Demon King. The march continued smoothly, and once they passed through the narrow valley ahead, they would be in the Demon King's territory. The hero's party would be no match for this large army. However, after entering the valley, they spotted a lone human man standing in the distance. Who's that? It was just one person. Necros ordered his undead minions to attack the man. Over 100 ghouls swarmed towards him. Any normal human would have screamed and fled at the sight, but the man didn't panic. Instead, he took out a bag. Is that an item bag? Though Necros didn't use one himself, he knew it as a magic item commonly used by humans. Despite its small appearance, it could store quite a lot inside. What is he planning to do with that? The man opened the mouth of the item bag. Suddenly, a massive amount of water gushed out. Like a flood, it engulfed the ghouls and then swallowed up Necros and his forces. The narrow valley bottom quickly filled with water. Mere water won't stop us. Necros was caught off guard, but it was just water after all. The water from the item bag should run out soon. It's hot. His body felt like it was burning. This isn't ordinary water. Could it be holy water? Looking around, he saw his undead minions melting in the water. The water didn't flow for long, but the undead army was destroyed in an instant. Necros himself felt as if his entire body was burned, suffering great damage. How do you have so much holy water? Necros shouted as he staggered to his feet. Normally, holy water was carried by priests in small vials as a token gesture. It was used to drive away undead by sprinkling it on them, serving as a modest ward against evil. He had never heard of holy water being used in such a torrent. It was an act that showed no fear of the gods. Oh, I bought it. The man with the bag said nonchalantly. Bought it, that much holy water. The seller was as bad as the buyer. Doing business with such a large amount of holy water was an act unbecoming of a clergyman. For a human, he lacked faith in the gods. He should face the gods more sincerely. Even the undead showed a bit more respect for the gods. Necros, the evil lich, felt anger towards this impious human. You can buy most things if you have money. This time, I bought up all the holy water from the churches in neighboring countries. Well, I made some myself too. Human warriors appeared behind the man. The man was Trrow, and those who appeared were the hero's party. Among them, Lilith, who was tired from being made to produce large amounts of holy water, looked at Necros with sympathetic eyes. So that's how it is. Please ascend to heaven quietly. It's just work, you know. Don't be ridiculous, you'll go to hell. Necros shouted, but his subordinates were decimated, leaving him alone. Already badly wounded, Necros was easily defeated by the hero's party. Chapter 15, Dragon King Helg. The last of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army was Dragon King Helg. Despite his title, Helg wasn't a dragon. He was a lizard king, the apex monster among the lizardmen. Lizardmen are humanoid lizards covered in hard scales. Known for their strength, they are excellent warriors. Lizardmen revere dragons as their superior species. Helg calls himself the Dragon King to borrow their power. As a lizard king, Helg is notably larger and more impressive than ordinary lizardmen. He somewhat resembles a humanoid dragon. Being aquatic, the lizardmen set up their base in a vast wetland rather than occupying human castles. Due to their exclusive nature, they rarely accepted the purple potion, resulting in few addicts among them. However, like Necros the undead king, mixed troops of other monster species were stationed in their territory. The purple potion became popular among these troops, leading to internal conflicts. Fierce battles erupted between the station troops and the lizardmen. Helg led the fight and defeated the station troops, but the lizardmen suffered heavy losses, significantly weakening their forces. I want to return. Helg desperately wanted to return to the Demon King's domain. For the lizardmen, the great marshland in the Demon King's realm was home. The wetlands in this country weren't bad, but it was still a foreign land. They hadn't invaded the human countries by choice. They were forced to attack on the Demon King's orders. For lizardmen, land territories weren't particularly attractive. Invading areas without water was pointless. Now that the Demon King had fallen, Helg was considering retreating. However, he didn't think the hero's party would simply allow them to withdraw to the Demon King's domain. The humans wouldn't forgive them for destroying several human countries. So Helg planned to use Necros as a diversion. Necros was a heavenly king who relied on his vast, undead army. If left alone, he would surely raise an army and take action. During that time, they could secretly move through waterways and return to the Demon King's domain. Helg ordered a lizardman mage to magically monitor Necros' army. Helg's prediction proved correct. Soon after, Necros' forces took action. Necros began marching towards the Demon King's domain with a massive undead army. This is our chance. Judging it the right moment, Helg led his lizard men into the river, connecting to the Demon King's domain. They planned to return while the hero's party was distracted by Necros' undead army. Once back, they'd have the advantage of familiar territory. Moreover, there were still lizard men and other allied aquatic monsters in the Demon King's domain. Dragon King Helg and his lizard men quietly and steadily progressed through the river. However, after a few days, the river's water level mysteriously began to drop. Given their nature, lizard men have extensive knowledge about water. They knew it was unusual for this river's water level to drop at this time of year. Has something happened upstream in the Demon King's domain? Helg halted their advance and sent some subordinates to scout ahead. But as they waited, the water level continued to drop rapidly, eventually exposing Helg and his troops hidden in the river. This is bad. Our movements will be revealed. We must press on. So Helg resumed their advance. After a while, the scouts returned with their report. A dam has been built upstream, blocking the water. The subordinates' report was surprising. Dams are built by humans for irrigation. They're unnecessary in the Demon King's domain. It was likely some human strategy. How large is the dam? It's not very big. It seems to have been hastily constructed. If so, it should be easy to destroy. Should they send troops to destroy the dam and restore the river's water level before continuing? Or should they retreat to avoid the trap? Helg hesitated, and this moment of indecision proved fatal. Necros, whom they had relied on as a diversion, had already been defeated, and the hero's party had already arrived near Helg and his troops. Suddenly, liquid began pouring down on Helg and his troops. Rain. For a moment, Helg thought so, but it was too viscous for water. Could it be oil? As he realized this, the surrounding lizard men began to panic. Looking around, they saw human warriors had somehow appeared on both banks of the river. Barrels were visible nearby, from which the humans were scooping liquid and throwing it at them. They're pouring oil on us. It wasn't a direct attack, so there was no way to defend against it. They could resist magic, but mere oil simply stuck to their bodies. Moreover, they were exposed on the riverbed with nowhere to hide. This is bad. We need to escape immediately. Well then, let's start the magic show. A man on the nearby bank called out. Simultaneously, fire magic was unleashed from various locations. In some places, flaming arrows were also fired. In an instant, the riverbed became a sea of flames. There was no escape as more oil was continually added, intensifying the fire. Fire is a weakness for lizard men, but they're highly resistant to magic, so fire magic usually isn't very effective against them. This normally makes them formidable opponents that are difficult to defeat with magic. However, when oil is directly poured on their bodies and ignited, there's nothing they can do. The lizard men were engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. It was a scene from hell. Even among the lizard men, the bravest warriors, while on fire, climbed the riverbanks to attack the humans. But attacking uphill put them at a disadvantage, and the human warriors were quite skilled. The brave lizardmen warriors couldn't display their true abilities and were easily cut down. Have humans become this ruthless? Helg was horrified. Even the Demon King's army wouldn't use such an inhumane tactic. Lizard men in particular had pride as warriors and preferred face-to-face combat. As a lizard king, Helg had some resistance to fire, so he wasn't severely damaged, but there was nothing he could do for his subordinates. You monsters! Helg leaped, aiming his spear at the man who had ordered the attack. He was probably the commander. He rushed forward, intending to impale the man with his spear. But before he could, a warrior stepped in his way. It was a small warrior. The small warrior blocked Helg's spear with a sword, closed the distance, and unleashed a series of quick slashes without giving Helg a chance to breathe. This warrior was quite skilled. With warriors this strong, why don't you fight head-on? Don't you have any warrior's pride? Helg shouted. He could accept losing in a fair fight, but being defeated by such a cowardly strategy was unacceptable. Oh, I'm not a warrior, you know. The man who seemed to be the commander answered. What? Helg's eyes widened. I'm a merchant, so I just choose the method with the least risk. The man, Trrow, wore a friendly smile. The small warrior in front of him, Rio, looked somewhat apologetic. A merchant? Why was a merchant on the battlefield? Helg was stunned by the fact that someone who was neither a warrior, nor a mage, nor a priest was standing on the battlefield. The realization that they had been defeated by a mere merchant shocked him. But as expected of Dragon King Helg, even for a lizard king, your resistance to fire is beyond our expectations. You're not called the Dragon King for nothing. At Trrow's words, Helg regained his composure. True, he had lost the battle, but he couldn't lose without a fight. For the sake of the Dragon King's name and for his fallen subordinates, he had to take down as many enemies as possible. Helg took a deep breath. He intended to use the flame breath that only those who have become lizard kings can use. In response, Trrow easily lifted a nearby barrel and threw it at Helg. Of course, it was a barrel full of oil. Helg instinctively breathed fire at the approaching barrel, but he was a moment too late. The entire barrel of oil ignited, and he was doused with all of it. Even with his resistance to fire, this was beyond his limits. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Oil had gotten into his eyes, blinding him. GWAH. Helg writhed in agony. He craved water. He couldn't think of anything else. Then he lost consciousness. That completes the subjugation. This is the end of the Demon King's army. Trrow muttered, looking at Helg's still-burning corpse. He held a sword in his right hand. He had personally delivered the final blow to Helg. Couldn't we have won in a fair fight? Rio looked at Helg's corpse with a somewhat sad expression. We didn't have to go this far. Not really. As I said, I'm a merchant. I don't fight fair and square. Trrow gripped his sword tightly in his right hand. It's not like I have a grudge against them. As he said this, Trrow frowned. The country Helg had invaded was the kingdom of Luz. Later, the representative of the Adventurers Guild was delighted to receive Trrow's mission completion report. However, upon seeing the expense claims sent along with it, he nearly fainted. The items listed were holy water, oil, and a dam. As usual, the purposes were meticulously detailed. Holy water for the undead, oil for the lizard men, and the dam to stop the lizard men's advance. Up to this point, it made sense. The problem was the amount and cost. It was understandable that the dam would cost a considerable amount. Even in wars between humans, dams are often used for military purposes. But the quantities of oil and holy water were astronomical. It was an amount that made one wonder if they had created a lake or a sea. Naturally, the cost was staggering. They double-checked with the suppliers, but everything matched what was written in the application. Good grief, if we let a merchant handle the expenses, the guild will go bankrupt. The representative grumbled as he read another letter. It contained applications from Trrow and Garnet's members to retire as adventurers. Chapter 16, Trrow Trading Company. After defeating the 4 heavenly kings, Trrow disbanded the heroes' party. In addition to the initially promised reward of 1,000 gold coins, he paid an extra 1,000 coins for defeating 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, totaling 2,000 gold coins for each participant. Trrow reclaimed all the legendary equipment he had provided. Some participants wanted to keep the equipment instead of the reward. We defeated the Demon Lord. Shouldn't we get to keep the equipment as a memento? For adventurers and knights, this equipment was highly coveted, so such requests were understandable. Sure, just pay me 30,000 gold coins for it. Trrow replied with his usual polite smile. Come on, that's not fair. We're comrades who fought together, aren't we? 30,000 gold coins was an amount no individual could afford. The participant who wanted the equipment persisted, asking for it to be given for free. Comrades. Trrow snorted. You know I'm strict about money, even with comrades. Strict enough to strip equipment from dead comrades. Trrow displayed a chilling, cold smile as he clenched his right fist. It was a frightening expression, unimaginable from his usual demeanor. Seeing this, the participant who wanted the equipment couldn't say anything more and quietly returned it. Those who had worked alongside Trrow knew well that he would use any means necessary when push came to shove. They also knew how terrifying he could be as an enemy. And so, the heroes' party that saved the world came to an end after a short period of activity. In fact, the kings of various countries were secretly relieved at the disbandment of the heroes' party. A powerful group that had defeated the Demon Lord and the 4 heavenly kings was nothing but a threat to them. If they became allies, it wouldn't be a problem, but if they sided with an enemy country, It could lead to a situation that threatened the very existence of their nations. If the heroes' party had continued to exist, many countries might have joined forces to destroy them. Considering this possibility, Trrow swiftly disbanded the heroes' party and reclaimed the overpowered equipment. The legendary equipment would end up stored away in Trrow's item bag. Trrow and Garnet returned to their base, a small house. After being away for so long, Rio and the others could finally relax. "I have something to talk about," Trrow called out to Rio and the others after resting for a night. "I'm thinking of quitting being an adventurer and living as a merchant." Rio and the others weren't particularly surprised by these words. Anyone could see that Trrow was more suited to being a merchant than an adventurer. "So, I'd be happy if you all would help me. What do you think?" Rio and the others exchanged glances. Garnet had gained both skill and fame as an adventurer. Trrow had paid them properly, so they had plenty of money. The reward for those who had been with Trrow from the beginning was 30,000 gold coins. It was enough to live a life of leisure forever. In other words, Rio and the others could live any kind of life they wanted. Seeing Rio and the others not responding, Trrow began to sweat. Feeling uneasy, he kept opening and closing his hands. He looked like a child about to be scolded by a parent. What do you think?" Trrow asked again. His voice, unlike his usual confident tone, sounded anxious and on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Rio and the others burst out laughing. Trrow was dumbfounded by their reaction. "It's fine, senpai," Rio said with a broad smile. "We'll stick with you till the end. Let's become the world's greatest merchant. I enjoyed creating various things with you, senpai, so I'm okay with doing that kind of work." Dominique answered, removing the hood from her head. She no longer seemed to care about her curly hair. "But no more dangerous potions, okay. I guess I'll help out since I have no choice." Lilith smiled gently. "Without me, you might do terrible things, senpai. You need someone to keep an eye on you, after all." "Yes, thank you," Trrow replied, looking down. His voice still sounded like he was about to cry. And so, Trrow Trading Company restarted with the four of them. They had been using the name Trrow Trading Company even when they were adventurers. Although it was a restart, they already held various rights in different countries and had more than enough funds, so the scale of their operation expanded instantly. Led by Trrow and with executives who were former adventurers, they could handle rough jobs and had connections with various countries, making them a greatly feared entity among other trading companies. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 17, The Dragon's Calamity. 1 year after the defeat of the Demon King and the 4 Heavenly Kings, it arrived in a world that had been enjoying a brief period of peace. Dragon disaster. Unlike monsters, this calamity is caused by dragons, the apex predators of the ecosystem known as magical beasts. While the battle against the Demon King's army was a war, the dragon's onslaught is not a war but a natural disaster. There are various types of dragons, but the one causing this disaster is the largest species called the greater dragon. Any town or village in its path suffers catastrophic damage. Once it occurs, all you can do is wait for it to pass. After it's over, it doesn't happen again for a while. That's the nature of this phenomenon. However, this time there was a problem. The world's largest city, Babylon, lay in the dragon's path. With its numerous massive structures and historical value, the damage couldn't be limited to just evacuating the residents. So, the king of Babylon put out an urgent request to the Adventurers Guild to defeat the dragon. The reward, 1 million gold coins. The same as for the Demon King, but the situation was that desperate. However, the Adventurers Guild was short on personnel. Many skilled adventurers had died in the first Demon King subjugation expedition, and with the decrease in monsters, many of the remaining adventurers had retired due to lack of requests. Moreover, the opponent was a greater dragon. Even in the guild's prime, it's doubtful anyone would have accepted. Challenging a disaster-level magical beast was tantamount to suicide. But the guild representative had one person in mind who might accept. A man who had already retired from being an adventurer, but who would do anything for the right price. That man was the merchant Trrow. Section, we're going to defeat the greater dragon. Trrow declared to Rio and Lilith. A year after defeating the Demon King, Trrow Trading Company was thriving. It seemed there was no need to take on adventurer work anymore. This time, Babylon is in the greater dragon's path. If left unchecked, who knows how much damage it will cause. This isn't just about money. Historically valuable things will be lost, never to be recovered. This would be a great loss for all of humanity. Trrow emphasized how important and noble this request was for mankind. That's all well and good, boss, Rio said with a dispassionate face. But what's that being transported behind you? Behind Trrow, a huge metal log-like object was being moved by a horse-drawn cart. Dominique was giving instructions for its movement. That's what you and Dominican have been working hard to develop recently, right? What kind of product is it? Lilith asked with a smile like a stone statue, her expression when she's angry. That, Trrow began explaining happily when asked. That's a product called a magic cannon, which can increase the power of magic by dozens of times. It's an effective countermeasure against large monsters and magical beasts. The magic mirrors embedded in that tube reflect and amplify the magic, then focus it and release it towards the target. Dominique came up with the idea, but the development costs were quite high. After all, the barrel needs to be made of mithril to withstand the magic. Man, I'm glad the dragon disaster occurred at just the right time. If we tried to sell it normally, the price would be too high for anyone to consider. Trrow was rejoicing in the dragon disaster, a calamity for humanity. Why did you develop such a dangerous weapon in the first place? Rio couldn't understand the point of creating a magic cannon when the world had finally become peaceful. I thought it was about time for a dragon disaster to occur periodically. It's not widely known, but dragon disasters happen at certain intervals. Probably something related to dragon ecology, I think. Usually, dragon disasters can be waited out right. This time it's a big deal because it's going to hit Babylon directly, but is there really a need to defeat it? Lilith still wasn't convinced. What are you saying? You know that dragons have been appearing less frequently lately, and dragon materials have been skyrocketing in the market, right? From scales to fangs, blood to meat, a greater dragon is like a walking treasure chest. What merchant would pass up this opportunity? I think any sane merchant other than you would pass, Rio said, but Trrow pretended not to hear it over the sound of the cart. Anyway, this is a big business opportunity for Trrow Trading Company. We get the subjugation reward, great publicity for our new product, and dragon materials. Can you think of a better deal? I think you are ignoring the risk of our life to challenge the greater dragon. Trrow ignored Lilith's point about the mortal danger of challenging a greater dragon, pretending not to hear it over the wind. Just to confirm, Rio looked at Trrow with serious eyes. You didn't lure the greater dragon to Babylon, did you? What do you guys take me for? Even Trrow looked perplexed at this suspicion. He's totally capable of doing that, though. Rio and Lilith thought the same thing, and so Trrow Trading Company set out to defeat the greater dragon. Section. The greater dragon was moving through the air, flying with the wings on its back. Its body was so enormous it could cover an entire village. To make matters worse, it was flying close to the ground, causing violent winds with each flap of its wings that blew away everything in its path. Trees were mowed down, the ground was gouged, and human dwellings vanished without a trace. The greater dragon advanced slowly, as if flaunting its existence. Its eyes seemed devoid of will, appearing to be in a state of emptiness. Suddenly, a pillar of light pierced one of the dragon's wings. Instantly losing its balance, the dragon fell to the ground, but landed firmly on its massive feet, showing no signs of damage from the fall. The dragon glared in the direction from which the light pillar had come. Unlike before, its eyes now burned with intense anger. Once again, a pillar of light was unleashed towards the dragon. With agility belying its enormous body, the dragon raised its foreleg and intercepted the light pillar. The collision of the light pillar with the dragon's foreleg produced a thunderous roar, as if lightning had struck. Even the dragon's face contorted in pain. Even its foreleg, which had crushed everything in its path, couldn't fully withstand that light. However, with this strike, the dragon had pinpointed the source of the attack. Without delay, it gathered flames so intense they leaked from its mouth and unleashed them all at once. The dragon's breath of fire. An attack so powerful it was said to be capable of incinerating an entire city. It raced towards its target in a straight line, becoming a crimson light. The fortification built by the Trrow Trading Company was engulfed in flames in an instant. However, it was merely engulfed, avoiding a direct hit. 100 shields of the Aegis god were lined up in front of the fortification, successfully defending against even the dragon's breath. If the Aegis god had seen this, she would have lamented, "Don't use them in such a crude manner." "Hugh, that was close," Trrow said with his usual friendly smile, but Rio and the others felt like they had narrowly escaped death. "Senpai, my barrier was blown away in an instant, you know," Lilith said with a strained expression. As expected of a greater dragon, it lives up to its reputation as a moving calamity. Trrow remained calm. "Well then, Dominique, let's go for the third shot. Reload." Instructed to reload, Dominique quickly drank a magic restoration potion, stood behind the magic cannon, and began chanting a spell. Isn't this magic cannon terribly inefficient? It requires 1 high-grade potion for each shot. Rio, as a member of the company, worried about the cannon's cost. "Well, if we weren't dealing with a greater dragon, we wouldn't need this much magical power. Dragons are usually resistant to most magic. Considering that, we're inflicting more than enough damage." Trrow seemed to have anticipated this. However, Dominique looked nauseous from drinking too many potions. As the developer of the magic cannon, she seemed determined to defeat the dragon at all costs. And so, the third shot was fired. Perhaps due to the previous damage, this time the dragon couldn't move its foreleg well, and the light from the magic cannon struck its body directly. The dragon let out a roar that shook the earth. Naturally, it was furious. Kicking up the ground with its hind legs, it charged towards the Trrow Company's fortification at terrifying speed, far faster than if it were flying. "Maybe greater dragons don't really need wings," Trrow casually remarked. "Is this really the time for that?" Rio was terrified by the dragon's overwhelming momentum. The greater dragon approached right in front of the Trrow Company's fortification and fell into the ground. Well, it's wonderful to have unlimited necessary expenses," Trrow said. In fact, there was a valley in front of the Trrow Trading Company's fortification. They had hastily strung numerous ropes across the valley and covered them with fabric, disguising it to look like solid ground. Although it seemed like a simple construction, given that it needed to be large enough for a greater dragon to fall into, it had cost quite a budget. Of course, the contract stipulated that the subjugation expenses would be paid separately from the reward. Now, let's keep firing the magic cannon. The dragon that had fallen into the valley couldn't be shot at due to the angle. They moved the magic cannon as close as possible and fired at the valley's side. The wall hit by the magic cannon began to collapse, raining down on the dragon. The dragon, whose wing was damaged by the first shot, couldn't fly away to escape. The impact of the fall left it barely able to move. The greater dragon let out an agonizing roar. It had never imagined it would die buried alive. The valley was being filled with explosions, burying the dragon deeper and deeper. Rio and Lilith watched the scene with pitying expressions. Eventually, the valley was half filled, and the dragon's voice could no longer be heard. "Well, all that's left is to collect the materials. Shall we get to it?" Trrow said. In the Trrow Company's fortification, only Trrow seemed lively. Dominique was exhausted, while Rio and Lilith, having witnessed the dragon's end, were thinking from the bottom of their hearts, "I don't want to die like that." Section. News of the greater dragon's subjugation became a hot topic worldwide, and the Trrow Company's magic cannons sold like hotcakes. After all, it was a powerful weapon. Its presence or absence could make a significant difference in military strength. However, it had its drawbacks. Even Dominique, who had received divine blessings, needed to recover with a potion after each shot. If a normal magician used it, they would collapse and lose consciousness immediately. In other words, 1 magician was needed for each shot. Also, although Mithril was light, the cannon was still enormous. The Trrow Company managed to transport it by throwing money at the problem, but there were significant constraints on movement, making it inconvenient to carry around. In the end, as it was unsuitable for invasion, it came to be used as a defensive weapon against giant monsters and magical beasts. However, it was said that the mass-produced magic cannons were intentionally designed by the Trrow Company to have worse magic consumption and heavier weight. Chapter 18, Family. "Mom, is it true that Dad used to be an adventurer and defeated the Demon King?" Her son was looking at her with sparkling eyes. "Ah, so he's finally learned about that." Rio couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. Her son, Ray, seemed to take after his father, being a bright child. He was good at sports and had a lovely face. He was a child without any flaws. He was a bit chubby for her child, but that made him cute and cuddly. However, he was too quick to learn. At just 6 years old, he had mastered reading and writing perfectly and started reading all sorts of books. Rio had intentionally tried not to place any literature about the Demon King or heroes near her son, but this was a matter of world history. There were limits to how much information could be blocked. Perhaps he had heard it from friends, or maybe an employee of the company had accidentally let it slip, despite the gag order. She would have been grateful if he had asked that question when he was a bit older and could understand more about his father. But Rio didn't know how to convey the facts to a 6-year-old child. "It's true," Rio answered, trying to give off an air of please don't ask anymore, but it didn't work on the innocent 6-year-old child. "Hey, Mom, how did Dad defeat the Demon King?" As expected, that question came. Rio hesitated. She couldn't possibly tell the truth, like he used your mom and the others as bait, and then struck from behind without warning. She had just recently told him, "You must be kind to girls, okay." She couldn't teach him that his own father was the kind of person who subjected women to hellish special training, and mercilessly used them as bait against the Demon King. Well, he made lots of friends, and they all defeated the Demon King together. Rio thought it was a perfect answer that made her want to praise herself. Friends, were there such strong friends? To defeat the Demon King, they must have been really strong, right? Ray looked puzzled. He didn't seem very convinced. Indeed, this child was clever and cute, but now that intelligence was tormenting Rio. Why, yes, there were about 100 strong friends. Your father was good at making friends. Your mom and the others fought together too. They weren't really friends, but members gathered with money. It was closer to an employment relationship than one of trust. In fact, some of the hero party members who fought together then were still employed by the company. They were useful for guard duty or when rough troubles occurred. Wow, Mom was strong too. So that's why everyone is always afraid of you, because you're strong. My son, the reason your mother is feared is because she strictly controls the employees, not because of physical strength. She wanted to explain this, but Rio just laughed it off. Rio was feared both inside and outside as the demon vice president of the Trrow Trading Company. But Mom, you can't use magic like Lilith or Dominique, right? Were you a warrior? How did you become strong? Another difficult question came. Rio wasn't originally that strong of a warrior. Although she became stronger to some extent after receiving Trrow's guidance, she would have probably remained an A-rank warrior at best. The reason Rio was able to fight against the Demon King was thanks to the blessing of the god Kusanagi. "I worked really hard and prayed to God to make me strong." Effort, could that really be called effort? Rio felt sick remembering the time she fought in the country of Yamato, fighting to the brink of death, forcibly recovering with ultra-high-grade potions and repeating this endlessly. Looking back, she must have been out of her mind. If her husband ever tried to make their son do the same thing, she would cut him down without hesitation. Can you become strong if you pray to God? How did you pray? How? With the power of money. She couldn't tell a child. We rebuilt the god's shrine, improved the road to the shrine, and even made a stone statue of the god. Rio had always been teaching her child, there's more to life than money. She didn't want him to become someone like his father, who only thought about making money. Well, if you work hard and make various offerings, you can become strong. The fact that those offerings required a national budget level of money was a secret. I see. Then why was Dad strong? Why? Because he was good at making money. Because he stripped equipment from his comrades' corpses and exchanged them for money, or sold addictive potions to monsters to swindle them. She couldn't say such things. This child respected his father, who was a great merchant, and now that he knew his father had saved the world, that respect had become enormous. She didn't want to destroy the child's admiration for his father. However, there was a problem. She couldn't quite remember her husband fighting like a proper adventurer. Of course, it's not that he didn't fight. It's just that the impact of everything else was so strong that the impression of him fighting was weak. If she remembered correctly, he defeated Necros, one of the 4 heavenly kings who was an undead, by dousing him with holy water like a waterfall. For Helg, the lizard king who was also one of the 4 heavenly kings, he poured plenty of oil on him and roasted him crispy. For the demon king, he struck from behind in one swift motion. Wait, wasn't he just a coward? What about being a hero? You see, your father was very smart. Of course, he was also strong, but as a merchant, he used his head to fight by exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. It was more like he used the power of money to fight, but that's similar enough. If I work hard, can I become an adventurer who saves the world like Dad? I want to be like Dad. What an adorable thing for a child to say. Rio couldn't help but hug Ray, then she answered. You absolutely must not become like your father. Why not? Ray was surprised. His mother, who had been gentle just moments ago, now had a scary face. The father Ray knew was a great merchant conducting business across the world. There wasn't a person who didn't know his name, and on top of that, he was a hero who had saved the world. Why shouldn't he become like his father? Ray, you're a smart child, but you're still young. There are many things you wouldn't understand even if I explained them, okay? Do you understand? Why, yes. Faced with his mother's unyielding words, Ray could only nod silently. That's what happened. Rio complained at the Trrow Trading Company's executive meeting. Although it was called an executive meeting, the people around the table were Lilith and Dominique. Since all three were also Trrow's wives, it was more like a family meeting. That's still better, Rio. Lilith sighed deeply. With age, Lilith had become a little plumper and even more approachable, the very image of a loving mother. She oversaw the human resources and general affairs departments at Trrow Trading Company. Our daughter Erica asked me, "Why did you marry Papa?" Oh no. Dominique's face fell. Dominique, who single-handedly managed the development department, had grown out her once complex curly hair to her collarbone, adopting a hairstyle that matched her refined features. What did you answer? Rio asked with a grimace. Of course, I said, because we were in love. Did Erica accept that? Dominique inquired. She said, were you, Mama, Rio-san, and Dominique-san all in love at the same time? Isn't that called infidelity? She hit a sore spot. Girls really do mature faster. I'm glad I have a boy. Rio said, placing a hand on her chest in gratitude for her good fortune. Infidelity, huh? Well, he did propose to all three of us simultaneously. It was so brazen it was almost refreshing, but from a common-sense perspective, it's not normal. Dominique said, her gaze distant. Incidentally, Dominique also had a son named Roberto. Roberto took after his mother, being intelligent and quiet, so he didn't trouble Dominique with strange questions. The three children were the same age. I told her that such love exists too, but even I felt it was a weak excuse. I'm worried Erica might become involved with married men in the future. Lilith said, concerned about her daughter's future. Why did we get married, I wonder? Was it a lapse in judgment? I suppose I did like him at the time. Rio tilted her head. What are you saying, Rio? You liked him the most. Lilith immediately chided Rio. That's right, Rio. We weren't as enthusiastic, but you agreed right away. Seeing that, we felt like we had to agree too, you know. Dominique chimed in. Was that how it was? Rio closed her eyes, trying to recall her memories. Well, I did like Senpai back then. But once the child was born, all my attention went there. It's like I stopped caring about my husband entirely. Rio, you're pretty awful, aren't you? Like you toss aside an old husband for a younger man. Dominique looked exasperated. We still have more love, don't we? At least I don't regret getting married that much. He's not a bad person after all. He may be called stingy, but he does spend money for others. Lilith said. She also played a central role in Trrow Trading Company's charitable activities. The company put effort into philanthropy, especially in promoting harmony between monsters and humans. Trrow Trading Company aimed for a world where neither a demon king nor a hero would ever be needed again. I don't regret it either, I guess. The work is rewarding, and I wasn't that interested in men anyway, so it was good to get married quickly. Plus, it's great that I can always be with Rio and Lily-chan. Usually when people get married, everyone lives separately, right? But because the three of us married the same person, we didn't have to worry about that. Dominique seemed satisfied with her married life. When Trrow married the three of them, he built a large house so they could all live together. However, the building also served as the headquarters for Trrow Trading Company. The fact that it wasn't just spending money on a house was very typical of Trrow. It's not like I regret it either. I just don't want Ray to become like Senpai. Rio hastily explained. Well, yeah, that's true. Lilith and Dominique agreed on that point. Trrow himself was away on a business trip to another country. There was a time when the three wives told him, "As the chairman, you should stay put at the headquarters," and he worked from home. However, when he started to gain weight, the wives allowed him to work outside again due to their preferences. Trrow, with his 3 wives and 3 children, remained frugal but was a caring father who loved his family. Chapter 19. Reminiscence 1, Blue Ring. Trrow was born into a merchant family. As the second son, he wasn't the heir, but the family ran a large business and had plenty of money. However, due to his merchant-like father's policy, the family lived frugally, leading an almost poor lifestyle. Still, Trrow didn't mind this and accepted it as natural. From a young age, Trrow was a sharp child. He started imitating business practices early on and could earn his own pocket money. He was especially good at reading future trends, accurately predicting price increases with limited information. His father had high hopes for Trrow, even considering making him the heir. However, Trrow had too much talent as a merchant. He could see a future where he would certainly succeed if he lived as a merchant. A life with a predictable future seemed tasteless. Yet, he thought the only path shown to him was that of a merchant, with no other way to live. Then, he read a book about a merchant who traveled with a hero. This was a real person from the past who journeyed with a hero while doing business, contributing to the hero's adventures through unique money-making schemes and negotiation skills. Interested, Trrow researched the Adventurers Guild and learned that even now, one could register as an adventurer with the occupation of merchant. Moreover, it was a time when monsters had united under a new demon king, making the world unstable. I'll defeat the demon king as a merchant. After all, if the world were invaded by the demon king, there would be no business to speak of. Therefore, Trrow thought that defeating the demon king was important even from a merchant's perspective. However, his father and others didn't see it that way. Registering as an adventurer with a merchant occupation is for those who are bad at business, not for proper merchants. They said, opposing Trrow's desire to become an adventurer. If we don't defeat the demon king, we won't be able to do business. Trrow argued, but they dismissed him, saying, "That's not a merchant's role." In the end, Trrow left home, practically disowned, and became an adventurer. When he registered at the Adventurers Guild as a merchant, the receptionist looked at him very strangely. Although he had left home, Trrow had saved enough money not to struggle financially. However, he received no work as an adventurer. No one wanted to form a party with someone whose occupation was merchant. It's good to have a merchant in your party. They can manage money, make negotiations easier, and above all, plan strategically to defeat the demon king. He tried to appeal to other adventurers, but they would reply, "I want to use my money as I please, and I can negotiate on my own." The demon king, what can a weak merchant do? Sometimes he was allowed to join adventures on a trial basis, and while he was useful for miscellaneous tasks, he couldn't contribute in battle. You're helpful in many ways, but if you can't be useful in combat, we just can't. They would say, refusing to add him as a party member. Even the Adventurers Guild suggested, "You're the only one registered as a merchant. Why don't you quit being an adventurer and work for us as an office clerk?" He was solicited by the Adventurers Guild to quit his job as an adventurer and join them as a clerk. Even the talented merchant Trrow was discouraged by this. Maybe it's impossible for a merchant to be an adventurer after all. Finally, Trrow decided to give up being an adventurer and went to the Adventurers Guild to cancel his registration. As he approached the reception desk, feeling dejected, someone called out from behind, "Are you the merchant adventurer? Would you like to join my party?" Standing there was a blue-haired warrior, about the same age as Trrow. Behind him were a priestess and a magician, both girls with the same blue hair. "Huh, I'm a merchant, is that okay? I hate to say it myself, but I'm not very useful in combat." Trrow, who had given up on being an adventurer, ended up saying something negative instead of selling himself. "You're not completely useless, right? You can at least be in the front line, can't you?" Well, that's true. Trrow had been training to join a party, so he could serve on the front line, though not as well as a warrior. And you're good at negotiations and handling money, right? The guild people were praising you. Trrow had been doing clerical work for the guild to earn daily wages and was highly regarded by the guild staff. "Yes, I'm good at those things, but you see, we lack planning skills and always run out of money quickly," said the priestess with a troubled face, She had a charming expression. "We're all bad at negotiating too. We always get ripped off," said the magician with a slightly stern face. "The three of us are childhood friends, but with just three in a party, we often find ourselves short-handed. We thought you'd be a good fit since you're about the same age," said the blue-haired warrior. "Are you really sure?" Trrow, who had lost confidence, pressed. "Of course, we, the Blue Ring, welcome you." This was how Trrow met Raynor and the others. With Trrow added, the Blue Ring made great strides. Originally, Raynor, Seal, and Louise were promising youngsters, but they had been struggling due to failures in non-combat areas like money management. Trrow skillfully supported them in these aspects. In combat, Trrow held his ground as a frontline fighter. Knowing he couldn't match a warrior in sword or spear skills, he trained to use all kinds of weapons. Of course, he couldn't match those who specialized in each weapon, resulting in a jack-of-all-trades fighting style. However, he was valued by the Blue Ring members for his ability to switch weapons accurately according to the enemy. Trrow proved that even a merchant could fight. One day, Raynor said, "I have presents for everyone today." In his hand was a fine box, the kind used for valuables. "What did you spend money on, Raynor?" "I told you countless times not to waste money." Trrow scolded Raynor. No, these are necessities," Raynor said. When Raynor opened the box, there were 4 blue metal rings of different sizes. "These are specialties from our hometown, called blue rings. It's also the origin of our party name." Trrow knew about this metal. It was a specially processed blue metal made in the Kingdom of Luz. While beautiful, it wasn't particularly valuable. How are these necessities? Trrow didn't think it was something they really needed at all. "It'll be proof that we're comrades, right?" Raynor grabbed Trrow's right hand and slipped a blue ring onto his middle finger. "Look, isn't it nice?" Trrow held up his hand, staring intently at the ring. The other 3 also put blue rings on the middle fingers of their right hands. "Yes, it does feel like we're comrades." Seal said, "Raynor, you occasionally make good purchases. Louise seemed to like it too." "Yeah, that's right, yeah." Trrow smiled. It wasn't his usual polite smile, but a carefree one. "This is indeed a necessity." The blue ring steadily leveled up, finally reaching S rank. This was according to Trrow's plan, which suggested they should be able to defeat the Demon Lord in 3 more years. "Hey, Trrow, how exactly do you plan to defeat the Demon Lord in 3 years?" Louise asked during a meal with the whole party in a room at their usual tavern. Even the Blue Ring members hadn't been told the specific method to defeat the Demon Lord by Trrow. They hadn't taken it too seriously because they were half skeptical of Trrow's plan themselves. However, everything Trrow had said so far had come true. They became A-rank adventurers in the planned period, and then S-rank adventurers too. Now all party members understood that Trrow only says what he can do. I'm thinking of gathering legendary equipment." Trrow answered with a smile. "Legendary equipment? What kind?" This time Raynor asked. There are various legends about legendary equipment, so it wasn't clear which ones he meant. First, the sword of God Kusanagi. The sword stuck in Kusanaga's rock. That sword is famous for being impossible to pull out. Can I do it? Raynor didn't seem confident about pulling out the sword. "No, that sword is probably impossible. Even Ganon, likely the strongest warrior, couldn't pull it out." Trrow easily admitted it was impossible. "Then, what are we going to do?" Seal asked. "Kusanagi is also famous as the god of swordsmiths. So, we'll have him make a separate sword." "Is that possible?" Louise seemed a bit doubtful of Trrow's story. "Yeah, according to my information, Kusanaga's shrine seems to be quite deteriorated. I think it's probably unbearable for a proud god to stay in such a shrine. So, I'm planning to have him make 2 swords on the condition that we rebuild the shrine. One for Raynor and one for me." "Rebuilding the shrine, how much money is that going to cost?" Raynor had an exasperated look. "That's not all. We'll probably need orichalcum as material, so it'll cost even more. Also, I plan to have Kusanagi bestow his blessing on Raynor, so while we're saving money, I want you to level up as much as possible, okay?" "Are you serious?" Raynor laughed. However, it wasn't a laugh from hearing a joke. It was a resigned laugh, like, if Trrow says so, we have no choice but to do it. "What's the other legendary equipment?" Seal asked while giving Raynor a sympathetic look. "After the sword, it's the shield of God Aegis." "Aegis? Isn't that the god at the bottom of the sea? How do you plan to get there?" Louise was twirling the fork in her hand. I've researched various things, but there's a pill that allows you to breathe underwater, so it'll be fine. What? That pill is so expensive you could buy a house with one, right? You're going to prepare 4 of them. That's not all. To receive a shield from Aegis, we need offerings, and they have to be first-class works of art. Shields for everyone are essential for countering the Demon Lord, so we need 4 of those too. How much money are you planning to use? Louise's expression soured as she considered the amount needed. It's okay, I'm a merchant after all. I'll definitely manage to raise the necessary amount. What a waste! With that much money, you could live in luxury for life. I can't gather money for something like that. I'm motivated to gather money because it's to defeat the Demon Lord. Trrow smiled. Is that why most of our equipment is secondhand? Because you're saving that money. Seal pinched her priest robe, looking a bit displeased. That's right. We need to save as much money as possible to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible. I want new equipment. Seal looked at Trrow with resentful eyes. Also, at Aegis's place, I plan to have her bestow blessing on Louise, so Louise, make sure to level up by then too. Me too. Well, I guess there's no helping it. Louise looked a bit reluctant at first, then resigned. By any chance, do I need to level up too? Seal asked nervously. Of course, the last legendary equipment is the fairy armor. The blessing of Nimue, the fairy who grants the armor, increases affinity with the world and brings gods closer. In other words, it's compatible with healing magic. Seal, you'll need to become worthy enough in Nimue's eyes too. I thought so. Seal looked a bit disappointed, then smiled as if to show it was a joke. The fairy armor, isn't that the story where you throw armor into the lake and Nimue exchanges it for better armor? Doesn't it have to be really good armor to become fairy armor? Rainer asked. Of course, we need 4 sets of armor too. I plan to prepare high-quality mithril armor for each of us. And you're going to throw that into the lake? It'll be disastrous if Nimue doesn't show up. It's called necessary investment. If it goes well, the return will be huge. And if it doesn't, I'll have Rainer dive into the lake to retrieve the armor. We might even find other good armor sunk there. In that case, you're diving in with me. When Rainer protested like this, Trrow laughed and said, All right, let's search for armor together then. Hey Trrow. On the night they heard the specific plans for defeating the Demon Lord from Trrow, Rainer called out to Trrow, who was sleeping in the next bed. When the Blue Ring stays at an inn, they split into 2 rooms, 2 men and 2 women. What is it? You know, couldn't you defeat the Demon Lord even without us? What do you mean? I thought that even if Trrow had teamed up with a different party, you could still defeat the Demon Lord. Trrow looked at Rainer. He was staring at the ceiling. I wonder, but you guys were the only ones who accepted me as a comrade, so I can't imagine being in any party other than Blue Ring. I see. After being silent for a while, Rainer spoke again. If, hypothetically, we were gone, you'd still defeat the Demon Lord, right? Why? Trrow sat up in bed and looked at Rainer. Rainer turned towards Trrow too. It's just a hypothetical. But well, if the Demon Lord isn't defeated, everyone will be in trouble, right? That might be true, but... After thinking for a bit, Trrow said, But it's okay. As long as I'm here, I'll never let you guys face any danger. Yeah, you're always right. Rainer muttered, as if talking to himself. This was 1 year before Trrow's exile. Chapter 20, Reminiscence 2 Garnet. Rio, Lilith, and Dominique grew up in the same town. Rio was the daughter of the town's lord, Lilith the daughter of a bishop, and Dominique the daughter of a mage. Their parents were close friends, and being the same age and gender, the girls naturally became close as well. However, the peaceful era came to an end when the girls were 13 years old. A demon appeared who had unified the lands overrun by monsters. This demon called himself the Demon King and named the land he ruled the Demon King's domain. Then, he began invading human countries. Unfortunately, the country where Rio and her friends lived was located near the Demon King's domain. As a result, it was among the first to be invaded. Rio's father was a respectable lord. When he received information about the approaching Demon King's army, he made the choice to use the few available carriages to prioritize evacuating children. Rio and her friends were among them. Rio and the others who escaped by carriage survived, but those who tried to flee on foot never made it to the refuge town. The fathers who stayed behind to buy time all died in battle. the girls fled to a town governed by a lord who was close to Rio's father. Although they were warmly welcomed, this town soon became a target of the Demon King's army as well. In this situation, even though they had been close, the town no longer had the capacity to take care of refugees from other places. Rio and her friends were forced to make their own decisions. Rio negotiated with a merchant she knew, offering the jewels her father had handed her when they fled in exchange for safe passage to a secure location. Lilith and Dominique joined her. The merchant's carriage couldn't accommodate any more people. The place they escaped to was the town where Blue Ring had its base. Although they had some travel money, they needed to earn more to survive. That's when they chose to become adventurers. Rio had received sword training from her father, Lilith could use healing magic, and Dominique had learned basic attack magic. They thought they might be able to manage as adventurers. Above all, they wanted revenge against the Demon King's army that had killed their families. Thus, the party Garnet was formed. The name came from the jewel that symbolized their home country. However, things don't go smoothly right away for three young girls. Not only did they struggle to receive quests, but there were also several instances where suspicious adventurers tried to forcibly join their party and give them orders. This made all three of them overly cautious, to the point where they couldn't accept kindness from others straightforwardly. It was then that Trrow appeared. "Are you Garnet?" The man who approached Rio and her friends in the Adventurers Guild Hall had what looked like a forced smile plastered on his face. "What do you want?" Rio responded gruffly, putting on her best show of bravado to avoid being looked down upon. "I was thinking of giving you a request." A request? It was the first time they had received a direct request, and Rio became even more wary. "What kind of request?" "Just a bit of information gathering. If you're not interested, that's the end of it. I won't speak to you again." "What are the details?" "I'll tell you if you accept. Even request details can be confidential, you know. The reward is 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. It was a reasonable amount for a day's work. Rio looked at Lilith and Dominique, who both nodded. After confirming this, Rio answered, "We'll do it." "All right then, now look at my hand." Written on the man's palm were a person's occupation and name. "I want information about this. Any kind of information will do. But the target must absolutely not know about it." "By when?" 3 days from now." "Understood. I'm Trrow. I'm a merchant belonging to a party called Blue Ring. I'm counting on you." They knew of the famous Blue Ring party, but had never met them face to face. They were at the bottom of the adventurer world, while Blue Ring was near the top. From there, Rio and her friends spent 3 full days gathering information about the specified man. Although the reward didn't justify 3 days of work, being personally chosen motivated the 3 of them. The man didn't seem particularly suspicious, but they meticulously tracked his movements and reported to Trrow. "This report is better than I expected." Saying this, Trrow handed them 3 gold coins. "I'm a merchant, so I pay fair compensation. This information was worth that much effort and value." Rio and her friends were delighted by the unexpected income. More than that, they were happy that their work had been properly recognized. "I have another request. Will you take it?" Of course, Rio and her friends gladly accepted. This was how the relationship between Trrow and Garnet began. The difficulty of the requests gradually increased, and the content became more dangerous. Still, the 3 girls worked hard. Trrow provided necessary equipment and items and taught them various knowledge. They could feel their own abilities improving with each completed request. Honestly, they weren't sure if the requests were truly useful, but they knew that Trrow was giving them these requests for their sake. Before they knew it, they started calling Trrow Senpai with respect. "Senpai, why did you give us requests?" Rio asked Trrow one day. "I was given a chance in the past too. Until then, I was looked down upon just for being a merchant. It seemed like you girls weren't getting many chances either, just because you're a party of young girls. Are our requests actually useful?" "Of course they are." Trrow frowned. "I'm a merchant, you know. I don't waste money." After Garnet was recognized as a B-rank party, Trrow's requests started to include dangerous, almost criminal tasks. However, the 3 silently completed the requests. Trrow was a man who never lied. He said he would defeat the Demon King, and the 3 believed him. Eventually, Garnet reached A rank, and the attitudes of those around them changed considerably. It was around this time that they had visitors at their base. 2 knocks, 1 knock, 3 knocks, the signal they had arranged with Trrow. Thinking it might be Trrow, they checked through the peephole, but standing there were the 3 members of Blue Ring: Rainer, Seal, and Louise. "Would you mind opening up?" Rainer said cheerfully, "We'd like to talk." Rio didn't know what to do. They had been working for Blue Ring by taking Trrow's requests, but Trrow had told them that the other 3 wouldn't understand. "Let's open it," Lilith said. "I want to hear what Rainer and the others have to say." Dominique nodded in agreement with Lilith. Rio opened the door and let the 3 in. As soon as they entered, Seal gently hugged each of them one by one. "Thank you," she said. It was an embrace that made them feel human warmth after a long time. "We've had you investigated," Rainer began. "To be honest, we knew Trrow was getting information from somewhere, and we thought our activities were going too smoothly. But we had no idea he was using young girls like you. We're sorry." Saying this, Rainer bowed his head. Seal and Louise bowed as well. "No, please stop." Rio hurriedly tried to stop them. "We believe that Blue Ring will defeat the Demon King. We'll do anything for that. Senpai, Trrow-san has been paying us well and taking good care of us. There's no need for you to bow. Trrow's probably been good to you. Despite everything, he's a softy at heart." Louise smiled gently. "That's right. Trrow might be a devilish merchant, but he's not a bad person, though the equipment he buys is the worst." Seal smiled too. Rio felt relieved by the warm atmosphere of the Blue Ring trio, but Rainer's face turned serious. "About that Trrow, we're going to expel him from Blue Ring." "What?" Rio and her friends froze. "Is it because of us?" Lilith asked, looking like she was about to cry. "No, it's not. It's because of us. We're going to betray Trrow." "What do you mean?" Rio couldn't understand what Rainer was saying. "We're joining the Golden Fang's Demon King Subjugation team," Louise answered. They had heard about this from Trrow. They also knew how reckless this attempt was. "We probably won't come back alive." "No, why would you do that when you know?" Dominique looked at them in disbelief. "Our homeland, the Kingdom of Leus, is in danger. It will fall if things continue like this. Our fathers, mothers, and friends will die." The 3 members of Garnet were speechless. This was exactly what they had experienced in the past. The people of Golden Fang are in the same situation. Many countries are in crisis right now. That's why we're all going to defeat the Demon King and stop the invasion. Trrow-san said it wouldn't work. Rio said, looking down, "We know, but we'll regret it if we don't try. Even if we can't defeat the Demon King, if we can surprise them, we might be able to make the Demon King's army turn back. It might be a long shot, but..." Rainer looked at each member of Garnet. "You understand, don't you?" Rio and her friends understood that determination all too well. They also knew it wasn't something they could dissuade them from. After a moment of silence, Seal spoke. "That's why we want to entrust Trrow to you. Trrow has always aimed to defeat the Demon King. According to the plan, he should be able to defeat the Demon King in 2 years, but this is as far as we go. We're passing the baton to you. In those 2 years, the Kingdom of Leus would fall." Weighing the future of the world against the survival of their homeland, Rainer and the others chose their homeland. Rio and her friends couldn't say anything. "You should be careful, you know. Once he becomes your comrade, he'll show his true colors. The true nature of a stingy, miserly merchant," Louise said in an intentionally cheerful voice. "Trrow might be the only man who can defeat the Demon King. That's why we can't involve him in our selfish actions. From now on, I want you to support him. Despite appearances, he's actually quite lonely," Rainer said with a gentle smile. "Trrow will do anything for his goals. He might do terrible things. Even so, we want you to believe in him," Seal said, holding Rio's hand. "Let me tell you something good. Trrow has one habit." Chapter 21. Reminiscence 3, The Adventurers. A group of about 30 people was advancing through the wilderness. Their appearances varied greatly. Some were clad in armor, others wore priestly robes, and some were draped in cloaks. Even among the armored individuals, who made up half the group, there was a wide range from light to heavy armor, giving the overall impression of a lack of uniformity. This group was the Demon King Subjugation team, centered around the adventurer party known as the Golden Fang. They had crossed treacherous mountains and traversed deep forests to set foot in this wasteland, the domain of the Demon King. Unable to use horses on the pathless route they had taken, they should have been exhausted. Yet, their faces showed no signs of fatigue. They had been using stamina recovery potions frequently, aware that they could be ambushed by the Demon King's army at any moment. However, while physical fatigue could be alleviated, mental strain remained. Since entering the Demon King's territory, they had barely spoken, perhaps due to tension. The most prominent figure among them was Ganon, the leader of the Golden Fang. Known as the strongest warrior, he was a large man with golden brown hair, impressive in both height and build. He wore the most elaborate and flashy golden armor. The Golden Fang was a large party of 10 members, standing at the pinnacle of adventurers in terms of capability. Ganon called out to Raynor, the leader of the Blue Ring, "How are you holding up?" "No problems in particular. If anything, I'm a bit taken aback by the complete absence of enemies." Raynor replied matter-of-factly, "But you know, without Trrow, aren't you guys feeling a bit off your game?" Despite his intimidating appearance, Ganon had a caring and meddlesome side. It was this personality that drew people to join the Golden Fang, but right now, Raynor found it bothersome. Blue Ring has no issues without Trrow. Or are you suggesting that not having a merchant around causes problems? I recall you repeatedly saying, "Merchants are useless in situations like this." There was a hint of sharpness in his words. Well, that was in the beginning, wasn't it? Merchants have always been a formal profession, and I'd never seen one actually go on adventures. Honestly, I couldn't imagine them being useful in combat. But watching Trrow, I started to think maybe there's a place for them after all. He's sharp, thorough, good with people, and skilled at negotiations. Basically, he fills in all the gaps we adventurers have. Didn't you find him helpful in various ways? Not particularly. He might be useful when dealing with people, but he's unnecessary against monsters. Raynor replied curtly. Well, that may be true, but there was no need to fire him outright. And to go as far as hiring a thief to dig up dirt on him. Ganon had extensive connections, both above and below board. It was through Ganon that Raynor had hired a thief to investigate Trrow's background, uncovering his connection to Garnet. Trrow was strongly against the Demon King's subjugation. If he had stayed, Blue Ring wouldn't have been able to join the subjugation team. But you know, don't you guys also think this operation isn't likely to succeed? Raynor glared at Ganon, who calmly continued, unfazed by the look. Trrow may be a cold-blooded merchant, but he valued Blue Ring above all else. No matter how much he opposed, if you decided to go, he would have come along. Ganon found it strange that they had gone out of their way to expel Trrow. That's impossible, Ganon-san, interjected Seal, who was walking beside Raynor. She was wearing the cute priestly robes she had long desired. Trrow has 3 family members, so we couldn't bring him along. This is a fun picnic for singles only, you know. Family, you mean the Garnet folks. They're all women, but they're well-trained and have potential. When I first saw them, I thought they were just a bunch of young girls who couldn't make it as adventurers. I had no idea Trrow was behind them. Ganon seemed to hold Garnet in high regard. Family, more like he's raising his future wives himself. Louise teased, walking close to Seal. Being a merchant, he's probably securing his brides as futures contracts. Having 3 young women around him when there are 2 fine ladies right here, he's quite the handful. Though her words seemed harsh, her cheerful tone made it clear she was joking. You got that right. Ganon laughed heartily. His laughter eased the tension in the entire team. But you know, you only found out about Trrow's connection to Garnet after you had the thief investigate, right? Weren't you planning not to bring Trrow along from the start? He's always right. Raynor answered. If Trrow says it's impossible, then it is. We've learned the hard way more than once by not listening to him. That's why we've mostly followed his advice. This time, too, it probably would have been better to listen to him, but being right isn't everything, is it? That's true. Seal sighed. If we always did what Trrow said, we'd be safe and secure, but then I wonder if there's any point in being adventurers at all. Our job is to do dangerous things. And sometimes, even if it's wrong, there are things we have to do. But you know, even if we're wrong, Trrow would still come with us. Louise said, her stern expression softening. Even when we do something wrong, he'd make a face like can't be helped and end up going along with us. And then he'd fail together with us. For all his cold merchant act, he's quite the softy in that way. I see. So this time, you couldn't let him make the mistake with you. That's why you kicked him out of the party. Ganon said, looking like he understood. That's right. Adventurers only risk their lives when they're convinced. Trrow wasn't convinced at all about the Demon King subjugation, so I thought he shouldn't come. That's all there is to it. Raynor answered expressionlessly. But isn't he only nice to you guys? Doesn't he just see the rest of us as greedy adventurers who only move for money? Ganon's home country was also under attack from the Demon King's army. Not just Ganon, most of the adventurers in this team came from countries facing crises due to the Demon King's forces. True, there had been a request from the Adventurers Guild, which was under pressure from various countries. The reward was attractive too, but that wasn't the only reason they had joined this team. It's a big mistake to think people only move for money. Besides, the prices of necessary equipment and supplies rising to such perfect levels just before departure. That was his doing too, right? What an annoying merchant, Ganon said, having seen through Trrow's hand in the price increases. There was no one else who would raise prices in sync with the adventurers' movements. But well, including that, let's all give Trrow a good lecture when we return alive. Voices of agreement rose from various parts of the team at these words, even though they knew there was no guarantee in the phrase, return alive. Chapter 22. Reminiscence 4, Demon Magenbecker. The atmosphere in the Demon King subjugation team had become somewhat relaxed, but as they continued their journey, a fog suddenly began to thicken. Visibility worsened rapidly, and the surroundings were enveloped in a gray haze. I sense magical power in this fog. Louise warned Raynor and Seal to be cautious. Looking around, they noticed that other parties were also becoming aware of the abnormality of the fog. Everyone be on guard. Don't spread out, maintain a tight formation. Ganon shouted instructions to everyone. He too had readied his massive battle axe, gripping it with both hands as he shifted into a defensive stance. For a while, everyone remained tense and silent, but eventually, the fog began to gradually dissipate and visibility improved. We're surrounded, someone muttered. As the fog cleared, the surrounding landscape revealed demon soldiers standing in orderly ranks where there had been no sign of them before. All were clad in black armor, with their formations divided according to their equipment: bows, spears, and swords. The sword-wielding demon soldiers were also equipped with shields. There was no bestial roaring or disorderly movement typical of monsters, suggesting their high level of training. The number of demon soldiers encircling them easily exceeded 300. From among them, the largest demon at the forefront slowly stepped forward. He had 4 arms, each gripping a great sword. 4 glowing red eyes were visible from beneath the helmet covering his head. His appearance left no doubt that this was Magenbecker, the leader of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings. I trust you're prepared to pay the price for setting foot in the Demon King's territory. His voice, though low and raspy, echoed throughout the area. Mages cast enhancement spells on the warriors, clerics defensive barriers. Ganon ignored Magenbecker's words and issued orders to prepare for battle. As expected of S-rank adventurers, everyone swiftly moved according to instructions. Go! Magenbecker thrust one sword forward, and the archers positioned at the rear of the formation began firing simultaneously. Their arrows traced unnatural trajectories as if possessed, accurately targeting the adventurers' hearts. However, the clerics' barriers were deployed in time, and the arrows were deflected by walls of light. But then, the barrier won't hold much longer. These aren't ordinary arrows. They're imbued with magical power. One cleric cried out in a near scream. The deployed barriers were repelling the arrows, but each impact resonated with an eerie sound, significantly weakening the barrier's strength. Mages, target the archers. At Ganon's command, the mages immediately launched a magical counterattack, but the sword-wielding demon soldiers lined up in front of the archers used their shields to block the magic. How considerate of them to use shields capable of magical defense. Well-equipped bastards. Ganon spat out the words, then raised his battle axe and charged towards the demon soldiers' battle line on the left flank with a speed that belied his massive frame. Uorah! With a roar like that of a magical beast, Ganon bore down on them. The spearmen in the front row thrust their spears in a tight formation to meet his charge. Ganon let the spear tips glance off his armor with slight movements of his body, then swung his battle axe mightily. That single strike bisected 4 spearmen. Without losing momentum, Ganon pressed on, assaulting the sword and shield-wielding demon soldiers in the second row. The demon soldiers raised their shields in a defensive stance, but Ganon swung his axe regardless, sending them flying, shields and all. In no time, Ganon reached the archers. With a smirk, he said, "Farewell," and proceeded to decimate the archers as they frantically tried to attempt close-range shots. Follow Ganon, break through the encirclement. The sub-leader of the Golden Fang, understanding Ganon's intent, took over giving orders to the whole team. Immediately, the warriors charged into the gap Ganon had opened in the enemy formation, breaking through the left flank. The clerics and mages followed close behind. Of course, the demon soldiers didn't stand idle. The archers fired arrows incessantly, while the spear and sword-wielding demon soldiers rushed towards the subjugation team. The warriors, centered around Ganon, made the mages fall back and moved forward to engage the demon soldiers instead. By this point, several had been wounded by arrows, but they were quickly healed by the clerics. "Use items liberally, don't hold back," Ganon shouted. The battle was intense. While the subjugation team had the advantage in individual strength, the demon soldiers launched well-coordinated attacks, making it difficult to counter. After all, the vanguard of the subjugation team, though half of their total force, numbered only about 15. In contrast, the enemy numbered close to 300. Not only did they face a nearly 20-fold numerical disadvantage, but they also had to protect their rear guard. Even after breaking through the encirclement, they were forced into a challenging situation. However, these were adventurers who had overcome numerous difficulties. By covering each other's blind spots between parties and moving in coordination as if each party were a single organism, they steadily reduced the enemy's numbers while quickly recovering from any damage taken. "We can do this." Just as hope began to dawn on the subjugation team that they could win despite the enemy's strength and numbers, it descended from above. As one party desperately fought the enemies before them, a massive black shadow suddenly loomed overhead. In the next instant, 4 adventurers were impaled by 4 great swords. "Pathetic," said Demon Becker as he shook off his swords, discarding the instantly killed adventurers' corpses. "He's here." A shudder ran through the subjugation team. While not unexpected, they had honestly hoped to delay this confrontation. "I'll take him on, don't break the battle line." Ganon immediately moved to block Majin Becker's path. If Majin Becker had his way here, the team would likely be annihilated. "I'll help too. This should balance things out right." Raynor took his place beside Ganon. Since Raynor's Blue Ring party consisted of 1 vanguard and 2 rear guards, adding Ganon would make for a good composition. "To be honest, I'm grateful," Ganon replied without taking his eyes off Majin Becker. "Even for the strongest warrior, it would be tough without support." "Are just 4 of you enough?" Majin Becker asked mockingly. "Shut it, 4 is too many for the likes of you," Ganon retorted, but in reality, he knew they couldn't spare any more people without compromising the other battle lines. "Well then, shall we begin?" With those words from Raynor, he and Ganon spread out to the left and right, positioning themselves to flank Majin Becker. Not only that, but from behind where the two had been standing, Louise unleashed a spell she had already begun chanting. Mega Flare, a super high-temperature explosion spell with firepower beyond ordinary flames. She launched it at Majin Becker as a surprise attack. For normal monsters, this would leave not even ashes behind, but HMPH. Majin Becker crossed a pair of great swords from his left and right hands, smashing the spell and dispelling it. He also blocked the attacks from Raynor and Ganon with the great swords in his remaining 2 hands. Ridiculous strength. Louise clicked her tongue, but began preparing her next spell. Judgment Arrow. Seal cast one of the few offensive clerical spells, a light arrow, but Majin Becker didn't even bother to evade, letting it hit his armor. It showed no sign of having any effect. "I'm starting to lose confidence." Seal's shoulders slumped as he decided to focus on support, beginning to cast healing and defensive magic on Raynor and Ganon. Meanwhile, Raynor and Ganon, though fighting 2-on-1, were completely overwhelmed. Majin Becker had 4 arms, and his power and speed were overwhelming, negating their numerical advantage. "We could use 2 more people." Raynor glanced around, but every party was fully engaged, even struggling. There was no hope for reinforcements. Ganon moved closer to Raynor. "I'll buy time, do something in the meantime." Understood. Though not originally part of the same party, they communicated their intentions with just a few words. In those words lay the resolve of both men. Chapter 23, Reminiscence 5 at the end of the battle. Berserk. As Ganon shouted briefly, his body was faintly enveloped in a pale blue light, and in an instant, his eyes became bloodshot and turned bright red. Berserk is a skill that temporarily doubles one's status at the cost of turning oneself into a mad warrior who continues fighting until all enemies are eliminated. While its effect is significant, it robs one of normal thought and stamina. Ganon raised his battle axe and took a big step towards Magenbecker. Immediately, two great swords came down on Ganon. However, Ganon doesn't dodge. His prized golden armor is slashed, and the blades should be reaching his flesh, but he charges on regardless. Sensing something odd about this reckless charge, Magenbecker aims at Ganon with yet another arm. That's when Raynor moved. Ground contraction. It's the special technique of Raynor, a swordsman specialized in speed. With a quickness that leaves afterimages, he moves behind Magenbecker in an instant. Light speed. Raynor's ultimate sword technique, unleashing a magic-imbued slash while maintaining the speed of ground contraction. He aims for Magenbecker's neck. "I won't let you." Magenbecker's remaining arm delivers a lightning-fast strike at Raynor. Raynor avoids it by leaning his upper body backward, then launches his light speed attack using the momentum as he rises. However, due to the evasive action, it doesn't reach the neck, instead slicing off one of Magenbecker's arms. Raynor retreats to create distance. Ground contraction puts a great strain on the body and can't be used consecutively. "Sorry, I couldn't reach." As Raynor was about to call out to Ganon, what he saw was Ganon, his body slashed by two great swords, still exchanging blows with Magenbecker. Seal was continuously casting healing magic on Ganon with teary eyes, while Louise was desperately chanting attack spells. Ground contraction. Immediately realizing this was the critical moment, Raynor activates ground contraction in succession. Feeling as if his lungs were expanding and his heart contracting, he approaches Magenbecker again. Magenbecker also pulls his swords out of Ganon, showing a stance ready to counter. However, one arm is occupied with Ganon, and another is used to avoid Louise's magic. If anything, it's a vulnerable state just like before. Raynor, with a do-or-die determination, slips through Magenbecker's swords and extends his blade towards Magenbecker's throat. "I've got him." The moment he was certain of this, Magenbecker's four eyes glowed brightly, the light converging. It became a single heat beam aimed at Raynor. Raynor narrowly avoided the heat beam but lost his chance and jumped back, retreating to where Seal and Louise were. What was that? Is anything goes now. Raynor was stunned by Magenbecker, who had fired some kind of beam from his eyes without chanting. Anxiety runs through him, wondering if they have any chance of winning. That heat beam disappeared quickly. It probably has a short range and can only be used at close distances. On the other hand, Louise saw through the ability at first glance. More importantly, we need to hurry or Ganon will. Seal, who continued to support Ganon, urged the two to continue the battle. Ganon was already beyond his limits, but at that moment, a blade emerged from Ganon's back. His torso had been pierced. "Ganon!" Seal screamed, "Gargh!" Ganon, shouting while coughing blood, chopped off Magenbecker's arm, holding the sword that had pierced him with his battle axe. Ganon fell to the ground along with Magenbecker's severed arm, but he no longer moved an inch. This is bad. Raynor looked around, but the situation was dire everywhere. So, in the end, Trrow was right. Louise responded lightly. "I wish we could have gone on an adventure with Garnet's children at least once." Trrow was sneaky, secretly helping such cute kids. Seal smiled slightly. "Stop saying things like that. It's like we're about to die. I don't like it. I have a dream of marrying a rich man and living a fun life until I die." Louise scolded Seal for her comment. "Then how about Trrow? He'll surely become rich." "Even if he's rich, it's meaningless if he's stingy." While Louise and Seal were exchanging words, Magenbecker was slowly approaching. It's frustrating to have Trrow say, "I told you so let's try a bit harder." Raynor calls out to the two, "Right, yes." While talking, the two release the spells they had been preparing. Seal casts a support spell on Raynor to enhance his abilities, while Louise turns the ground under Magen Becker's feet into a swamp to restrict his movement. This is. Magen Becker, his feet entangled in the muddy ground, raises his voice. You can't cut through that magic with a sword, can you? Louise winked. At the same time, Raynor started running. Moving like he was flying around Magen Becker, he aims for blind spots. Magen Becker, with his feet trapped, tries to respond by twisting his body, but his movements are slow. Moreover, having lost 2 arms, he can no longer respond in all directions. Furthermore, Louise releases an attack spell, and as Magen Becker swings his sword to nullify it, his body opens up. Ground contraction. Forcibly swallowing the blood rising from his lungs, Raynor activates ground contraction for the 3rd time. He instantly dives into close range, aiming for the throat again. But, don't underestimate me. Magen Becker pulls his feet out of the swamp and delivers a knee strike. Hit by the unexpected attack, Raynor is sent flying. Gah! Raynor, bouncing and rolling on the ground, lets out a dull voice. Raynor. Immediately, Seal chants a healing spell, and Raynor manages to stand up using his sword as support. During this time, Magen Becker thrusts his great sword into the ground, forcibly dispelling the magic and returning the swamp-like ground to its original state. No way. Louise gasps. It was unthinkable to break magic in such a way. One more time. Raynor pushes his not fully recovered body, and he holds his sword in front of him. This is it, Magen Becker. Very well, human hero. Despite saying this, Magen Becker thought the opponent no longer had a chance of winning. Even though he had lost 2 arms, the opponent was already out of strength. There was no reason for Magen Becker, superior in raw power, to lose. Louise begins chanting a spell. Seal casts another healing spell on Raynor. And as Louise's spell is completed, Raynor starts running. He's no longer in a state to use ground contraction. Magen Becker was supposed to block Louise's spell with 1 arm and have enough power left to counter Raynor with the other arm. Gah! Feeling unexpected pain, Magen Becker lets out a groan of agony, and he loses his balance. At the edge of his vision, he saw Ganon, whom he thought was dead, dragging his body and kneeling, swinging his axe at Magen Becker's Achilles tendon. Raynor approaches, brandishing his sword. It's too late to defend with a sword now. Magen Becker tries to concentrate magic in his eyes to release a heat beam, but Raynor shows no sign of trying to avoid it. Well done. Magen Becker releasing the heat beam and Raynor swinging down his sword happened simultaneously. Magen Becker's head flies through the air, and Raynor's chest is pierced by the heat beam. We did it, Trrow. Raynor muttered in his fading consciousness. Seal, heal Raynor immediately. Louise shouts, but Seal leans against her back. Seal. As she turns around, she sees several arrows piercing Seal's chest. Seal leans against her back as if to protect her, then falls to the ground. Her expression was peaceful. Looking around, the demon Lord Subjugation team was in a state of total annihilation, with no survivors in sight. Even the mighty Ganon had finally breathed his last beside Magen Becker's corpse. You went ahead, huh? Louise, Raynor, and Seal were childhood friends. However, she had always thought Raynor and Seal would end up together. As for herself, she thought she might end up with Trrow out of necessity. Though I really don't want such a stingy guy. Several arrows approach and pierce her body. Louise watched this as if it were happening to someone else. There's more than enough blood. Unlike Seal, Louise was still wearing the death-scented black robe prepared by Trrow. It was partly because it was given by Trrow, but also because she needed to wear it continuously to make the black robe recognize who its master was. A self-destruction spell, what bad taste, great sage. Hidden within was a spell prepared by the great sage who created the black robe, to retaliate against those who harmed him. In the end, he never used it himself in his lifetime, a calamitous magic that spreads death throughout the area, activated in exchange for one's blood and life. The black robe, having absorbed Louise's blood, changes form as it further drains its master's life. A dragon, like a torrent of black magical power, manifests and attacks the remaining demon soldiers on the battlefield. I leave the rest to you. Louise's last words were directed not at the dragon, but at Trrow. Afterward, there's a genre in light novels known as Exile stories. The story begins with the impactful moment where the protagonist is exiled by their companions, drawing in the readers. However, the plot unfolds to reveal that the protagonist actually possesses incredible talent. Those who exiled them fall into decline, while the protagonist finds recognition and happiness elsewhere. It's a straightforward tale of good triumphing over evil. In simple terms, it's like Cinderella, treated poorly at home but admired at the ball for her beauty and ultimately marrying the prince. However, I never quite resonated with such exile stories. Questions like, wouldn't it be strange for companions to misjudge the protagonist's abilities so completely? Can you really call people companions if they lack a foundation of trust? Isn't the reasoning for exile too flimsy? And isn't the story just a one-trick pony? Always bothered me. So, I wanted to address these issues and write my own exile story. A story where the protagonist's abilities are genuinely hard to recognize, where there are valid reasons for the exile, where there's a real sense of trust between companions, and where the ending ties everything together. And thus, the exiled merchant saves the world with the power of gold was born. To be honest, it's debatable whether this work is compelling as an exile story. The protagonist isn't a good person. The companions who exiled him aren't villains. Therefore, it's not a simple tale of good versus evil. Moreover, the protagonist Trrow uses the power of money to defeat the Demon King. There are no dreams or hopes involved. Yet in reality, money often solves problems. Hence, I thought this ability had a sense of realism. Being exiled for being miserly with money is also a convincing reason. In the story, Trrow frantically earns money. It's not an admirable way to make money, but with that power, he accomplishes great things. However, what he truly wanted couldn't be bought with money. I believe real life is similar in this regard. Extra 1, Special Story. The Circumstances of Blue Ring. Trrow, who had just joined Blue Ring, decided to hear the stories of the 3 members right away. While Trrow was happy to be invited to the party, he was equally anxious. Adventurers who need a merchant. They seem to be about my age, but I wonder what kind of financial sense they have. As a celebration for the new member joining, everyone decided to have a meal together. However, the place they took him to was a restaurant known for its rather high prices. The food here is delicious, especially the seafood is the best. Rainer said excitedly. The other 2 also seemed eager to eat here. I see. Trrow instantly understood. These 3 were gourmets. The best seafood? This was inland, far from the sea. A place serving seafood in such a location couldn't be cheap. The prices must be astronomical. Stop right there. Trrow firmly grabbed Rainer's hand. What's wrong, Trrow? Don't you like seafood? Rainer looked puzzled. Yeah, I don't like it, especially expensive seafood. This wasn't a lie. Trrow himself had no likes or dislikes and could eat anything. However, regardless of taste, his favorite foods were cheap ones, and his least favorite were expensive ones. I see. Then let's go to a place with delicious meat dishes. Once you taste the meat there, you won't be able to eat meat from other places. Rainer said with a broad smile. Is there something not quite right mixed in? Trrow thought, but he also considered that it might not be a bad way to attract customers. However, it was clear that it would definitely be expensive. Well, that place might be good too, but since today is to welcome me, why don't you let me choose the restaurant? Trrow proposed to the 3 with a friendly smile. Huh. Do you know a good place too, Trrow? Rainer and the others looked at Trrow with expectant eyes. Of course, a special place. Trrow answered cheerfully. This is your special place. Louise looked at the food on the table with dead fish eyes. What was laid out was a mountain of potatoes. It was a simple dish of steamed local potatoes sprinkled with salt, famous for being cheap and filling. This particular shop was known for its low prices and large portions. It is special, isn't it? I eat here every day. It's cheap and fills you up. Trrow said, taking a bite of a potato. Wait, Trrow, today is a memorable day when you joined Blue Ring, right? We shouldn't come to a place you eat at every day on such an occasion. At least today. Rainer said disappointedly as he picked up a potato. Listen, Rainer. Trrow replied after washing down the potato in his mouth with water. If we eat lavishly on every special occasion, we'll run out of money no matter how much we have. Blue Ring is now a 4-person party, so just birthdays alone are 4 times a year. If we add the anniversary of forming Blue Ring, the first time we defeated a monster, and so on, it'll add up to quite a number. Special occasions are just excuses to be extravagant. You said you lacked planning, but were you perhaps diligently celebrating these occasions? Yeah. Raynor and the others silently began to eat their potatoes. It seemed Trrow's words had struck a chord. So special occasions are banned, okay. What? The three voices chorused in response to Trrow's declaration. Wait a minute, Trrow, isn't banning special occasions too harsh? Does this mean we can't even celebrate birthdays? Louise raised her voice in protest. The other two nodded in agreement. Listen, Louise, what's so special about birthdays? It's just the day someone was born some years ago, and there's no direct connection between that day and the day of birth except on the calendar, right? I think it's wrong to increase spending when there's no income. Isn't it because you do things like this that you end up in financial trouble? As expected of a merchant, you say such heartless things. Louise's shoulders slumped. Hold on, Trrow. Does this mean we can eat good food when we have income? Raynor attempted one last resistance. Well, I guess that's fine. I think motivation to complete requests is important too. However, I think we need to set a limit, like using only 10% of the success fee for celebrations. 10%? We can't eat anything good with that. The three raised their voices in protest at Trrow's proposal. Seriously, these guys. Honestly, Trrow thought even 10% was too much. Even adventurers don't complete requests every day. There are various things they need to do, like preparation before quests, post-quest procedures, paperwork, and so on. Since they're not adventuring every day, they need living expenses too. The financial sense of the Blue Ring members was quite off. Don't tell me you guys are spending most of your success fees on food. Trrow asked fearfully. The three looked at each other, then Raynor answered. Not all of it, about half. You idiots. And so, Trrow, who had just joined, ended up taking control of the party's finances without any room for argument. However, the cause of Blue Ring's financial distress wasn't just the three's love for good food. Trrow, look at this sword. Isn't it great? It's a masterpiece made with special metal. One day, Raynor came to show off a sword made with cutting-edge technology to Trrow. Wait a minute, Raynor. You shouldn't have had the money to buy such a sword, right? Where did you get this from? What's wrong with that? Trrow had a bad feeling. Oh, I bought it on credit. It's a bit more expensive that way, but don't create debt on your own. Trrow dragged Raynor to the weapon shop to negotiate a return and made sure they would always go through him for future sales. He declared that if they didn't, he would default on the borrowed money. Furthermore, Trrow notified all the weapon, armor, item, and food shops in town where they were based, ensuring that Raynor couldn't make purchases on his own. Trrow, I don't have enough money. Can I have some more? Seal came to Trrow with a charming smile, making her request. It was the kind of smile that would make most men fall for her instantly. However, Trrow was not the kind of man to be swayed by such tactics. Seal, you're supposed to have a set amount of daily allowance, right? What exactly are you spending it on? Currently, Blue Ring was on an allowance system, with Trrow giving members a fixed amount daily. Since Trrow kept meticulous records of the party's income and expenses, the members found it difficult to complain about this system. However, while Seal didn't seem to be particularly wasteful, she was always out of money. This puzzled Trrow. I use it all for charity. What? Seal smiled brightly. She firmly believed she was doing the right thing. In contrast, Trrow looked at Seal as if he had discovered a rare animal. Charity is the action furthest removed from the merchant class. To Trrow, it was no different from throwing money away. If there was such money available, he believed it would be better for the world to invest it. No matter how much money was given to people who needed charity, Trrow firmly believed it would end up being wasted. Seal, we're not wealthy enough to give charity to others. But Trrow, there are many people in this world who are less fortunate than us. I believe that extending a helping hand to those people is what fulfills our purpose. Seal, you're not getting any allowance anymore. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll buy it for you instead. Trrow mercilessly cut off Seal's allowance. Why, Trrow? Why am I the only one without an allowance? Seal's eyes welled up with tears. It's for the purpose of defeating the Demon Lord. The more money Seal spends, the further we get from that goal. If you want to do charity, substitute it with labor, okay. Trrow completely ignored Seal's protests and unilaterally ended the conversation. Although Seal was dejected, from that day on, she began to devote herself to volunteer work on her days off. "Trrow, I want a new magic book. You'll buy it for me, right?" Louise said to Trrow with a face that suggested it was a given. For Trrow, this was a troublesome matter. It's natural for magicians to be expensive. To begin with, educating a magician costs money. Louise, who seemed to come from a good family, was a graduate of an academy that trained magicians, and her parents had paid for her tuition. However, things changed once she became independent. She had to provide her own magic books. This was an issue that affected the party's fighting strength, so it couldn't be flatly refused. "I understand, Louise. Can you wait a bit? And could you lend me the magic books you currently have?" Trrow made this proposal and borrowed all the magic books Louise possessed. A few days later, Trrow started a side business, a magic book lending shop. Users deposit their own magic books, pay a fee, and in return, they can borrow different magic books. Trrow started this business using Louise's magic books and a few others he had acquired separately as initial stock. Magic books are expensive. Because of their high cost, there are no places that lend them out. So Trrow came up with the idea of taking the lender's magic book as collateral and lending out different magic books in exchange. This business was a hit. Not all magicians are wealthy. They want to read many magic books but don't have the money to purchase them. Being able to read new magic books just by depositing their own book and paying a fee was an opportunity they couldn't miss. Many magicians began to visit Trrow. "So, which magic book did you want to read again, Louise?" Trrow came to Louise carrying many magic books. "What about my magic books?" "They'll come back eventually." Trrow answered cheerfully. "Well, I guess it's fine," Louise said with a resigned smile, picking up one of the books. Extra 2, Special Story, Twilight of the Gods. Kusanagi God was satisfied. The shrine had been rebuilt, larger in scale than before. High-quality furnishings had been selected. Most importantly, priests dedicated to serving Kusanagi God had been appointed. Every morning, these priests would offer prayers to Kusanagi God before beginning to clean the shrine. Thanks to their efforts, the shrine was always kept in a pristine condition, successfully exuding a solemn atmosphere. This was a state unimaginable in the past. Even the rock with Kusanagi God's sword embedded in it had been polished to a shine. Today, too, a confident adventurer had come to try pulling out the sword. Though he seemed to be a man with great confidence in his strength, his face turned red as he attempted to pull out the sword, ultimately failing. "As you have failed, I will collect the challenge fee of 1 gold coin," announced the priest standing beside the rock. The adventurer, looking frustrated, handed over the gold coin. "Thank you very much for your patronage," the priest said with a smile as he received the coin. Kusanagi God felt somewhat uncomfortable with this exchange. Originally, no money was required for the trial of pulling out the sword. However, at some point, this trial had come to require payment. Of course, Kusanagi God had questioned the priests about this. "Is it really necessary to charge money for attempting to pull out the sword?" The priest replied, "O great Kusanagi God, money is necessary to maintain the shrine. Without funds, the shrine would only fall into decay, and we would have to leave to make a living. Does Kusanagi God not need us?" His expression was one of deep concern. Of course, Kusanagi God couldn't say they were unnecessary. "I see, I understand," was all Kusanagi God could say. However, the number of people challenging the sword was increasing day by day. While present at the scene, Kusanagi God could see as far as the vicinity of the shrine, where many banners had been erected. These banners read, "A sword worth 100,000 gold coins. Challenge fee is only 1 gold coin." As a result, recently, even those without confidence in their strength had been challenging the sword, motivated by the potential monetary gain. Kusanagi God wondered if this situation was truly what they had desired, but seeing the priests working so happily, it was too late to tell them to stop. There was one more thing that concerned Kusanagi God about the surroundings. A shop had opened near the shrine, selling something called Kusanagi manju. These Kusanagi manju were selling well. The priests were busily making them, green buns with edible grass mixed into the dough for coloring, filled with sweet black bean paste. Kusanagi God had once asked a priest, "Hey, what's that?" But due to some misunderstanding, a large quantity of Kusanagi manju was offered before them. Having no choice but to try them, Kusanagi God found them quite delicious. Since these bore their name, they didn't feel too bad about it. While there were a few concerning points, overall, Kusanagi God was satisfied. There were many worshippers, and faith in them as a god was growing. However, why did the clothes worn by the priests have Trrow Trading Company written on them? Aegis God had been spending all their time in the art museum named after them. In fact, they hardly ever returned to their own temple. Nobody would come anyway, and even if someone did, they had prepared about 10 Krakens as caretakers, so no one would be able to reach the inside of the temple. Even so, the exhibits in this museum never ceased to fascinate, no matter how many times they were viewed. Paintings depicting Aegis God, sculptures modeled after Aegis God, stained glass featuring Aegis God as a motif, music themed around Aegis God. It was magnificent. This was undoubtedly the world's finest art museum. Aegis God would not acknowledge the existence of a superior museum, and if there were one, they intended to crush it. In any case, the Aegis Art Museum was thriving. It was especially popular among aspiring artists and magicians who revered Aegis God. How devoted they are, I am pleased. Aegis God was impressed by those who diligently visited the museum to appreciate the artworks themed around them. And when the mood struck, they would bestow revelations. These revelations consisted of merely emanating a slight presence and gently breathing divine breath upon the chosen ones, but those who received it would jump for joy and run out of the museum at full speed. How refreshingly innocent. Aegis God was satisfied with the reactions of those upon whom they had bestowed their grace. However, as being completely naked seemed a bit much, Aegis God wore a white garment while in the museum. Being a goddess with a base in the sea, their hair appeared wet. The Aegis Art Museum was bustling today as well. There was talk that something appears, which was very popular among those interested in such things. The museum had incorporated this into their promotional strategy, announcing today's sighting information outside the museum. According to the sighting information, while inside the museum, one's surroundings would suddenly become pitch black, and they would sense a presence behind them. Upon turning around, there would be a woman with wet blue hair wearing white clothes standing at close range, breathing warm breath upon them. This was reputed to be terrifying even if one knew about it in advance. If it were just something appearing, it would only be scary. But without exception, those who encountered it experienced an improvement in their abilities, so magicians and artists frequently visited. The Aegis God-shaped cookie pastries sold outside the museum were also popular. It had become famous as a tourist attraction, drawing visitors from both within and outside Austria. However, there was a notice posted at the entrance. We cannot guarantee the safety of those who display disrespectful words or attitudes towards Aegis God in the main building. There was also a rumor circulating that a person who had mocked a painting of Aegis God had died of a mysterious illness 3 days later. However, this was actually a false rumor spread by Trrow to ensure smooth operation of the museum. A group from the Trrow Trading Company, led by Rio, had arrived at Nimue's illusory lake. Their purpose was to cultivate the Black Lotus, as Trrow had promised Nimue. However, Rio had another mission. It was to recover the 100 suits of mithril armor sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Trrow had deduced that Nimue had no attachment to the armor itself, so they plotted to take back the mithril armor sunk in the lake. What a petty person. Although Rio found the task of reclaiming armor that had once been given away very distasteful. It was indeed a business in the sense that it was an easy way to make a profit. So, upon arriving at the illusory lake, Rio immediately entered into negotiations with Nimue. First, when Rio held up the bottle containing the raw liquid of the potion at the shore of the lake, Nimue appeared without hesitation. "It's been a while, Lady Nimue," Rio said, bowing respectfully. "Who are you? It doesn't matter, just hand over that bottle to me." Nimue had completely forgotten about Rio. Rio felt a little disheartened by this fairy-like attitude, but decided to get straight to the point anyway. "I am a messenger of the one who previously exchanged 100 fairy armors with you at this lake. I've come regarding the cultivation of Black Lotus. This bottle is an offering to you, Lady Nimue." Saying this, Rio presented the bottle of raw liquid to Nimue. "Ah, you're a messenger of that rude man. I've been looking forward to the Black Lotus cultivation. Start immediately." Nimue carelessly received the bottle and urged Rio to begin the cultivation. Fairies seem to be true to their desires. Well, you see, Lady Nimue. Actually, Black Lotus is a plant that struggles to grow near metal, so we were wondering if we could retrieve the armor at the bottom of the lake. Of course, this was a blatant lie concocted by Trrow. Rio thought even a child wouldn't fall for such an obvious lie, but they decided to at least try saying it. Is that so? Then hurry up and retrieve the armor. And start cultivating the Black Lotus quickly. Nimue didn't notice the lie. Or rather, she seemed indifferent about the armor from the start. And so, Rio deployed the personnel she had brought into the lake and began a large-scale armor recovery operation. What was pulled up from the bottom of the lake was not only the mithril armor that Trrow and his group had thrown in, but also many vintage armors that had presumably been cast in before that. However, as Nimue showed absolutely no interest in these either, Trrow Trading Company recovered all of them. Of course, after that, the cultivation of Black Lotus began, and it was a splendid success. As a result, the illusory phantom lake was transformed into a deplorable environment where Black Lotus flowers ran riot, and the fairies were in a constant state of intoxication. Rio and the others promptly withdrew, and the recovered armor was put up for auction, bringing enormous profits to Trrow Trading Company. Extra 3, Special Story, Trrow Trading Company. Once known as the Cat for her nimble movements and swiftness during her adventure days, Rio had now gained an imposing presence as the vice president of Trrow Trading Company. Her bearing was more akin to that of a tiger. Today was the main store meeting, gathering branch managers from various locations. Austria branch manager, your progress seems poor. What's going on? Rio glared at the Austria branch manager with a menacing look. Well, due to the recent economic downturn, the purchasing power of Austria's citizens is lower than expected. Our sales are below projections, and we may not achieve our targets. In response, Rio kicked and destroyed the chair that had been sitting on. Are you mocking me? Even a 3-year-old could make such excuses. Saying you can't do it is just a liar's excuse. Think about how you can do it before coming to a meeting. Otherwise, you might end up like this chair, understand? Rio pointed at the shattered chair, leaving the Austria branch manager pale-faced. The executives knew that Trrow Trading Company's founding members were once skilled adventurers. Adventurers were known for their rough nature, so they couldn't help but think Rio's words weren't merely an empty threat. Now, Vice President Rio, let's not be so harsh. We should work together to find a solution. Lilith intervened gently, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Known as the most virtuous among the founding members, her gentle features and personality made the executives adore her like a holy mother. That's right, Austria branch manager, you should consider how you report things. If purchasing power is low, wouldn't cheaper products be preferred? Even if we lower the quality, introducing inexpensive items might boost sales. Suggested Dominique, another founding member in charge of product development. Always calm and collected with refined features, she was revered by the executives as a goddess of salvation, always offering solutions and new product ideas. This pattern of Rio tightening discipline, Lilith providing comfort, and Dominique extending a helping hand was a regular occurrence. Through this, Trrow Trading Company's executives had successfully built a strong bond, or rather, been brainwashed. As for President Trrow, he maintained a constant polite smile. This, in its own way, was scary because no one could tell what he was thinking. Yes, Dominique is right. We must see a crisis as an opportunity. If we're struggling, surely other trading companies are too. We should view this as a business chance. Some might even be starting to withdraw. And if we can cleverly incorporate those areas to expand our market share, it could be a huge advantage when we emerge from this recession. You should have a more long-term perspective. Trrow pointed out, leaving the Austria branch manager with nothing to do but bow his head. Trrow's foresight had never been wrong, making him not just a president, but a charismatic figure to the executives. Section, so, I've been thinking about starting a new business venture, and I wanted to discuss it today. Trrow announced as the meeting was winding down. What's this new business? Rio asked with a puzzled expression. Even the founding members were hearing about this for the first time. Well, I'm thinking of creating a large-scale casino. A casino, a place for gambling. It's rarely conducted legally, with most operations run by criminal organizations like underground guilds. While individual operations are small, rumors suggest that the overall revenue is quite substantial. A casino, you say? The executives' reactions were lukewarm. Gambling is often prohibited in many countries, and it carries a criminal image. They didn't see the need to get involved in such a venture. Yes, a casino. Actually, the King of Makkah recently consulted me about potential good businesses. When I suggested a casino, he seemed quite receptive, so I thought we could invest in it. Makkah is a small island nation. While scenic, it lacks any notable industries. Recently, Trrow was invited as an advisor to a meeting of various national kings, where he received this consultation. The reason Trrow was invited to such a place was that he holds many vested interests in various countries and handles businesses that span across nations, making him too significant to ignore. One of the executives raised a hand. Won't getting into the casino business cause conflicts with criminal organizations? Casinos are an important source of income for criminal organizations. This concern was valid. Conflict. Sounds interesting. Bring it on. Rio smirked devilishly. Her adventurer habits haven't faded, and she still actively intervenes in disputes. Some executives adored Rio for this, while others were completely put off. Trrow Trading Company actively recruits adventurers as employees, so among the executives who were former adventurers, many support the militant Rio. Well, we can handle those things one way or another, so don't worry about it. Trrow didn't seem particularly concerned either. Having a private army of former Hero Party members under his command, he probably didn't think they'd lose to mere criminal organizations. Won't casinos give us a bad image? I think it might affect Trrow Trading Company's reputation. Another executive voiced a different concern. Casinos, due to their association with money, carry dark images of debt and crime. They generally don't leave a good impression. That's a valid point. Trrow acknowledged the executive's correctness. But it's also true that casinos generate significant profits. So, I think we should work on changing that negative image. What do you mean? We'll create more than just a casino. We'll build luxurious accommodations, theaters, beaches, and various attractions. Something that can be enjoyed by everyone from children to adults. Trrow's vision was grand. Makkah itself was originally a tourism-oriented country, making it an ideal location for Trrow's plan. The executives were convinced after hearing Trrow's explanation. Having their own large-scale casino would provide an excellent place to entertain valuable clients. Among their clientele, some secretly enjoy casinos, and the money these customers would spend at the casino would be no small amount. And so, Trrow Trading Company's casino project was launched. Section: The large-scale casino resort project in Makkah was announced with great fanfare. This information spread to various countries, but not everyone was pleased. The underground guilds, composed of criminals, held an emergency meeting. Hey, did you hear about the casino? Yeah, I did. It's outrageous that they're trying to build something like that without consulting us. Should we kidnap and kill a few of their people as a warning? Wouldn't it be better to threaten them into including us in the deal? Perhaps we should send in our people and attempt a takeover. After various dangerous ideas were thoroughly discussed, the guild leader spoke gravely. I hear Trrow Trading Company is behind this casino. The room fell silent for a moment. Should we back off? Yeah. In an instant, all participants agreed not to interfere with the casino project. That company is dangerous. When we had a conflict with them before, they kidnapped my daughter. I know, right? They somehow knew my parents' names and whereabouts, which I hadn't told anyone. They asked me, "How old do your parents plan to live?" It was chilling. They seem even more accustomed to criminal activities than us, or maybe it's because they're amateurs that they have no restraint. They once blew up our office building entirely. That was overkill, wasn't it? Everyone had a distant look in their eyes. Even for the underground guilds, Trrow Trading Company was an untouchable entity. Thus, Trrow Trading Company's casino construction proceeded smoothly without any interference, eventually reaching completion. This large-scale casino, encompassing all sorts of entertainment, became known as a major entertainment facility where nothing was impossible. It began attracting customers of all ages, genders, and social classes from across the country, bringing enormous profits to Makkah. Naturally, it became an important base for Trrow Trading Company and was highly valued as a place to entertain their best clients. However, Trrow himself never visited the place. When asked why he didn't go, Trrow reportedly muttered, "I don't like gambling. Extra 4, special story, marriage. I want to marry you 3. With these words, Trrow pulls out 3 garnet rings. This was the newly built main office of the Trrow Trading Company, which also served as Trrow's residence. Rio and the others thought that the living space alone was too large for the 4 of them to live together. But they had never imagined that he intended to take all 3 of them as their wives. Well, if you think of it as a house for 3 families, it might be just the right size. While thinking about this, Rio, Lilith, and Dominic had mixed feelings. Basically, all 3 of them do not dislike Trrow. They have known each other since they were young and had done some dangerous work together. Above all, they have fought together for the fate of the world. It was impossible for them to have bad feelings toward each other. Rio was the most favorable to Trrow, and she was willing to accept the proposal. However, she had not been able to respond to his proposal because she felt that it would be unrealistic to propose to all 3 of them at the same time. Lilith had a longing for love, so she did not like this situation. It is probably one of the worst proposal stories I know. Even a king would be a little more careful when he seduces his concubines. 3 men at once is an act that only the most beautiful man could do, and of course, Trrow is far from a handsome man. Dominic had something completely different in mind. She had never been interested in love, so she had never even thought of getting married. In a sense, it is ideal for all 3 of them to be married to the same man, since she had always wanted to be with Rio and Lilith. However, considering the other 2, she felt as if she was a stranger, that such a proposal would be a bad idea. Well, how about it? No. In front of Rio and the others, who were silent, Trrow looked at them with a sad, abandoned dog look in his eyes, as if he was worried about them. For Trrow, he thought he had established the fact that he had built a house where the 3 families could live, but of course, he did not understand that this idea itself was far from the common sense of the world. Rio and her friends, on the other hand, could see right through Trrow's thinking. "First of all, may we have a discussion among the 3 of us?" Rio suggested and told Trrow to leave the room. Trrow looked frightened and staggered out as he was told. "So, what do you think?" Rio asked them, looking at the door through which Trrow had gone. "It's the worst, isn't it?" Lilith spat. "A marriage proposal for a woman should be done at a more appropriate time and place," she said. "Proposing to 3 women in the Chamber of Commerce, after lunch, must be the worst proposal in history." Lilith, who had dreamed of love, was chagrined. "I know, right?" Dominique agreed. However, she agreed with the prediction that Lilith would be angry like that, but she was not upset about the proposal. "So you're going to refuse?" Rio said to Lilith. "What are you going to do, Rio?" Lilith replied to the question with a question, since she felt it would be different to say no. "I've been thinking that if I were to get married, it would be to my senpai, so I'm willing to accept, but I didn't expect him to propose to all 3 of us at the same time, so I have mixed feelings about it. It's hard to say yes honestly." Rio's expression was discontented. "What about you, Domi?" Lilith asked Dominic. "I'm okay with it if you and Rio are okay with it. I was hoping that the 3 of us would be together forever, so it's really up to the 2 of you, right?" Dominic's attitude was casual. "What, so it's just me now?" Rio is okay, Dominic leaves it to others, and the rest is up to Lilith. I don't really dislike it that much, but I just don't like that proposal." Lilith held her head. "Well then, why don't you ask him to redo the proposal?" Dominic said, "What do you mean?" Rio frowned. "I've never heard of a proposal being redone." "Because neither of you liked the proposal, right? Then why don't you let him redo it until you like it? I also thought it would be a bad idea to propose to all 3 of us at the same time, so why don't you suggest that he should propose to each one of us?" "I see." Rio agreed easily. "Well then." Lilith seemed to think that was about right. Then the 3 of them called Trrow back and told him, "Please propose to each one of us properly." Trrow replied with a complicated expression on his face. "How should I propose? You should at least think about that yourself." Lilith yelled at him. "I'll tell you what." In the end, Trrow decided to gather information from all the women he knew. After talking to female employees of Trrow Trading Company, female staff members of the stores he frequented, female adventurers he knew, and female staff members of the Adventurers Guild, He succeeded in preparing 3 promising ways of proposing to a woman. The first he proposed to was Rio. He made a reservation at the most expensive restaurant in the city where he was based, dressed in formal attire, and escorted Rio to the restaurant. However, Trrow froze when he was about to order the food. The price seemed to be very expensive to him, and since it was a high-class restaurant, there was no way to get around to lowering the price of the menu. Seeing that Trrow did not order any more, Rio told the waiter, "Leave it to me." Trrow looked at the waiter with a desperate look on his face. "If you don't like it that much, I'll pay for it." Rio said to him. "Okay," he said, nodding his head vigorously and refusing to pay. In the end, Trrow ate slowly, savoring every bite of the fine food. For some reason, Rio was satisfied, although they did not have much conversation. After finishing the meal, Trrow asked Rio to marry him, to which Rio quietly nodded her head and said, "Yes." That's how Trrow proposed to Rio. Next, Trrow proposed to Dominic. Following the advice that an expensive present is a good way to propose, Trrow prepared a present for Dominic. A large number of grimoires and many precious materials. The only reason he did not prepare gifts for Rio and Lilith was because he did not know what to give them, but he knew that Dominic would like these things. Of course, the women who advised him would not have imagined that he would prepare such a gift. However, Dominique was pleased and readily accepted Trrow's proposal. Dominique, a wizard, is a rational thinker and relatively understanding of Trrow's thoughts, and the proposal miraculously worked out. The last one he proposed to was Lilith, during the middle of the evening. Trrow is a slow man, but he knew that Lilith was the most difficult person to propose to compared to the other 2. After listening to various advice, he realized that there were 2 pieces of good information. Namely, women like flowers. The more flowers you have, the better, and if possible, a surprise is preferred. One day, when Lilith opened the door to go back to her room after finishing her work, her vision instantly went completely black, and her body was pushed down to the corridor side by something that came avalanching down. The next thing she felt was the strong scent of flowers. Lilith's room was filled with as many flowers as possible. Then Trrow appeared and said, "Will you marry me?" to Lilith, who was being crushed by the mass of flowers. Lilith, who was on the verge of suffocating, expressed her consent with her right hand, which had barely escaped the mass of flowers, and gestured desperately with her right hand alone that she wanted to be saved as soon as possible. In her fading consciousness, Lilith thought it would be a bad idea to let this man continue to propose to her, and that this was more of a threat than a marriage proposal. And so, Trrow succeeded in his proposals and ended up marrying 3 wives. Although there were many problems with the way he proposed, Trrow seemed to be very happy. He had liked them since the first time he saw the 3 of them in the past. End of Volume 1.